Sí. Hay muchos estados que hay programados. Ya viene hace rato Polaris.
We are live. No.
Gracias por estar nuevamente con nosotros en el tercer día del Polaris Control Expo. Hoy yo creo que va a ser el día más interesante de todos, porque van a poder interactuar directamente con fabricantes de renombre, con personas que manejan la marca a nivel regional y a nivel mundial. Por ejemplo, ahí está el CEO de Nexus 21, el fundador y CEO de Nexus 21. O sea, van a poder interactuar con esa liga. Aquí está el gerente regional de ventas para la región que nosotros manejamos de Lutron, Caribe, América Central, etc. De la misma manera van a conocer a Tina, se me la conocieron ayer. Está el CEO de los Sound. Hay gente de peso hoy que van a poder interactuar con ellos. Es importante que ustedes hablen con ellos y les digan qué es lo que necesitan, qué productos necesitan, cuáles son las tendencias que ustedes ven en sus mercados, etc. Así que esa es la razón que queríamos hacer esto. Realmente hoy es la cumbre de estos 3 días. Echando un poco hacia atrás, es complicado mantener gente interesada por 8 o 9 horas al día en los temas. Por eso tenemos los premios, hacemos los chistes. Nuevamente, a los que son nuevos con nosotros, hacemos los chistes y los premios sin ánimo de ofender. Simplemente lo hacemos para mantener la energía positiva constantemente. Porque yo sé que estar aquí sentados fuera de sus países, fuera de sus hogares, fuera de sus negocios, yo sé que es complicado. Pero es la manera que hemos encontrado que pues, la gente se mantiene alerta, se mantiene atenta y se mantiene interesada. Así que muchas gracias. Aquí les voy a compartir, perdón por aquí, no es la agenda oculta. Sí.
Eso ya pasó.
Ya acabado. Ya. Aquí está la agenda de lo que vamos a ver hoy. Hoy van a ver que son charlas y charlas y charlas interminables, pero tratamos de hacer todos estos segmentos de 30 a 45 minutos lo más interesantes posible para que puedan ver diferentes temas. Hemos tenido que reorganizar algunas cosas para cumplir. Yo sé que, mira, estamos terminando a las 6:30 de la tarde, pero le estamos dando 45 minutos a cada fabricante. Si puede ser menos, le vamos a pedir que sea menos para tratar de terminar un poquito antes en el día. Pero por lo menos tenemos bastante material que ver. No queremos que sean sesiones de este cable se conecta a esta salida y esta salida entonces se conecta a esa entrada. No. Ni charlas de pues, este amplificador de 200 watts con 8 canales, con 15 tacks, no, nada de eso. Es más bien dónde está la empresa, en algunos casos cómo comenzó, por qué la empresa existe, hacia dónde se dirige y cuáles son algunos de los trends que ven tanto en iluminación como en audio, como en ambientes mecánicos, etc. Así que espero que hayamos podido hacer una agenda bastante interactiva para ustedes. Ahí empezaremos con mi amigo Pedro Polo. Vamos a hacer un cambio de aquí. Bien, estaba buscando la señal. Sí,
Antes lo tenemos con Just Pass, ahorita lo cambiamos a banco. Banco. Banco es una compañía que conecta 5 marcas y tiene más de 4 Es como un stem, pero...
Y Evo y Fixture.
Evo es una de las compañías de video. Y ese sistema es un... En lugar de ser un video wall, te permite hacer los videos. Pero aquí no lo tienes.
¿Qué? ¿Cuál era el chico?
Es el mismo que es. Pero mucho más.
¿Y el premio de la noche?
El premio, falta el premio de la noche.
¿Falta el premio de la noche?
Yo propongo
que se lo den a la boca. No. Hay alguien que fue mucho más allá. Pero se lo tiene que poner.
Una negra.
Me encantan las cachuchas. Más que son blancas.
Gracias.
Alguien se merece más el premio que yo.
¿Qué?
Se la pasó mejor que yo.
¿Quién?
Todavía no se puede.
¿Qué?
¿Quién es el ganador del premio?
No, eso va a ser más tarde.
Cuando llegue.
Cuando llegue.
Parece el tigre.
Ven acá, y Rafa.
No, Rafa todavía no ha venido. Sí, pero
Todavía no estoy.
todavía no ha llegado.
Aquí, pero el cuerpo nada más.
Pero el alma
El cuerpo, el alma está dormida todavía.
Mi cerebro sigue dormido.
Sí, en alma está pidiendo el Uber todavía de noche. Bueno, el ecuatoriano y el puertorriqueño estaban prendidos.
Pero ¿cuál fue el Carlos?
Carlitos estaba.
El peruano es soldado caído, no sabemos dónde esté.
El cabrón dejó hasta sus cosas y todo. Esperamos que no tenga el pasaporte ahí y se haya ido al aeropuerto.
Ya no hizo que haga más nadie. Nos fuimos caminando.
Bueno, para mientras, ¿qué les pareció la actividad de ayer? Comentarios. ¿Qué cambiamos? ¿Qué repetimos?
El año que viene triplicar por lo menos 2 pisos de un hotel. Que yo creo que ustedes lo pueden llenar.
Fíjate que efectivamente creemos que este va a ser el último entrenamiento acá. De hecho, fuimos el lunes ya a ver algunos hoteles, porque sí, definitivamente necesitamos un espacio mucho más grande. Como decía Ariel, el primer día se quedaron 10, 12 personas sin poder venir.
Ya el año que viene ustedes no pueden pensar en sus clientes que ya ustedes lo tienen, sino los potenciales. Invitar a personas que quizás no saben.
No, hoy más de la mitad es la primera vez que vienen a un entrenamiento de estos. Sí, más de la mitad. Hay gente que tal vez estuvo el año pasado en el COVID Party, hay gente que... hay gente que no.
No sabemos todavía.
Buenos días, buenas noches.
Muy buenos días.
Tú fuiste al tercer día.
Buenos días.
Oye,
¿Dónde dejaste mi BMW?
En el lugar que allá. Lejos.
Rafa, tú te fuiste al tercer día el año pasado.
¿Mandé?
Tú te fuiste en el tercer
Yo
día.
ya no vine con Juan Pablo, ya nos quedamos en el hotel.
Por eso en el tercer día, como el segundo día, algo así.
Yo me salvé de ese baile. Yo venía para acá y llegué al aeropuerto y me dijeron, no puede volar. ¿Por qué? Llegó de Europa hace 10 días, tiene que guardar cuarentena. Le llamé yo a Carlos, le dije, no, hermano, no puedo ir, qué tristeza. Me llama el miércoles y me dice, menos mal no vino porque aquí hay un COVID tenaz.
El sombrero de Rafa. Rafa se lo merece.
El año pasado nos fuimos de León, ¿sabes qué fuimos? No preocuparme. Y de ahí nos fuimos a beber. Se me perdió mi celular. Después apareció el celular. Nos quedamos bebiendo en el apartamento. Uno se quedó corrido hasta irse al aeropuerto.
Eso fue el año pasado.
Sí.
Para contarme, 7 de la mañana terminaron.
No se paró. ¿Cómo se llama? Lo que hizo, no sé.
Acabó ahí durmiendo.
Se quedó ahí.
Sebastián colombiano.
Sí. Te contaron que había uno que estaba forzando para que fuéramos al play. Ok, vamos. Esa es mi segunda vez que voy al play en mi vida. Literalmente la pelota le cayó en la mano y la dejó ir. O sea, nosotros lo grabamos, o sea, la bola venía arriba de él.
No, es mexicano. Es
¿Daniel Vázquez?
Daniel.
Y nosotros lo filmamos y se le fue la mano. Y yo, pero ¿cómo va a ser? O sea, nosotros estábamos relajando y bebiendo, él estaba concentrado en su juego. Creo que ese juego...
¿Qué era? ¿Marlins qué?
Marlins Cubs.
No, pero era una exageración, eran como 13 carreras, algo así. Eso era...
Listo, señores.
O si quieres usar el whiteboard. No. Aquí no ver. Aquí se va a ver. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Pedro Polo, algunos ya me conocéis. Yo también estuve en el Covid Party.
Posiblemente
Yo me libré, Yo me libré. La verdad es que como ya le conozco, me mantengo la distancia. No es buena compañía. Ok. Yo soy el gerente regional de Lutron para Centroamérica y el Caribe. Llevo 18 años trabajando para la compañía, para Lutron. Por el acento ves que no soy cubano. Soy español. Trabajé en España, Portugal, sur de Europa. En 2012 me trasladé a Brasil. Estoy viviendo 5 años en Brasil. Recomendable para aquel que quiera cambiar de país. Y en el 2017 me trasladé a Estados Unidos y ahora vivo en Nueva York. Vivo en Manhattan. Y desde allí cuido la parte del Caribe. Cuando... Sabes que Lutron empezó en el 1961. Lleva ya unos cuantos años en el mercado. Y la historia es más que conocida. Empezamos como cualquier empresa que se precie, en un garaje, en este caso en una habitación, en un apartamento en Nueva York. La empresa fue creciendo, nuestro headquarter ahora está en Pensilvania, Coopersburg. Yo creo que algunos de vosotros habéis conocido, habéis visitado la central allí. Y poco a poco la empresa se ha convertido en una multinacional. Pero una multinacional sin perder sus valores. La empresa sigue siendo una empresa familiar. Sigue perteneciendo a la familia Espía. Una de las hijas del fundador está a cargo de la empresa en este momento. Y tenemos presencia en todo el mundo, con fábricas en Estados Unidos, Puerto Rico. Hemos abierto ahora en Costa Rica. Se inauguró este año. ¿Fuiste a la inauguración? ¿Así fuiste? ¿A mí no me llevaron? A mí me dejaron fuera. Hicimos 2 inauguraciones, una en medio de la pandemia y fuiste a la última hace un mes. Entonces, hemos ido creciendo con las necesidades. Curioso, para que lo sepáis, todo producto que aparezca como Lutron está fabricado por Lutron. Es decir, no compramos de otros productos, todo producto se fabrica por Lutron. Evidentemente hay partes en las que no son nuestras, los componentes se compran en fábricas que fabrican los componentes. Y eso de alguna manera es lo que, como cualquier empresa en el sector, aquí hay gente de seguridad, hay gente de otras marcas, nos ha afectado lo que es la cadena de suministro. Dependemos de nuestros proveedores de componentes. Nuestras fábricas no han dejado de funcionar en ningún momento, las fábricas están a pleno rendimiento. Incluso durante la peor parte de la pandemia, las fábricas continúan abiertas porque somos proveedor oficial del gobierno americano para sus edificios y para hospitales. Entonces, es una empresa prioritaria para estar en funcionamiento. Entonces, seguimos ahí. A mí me dijeron que no hablara de producto hoy, que no hablara de conexión. Entonces voy a hablar de concepto, porque quiero compartir con vosotros tendencias. Y una tendencia que hay en el mercado es lo que creemos hoy es Human-Centered Lighting. Esto que aplicamos ahora para Luxury Home, podemos aplicarlo para cualquier concepto. Hablo de Luxury Home porque vosotros, la mayoría, estáis orientados al mercado residencial, pero también os surgen proyectos comerciales. Y en estos proyectos comerciales todo lo que vamos a hablar es aplicado. Sabéis que hay 2 tendencias en el mercado, no sé si estáis familiarizados con la clasificación de edificios. ¿Conocéis la tendencia LEED, la clasificación LEED para edificios? Sí. Es una clasificación energética. Está basada en la eficiencia energética del edificio. Entonces, todos los principios que se aplican son para reducir el consumo energético.
toda la zona de dónde colocar sensores, qué atenuar las luces cerca de las ventanas, dónde poder hacer todo ese tipo de cosas. Pero hay una tendencia adicional que surgió un poco después en paralelo a esto, que es el well building. ¿Estáis familiarizados? Que es otro tipo de certificación. Well building está pensado en la persona que habita el edificio, no en el edificio. Es decir, ¿qué podemos hacer para quien vive en ese edificio, quien trabaja en ese edificio, que esté más a gusto, sea más productivo, tenga menos bajas por enfermedad? Entonces, esa es la nueva tendencia. Y en eso está basado el Human Centered Lighting. Cómo hacer esos espacios más vivibles para el usuario. Vamos a empezar. Una pregunta que nos hacemos todos es ¿cuál es la mejor light? ¿Cuál es la mejor luz? Yo me explico y me vais a hablar en portugués, es que de vez en cuando por la mañana se me cruza el cable y hablo cualquier cosa. La mejor luz para cada uno va a depender del momento del día. Yo, como llevo muchos años trabajando en esta industria, yo paso por calles a veces, miro hacia arriba los edificios y cuando ves estos edificios que tienen las luces azules en el salón, ¿sabes? Aquí una luz al 100%, todo azul, fluorescente y tal. A mí me entra el pánico, yo no puedo vivir con eso. Entonces, la mejor luz es la que esté aquí, está mejor en los espacios. Una luz tenue, más amarilla por las mañanas cuando estás tomando todo el café y que vaya cambiando a lo largo del día, que vaya energizando. Ayer, cuando estaba visitando la Expo, vi varias empresas de iluminación. Tenéis un Dmx, no sé qué era Dmx, las luminarias. Yo tengo esta porque me proporcionan la temperatura de color que yo necesito para mi espacio y el CRI que necesito para mí. Voy a hablar un par de conceptos más adelante del CRI, temperatura de color, y quiero que estés familiarizados con Entonces, la mejor luz es la que hace que tus espacios estén más a gusto, entonces mejor. ¿Cómo ha sido la tendencia de la evolución? Cuando empieza la luz, empezamos a controlar la luz, la única luminaria que existía, la única bombilla que existía es la luminaria incandescente. Y esa es la que ha permanecido durante muchos años. Y es la que sigue siendo, ese tipo de luz es la que sigue más valorada por los clientes, esa luz cálida. Esa luz cálida hubo una tendencia después de los 90 en que empezaron las regulaciones en energía, en el control de energía. Y fue cuando aparecieron toda la parte de fluorescentes compactas. Cuando aparecen las fluorescentes compactas y empiezan a eliminarse según qué países las incandescentes por consumo, cambia el concepto de la luz. Ya perdemos esa parte que nos hace estar a gusto en un espacio y lo único que nos mudamos una parte solo es ser eficiente y gastar menos, pero realmente perdemos la belleza de la luz, se pierde en el diseño. Esto va cambiando hasta que empiezan en el 2000, 2005, tenemos en 2005 empiezan los LED, LED, todos son lámparas LED. Pero cuando aparecen las primeras lámparas LED en el mercado, no son las mejores, no conseguimos nada. Son difíciles de regular, en el sentido de tenemos flickering cuando está regulando niveles bajos, o regulan salado hasta un 20%, un 30% de su valor. Y si entendemos un poco de iluminación, el 30% de la luz emitida por cualquier tipo de bombilla no es un 30% perfecto. El ojo no es perfecto. Nosotros no percibimos linealmente, sino hay una cuadrática de percepción de la luz. Ese 30% a lo mejor que estamos regulando, como mínimo, es 70% de intensidad para nosotros. Entonces, no vemos esa diferencia en regulación. La gente iba a un fondito, iba a una tienda o Lowe's y veía, ok, regula hasta el 20%, pero genial. Y llegaba a casa y tenías la decepción de, no veo la diferencia, ¿está alto o está un poquito más bajo? Entonces no había esa opción. Las temperaturas de color no eran las apropiadas, no existía tampoco una consistencia en la iluminación, en el sentido que si tenías 2700 grados Kelvin en un tipo de LED, pedías 2700 Kelvin en otro tipo de LED para otra lámpara y no se veían iguales, tenían diferentes colores. Después también En el mismo lote de LEDs podía ver algunos que emitían de una forma diferente. Todos se llaman modelo y ver que hay lámparas que son más amarillas, más azules y van cambiando. Y nos creemos, esto es una falta de mantenimiento, normalmente subían, han cambiado, son diferentes marcas, en absoluto. Puede ser la misma marca y el mismo lote, pero no hay una consistencia como está evolucionando ese producto. Ya en el 2015 existe una preocupación y empieza una tendencia a tener lámparas LED, pero con una alta calidad dinámica, ya siendo más todos estos errores que estamos viendo hasta ahora desapareciendo. Pues esa es la tendencia, ese es el futuro, es hacia donde vamos. ¿Por qué también? Porque con este tipo de lámparas podemos volver a lo que teníamos con la lámpara incandescente. Durante todo este periodo de 1990, de los 90 hasta los 2010, la percepción que había siempre es: yo quiero mi lámpara incandescente. Yo quiero, y era como preciadas. Tú guardabas tu lámpara incandescente para tus lamparitas, tener una calidad. Ahora ya con los nuevos LEDs ya puedes conseguir ese tipo de temperatura de color. Ya puedes conseguir esa sensación que tenías con las lámparas incandescentes. Bien. Vamos a ver ahora qué necesitamos para tener este concepto de Human-Centered Light. De alguna manera, lo que queremos es utilizar tanto la luz artificial como la luz natural. Human-Centered Light tiene diferentes nombres, dependiendo del mercado. Alguien habla de circadian lighting, el ciclo circadiano de la luz natural. Son sinónimos, pero a veces son intercambiables, pero no es exactamente lo mismo. No queremos hacerlo que sean igual. En Europa, por ejemplo, se utilizan más circadian, en Estados Unidos se utilizan más human-centered. Es seguir, acompañar el sol o acompañar el momento, acompañar a la persona que está en el interior. Es lo que quieres hacer. Entonces, podemos extrapolar y decir que son los mismos, que es lo mismo. Va a depender, podéis hablar. Pero que sepáis que hay una ligera diferencia entre ellos.
Coca-Cola.
¿Cómo diseñamos eso? ¿Cómo la gente a la hora de hacer diseños, cómo aproxima este concepto? Se aproximas con diferentes estrategias. Diferentes estrategias no solo a partir de las luminarias, sino con luminarias y con el uso de la luz natural. Aquí tenemos un espacio, una cocina. La cocina está iluminada, ves que los focos están encendidos, pero la percepción que hay con la luz exterior es que tenemos la misma luz exterior en el interior. No solo se basa en tener la luz, el uso de la luz artificial, nos basamos en el uso de la luz natural. Los que dedicáis a ser integradores de control, aquí de vosotros, también vendéis cortinas. La cortina es una parte importante para conseguir esto. Entonces, la cortina es la única forma que tenéis de controlar la luz natural. Hay tres elementos fundamentales cuando hablamos de un diseño centrado en, basado en Human-Centered Lighting. Uno es la calidad de la luz, la calidad de las luminarias que estáis utilizando. Y eso es una tendencia que vais a tener de cara al futuro. Todos tenéis, buscáis en cada espacio tener la mejor luz propia. Después, el uso de la luz natural. El uso de la luz natural es fundamental. La luz natural realmente nos va a aportar ese concepto, esa parte de well-being, de estar bien. Y los controles personalizados. Poder dejar al usuario el poder manejar esa luz, el poder tener esa luz. Hay una tendencia ahora también, y de hecho, no hablo de producto, esto lo veis aquí, botones y cosas. En el pasado, si recordáis, porque lleváis años trabajando con iluminación, los teclados de control tenían mucho potencia. Cuanto más, mejor, porque tenías más escenarios, más opciones que dar a la herramienta. Ahora la tendencia es la contraria. Entonces, lo que queremos hacer es algo más sencillo. 4 botones, 3 botones, para hacer un uso intuitivo del espacio. Porque lo que queremos es que el espacio evolucione prácticamente solo. No tengas que interactuar para que cambies el iluminación. La calidad de la luz es el primer paso que decíamos. Podemos hablar de belleza, diseño, tal, pero fundamentalmente es tener una luz que sea la más apropiada para el espacio en el que estamos trabajando. Entonces, va a ser una forma de qué es lo que estamos utilizando, qué estamos reproduciendo en el interior, qué tipo de espacio tenemos. ¿Es una cocina? ¿Es un salón? ¿Es un área de estar? ¿Queremos tener una luminaria de 3000? ¿Cuál es el uso de ese espacio? Entonces, no queremos espacios que sean flat, sino queremos espacios que estén diseñados por los contrastes. Entonces, el uso de la calidez al espacio. Eso se basa en cortinas. Cualquier tipo de cortinas, maleables o cualquier tipo de elemento que ayuda a tamizar y dejar acceso a esa luz. Y los controles personalizados, como hablamos, después lo que realmente ya está formado el espacio. Hacer algo que esté mimetizado con el lugar, no sea algo que destaque. Hay tendencias. En el pasado la gente quería enseñar que tenía tecnología y leías pantallas táctiles por todas partes, por todas partes. Ahora lo que quieres es que todo quede de una manera oculta, que sea sencillo, que no sea parte de la decoración. Si es parte de la decoración, pues poner algo bonito, pero que sea lo más minimalista posible. Entonces, ¿qué beneficios tenemos? Potencial, pues esto lo puedes aplicar a nivel comercial. De alguna manera lo que hace es que te sientas mejor. Que te sientas mejor y que estés más confortable en tu espacio. Esto traducido a espacios comerciales, hay estudios que demuestran que el índice de absentismo laboral en espacios bien iluminados disminuye radicalmente. Espacios en que están considerados, como hablábamos antes, como el tipo well building, que tienen gimnasios, zonas verdes, zonas de relax. El concepto fallido de WeWork, no sé si conoces este tipo. Esos espacios hacen que la gente quiera ir a trabajar. Bueno, a mí eso no me el trabajo es algo que necesito. Pero si hace que estés más a gusto, que no que quieras marchar corriendo cuando llegas, sino que quieres estar en el espacio. A nivel residencial es lo mismo, tú quieres estar en tu espacio, tú quieres disfrutar de tu salón, de tu lugar. Fundamental también, cuando tenemos luz natural y pagamos por unas ventanas enormes y por un espacio que sea unas vistas impresionantes, lo que no queremos es también tener todas esas ventanas cerradas todo el día porque el sol entra muy fuerte, porque no podemos estar allí por el calor. Entonces es importante trabajar con cortinas adecuadas para cada uno de los espacios. Cuando trabajes con cortinas, aquí han instalado cortinas rollers. Sabéis que es súper importante saber cuál es la orientación. Estamos orientando norte, sur, este, oeste, porque es donde va a entrar el sol más fuerte. ¿Cuál es la apertura, el índice de apertura de la tela? Estamos trabajando con un 10, un 5, un 3, un 1%, dependiendo de la... ¿Cuál es el color? Tenemos una fachada que está muy intensa, muy iluminada, tenemos unos colores que reflejan hacia afuera, en todo el calor que hay. Entonces, intentamos también evitar el glare, los reflejos sobre las pantallas. Es importante nuestro diseño. No solo tener algo que bloquea la luz, sino que lo bloquea y me mantiene la luz. Si habéis experimentado todos con cortinas, sabéis que hay colores oscuros. La gente no quiere colores oscuros. La gente no quiere colores oscuros. A ver, cuando realmente están buscando es preservar vistas, los colores oscuros son los que realmente te dan más vistas. Menos reflejo en la trama de la tela. Puede ser más. Es una forma. Y después, poder dejar al cliente la utilidad que pueda controlarlo con su iPhone, que pueda controlarlo con el teclado que hay en la pared. Yo no creo que sea así. E incluirlo con todo lo que hay Alexa, Saban,
Toda la experiencia de, estamos inaugurando un centro de experiencia en Colombia. Y yo he vendido, digamos, casi que todas las plataformas, Radio Ra, Homework y Caseta. Pero el sistema que está implementado es un Homework. Y parte, pues, digamos que Yo he vivido en apartamento, pero esta es una casa de 2 niveles, casi de 1000 metros. Es increíble la sensación de uno ya interactuar con el homework. Y de pronto algo que no sé si está dentro de la RAPES, pero lo veía ahora en todo el tema de la ergonomía, son los sensores. Sensorizamos áreas de poco tránsito, áreas como donde uno entra un momento y con escenas progresivas, que es donde uno siente como esa diferencia de la programación de un homework versus un radio RAM. Y es bien interesante en el que siente uno dentro de la casa, más que con las botoneras, que también tenemos Palladium y la Citosh, la Designer, para que la gente vea las diferencias. Lo que más está aportando a la calidad de nosotros como usuarios y de los clientes son los sensores. Hacer que inclusive pues tenemos Alexa, pero el solo hecho de algunas áreas donde tú llegues y el sensor genere las escenas con tiempo, y luego tú te vas y haces los apagados con tiempo, que son escenas con fade y con delay, genera unas reglas de juego diferente en el uso de una casa. Es increíble el aporte de los sensores.
Sí. Yo no soy muy partidario de los sensores como norma general. Es decir, soy partidario de los sensores de la manera que tú dices que se utilizan. Nosotros, por ejemplo, hacemos muchos hospitales, hacemos muchos hoteles. Y hay una escena de hoteles que los hoteles de calidad siempre consideran, que es la escena noche. Y que no tenemos en la mayoría de los hoteles. La escena noche lo que se pretende que hagas es que tú te levantas de la cama y de forma automática te genera un pasillo de luz del baño. Y cuando llegas al baño tengas el baño ligeramente iluminado por debajo del lavabo, donde está el inodoro un poco iluminado, pero que no te despiertes. La mejor manera de hacer eso son los sensores. ¿Dónde puedes colocar los sensores? Desde la cama. Y el sensor me detecta que me genera eso. Pero ese sensor tiene que estar vinculado a un apagado general. No hay nada en medio. Porque tú no quieres que durante el día la luz cambie, porque eso distorsiona mucho, ¿sabes? Desconcentra mucho al cliente. Pero si es solo un momento de la noche,
y algo interesante es, por eso se siente la potencia en la programación de un homework versus un radio, porque tiene escenas condicionadas de hora y condicionadas de ciertas cosas. Y lo otro es que los sensores, pues uno siempre iría aquí o allí. Y en el tema de homeworks, como son inalámbricos, los tenemos en una esquina debajo de un mueble, donde va a encender si paso por ese lado. Entonces, ayuda mucho como esa planeación. Y te digo que los sensores vuelven un dolor de cabeza. O sea, cuando uno no los comprende, condiciona con ciertas escenas y ciertos horarios, con el cliente son un dolor de cabeza. El sensor tiene que estar adecuado y el cliente ser consciente de ese sensor. Es un proceso. Pero es bien, o sea, yo que llevo 15 años vendiendo Lutron, estoy viviendo en esta casa como si fuera mi casa, lo que es, digamos, lo espectacular de un buen sistema homework con una buena sensorización. Increíble.
realmente todo esto va vinculado.
En el Human Centric Life.
Y también está vinculado en que consideréis el proyecto para vuestros clientes, no para vosotros. No todo lo que va a hacer el sistema. El sistema puede hacer lo que te dé la gana. Un día hay una nube, subo, bajo, persianas, considerarlo como va a vivir el cliente. Es la forma. Estamos hablando de la calidad de la luz. La calidad de la luz se mide con ciertos factores. Uno de ellos puede ser CRI o el R. ¿Conocéis la diferencia entre ambos? Vale. El CRI, el índice de resolución cromática, lo que hace es vale. El CRI, el índice de resolución cromática, lo que hace es que compara la luz que emite una luminaria, una bombilla, con 9 colores. 9 colores básicos. Y ve lo próximo que están esos 9 colores. Se mide un índice de 1 a 100. En el mercado se considera calidad todo aquello que está por encima de 90. Por debajo de 90 no es una calidad. El CRI, para considerarlo de una forma simple, la luminaria reproduce la luz de los colores para que se vean igual que si estuvieran iluminados. Para que se vean igual que si estuvieran iluminados con luz. Si alguno está en una presentación mía virtual o personal, yo tengo una cierta edad. Cuando yo iba con mi madre a comprar, cuando era un tío así pequeño, estoy hablando de los 7 años, mi madre iba, se acaba de comprar un jersey y dice, este jersey rojo para mi niño. Lo primero que hacía era, lo sacaba fuera de la tienda, se iba fuera y llegaba a cuál era el color en el exterior. ¿Por qué? Porque generalmente las tiendas estaban iluminadas con fluorescentes y el fluorescente tiene un índice de RI malísimo. Lo que es rojo no es rojo. ¿A qué os ha pasado a vosotros? Todavía os pasa comprar un traje negro y llegar a casa y ser azul marino.
Todavía es así. Y no necesariamente con fluorescentes, sino que las tiendas tienden a veces a ponerlo más cálido de la cuenta, que se vea más shiny, más bright. Y como tú lo sacas la luz, es un color completamente distinto. Pero eso pasa igual.
Vas a comprar un traje y te comprar un traje azul. No, es negro. Porque el traje al revés. Te compras un traje negro. Es azul. Entonces eso es importante. Hay una nueva tendencia que es el RF. El RF es más avanzado que el RF. Y el RF compara con 99 colores. Tienes muchísimo beneficio. Cuando tienes luminarias con un 90 o más, es importante. Eso es la calidad de la luz. Yo entro en el concepto del tono de la luz, de cuál temperatura de color tenemos. ¿Vale? En el mercado de luminarias que te permiten tener desde 1400 grados Kelvin hasta 10.000 grados Kelvin. 1400 sería el equivalente de la luz en la vela, 10.000 es la luz de la luna en el Ártico. Súper azul, súper blanco. Tienes una tendencia, puedes utilizar todo ese gama. Y hay luminarias que te permiten hacer todo el mundo. Lo que es importante es que tengas temperatura de color, podáis trabajar con los blancos en esa temperatura de color y que podáis dimerizar apropiadamente. Entonces, os comentaba antes que había lámparas en el mercado que dicen que es un 20% de dimerización. Eso es horrible. 5% está bien, ideal es 1% o por debajo de 1%. El 1% es solo tener el LED iluminado, que va a ser el puntito en el LED. Pero lo que parece increíble es el punto 1%, hace que en una luz oscura, en un hotel, en una habitación, tú seas capaz de moverte por ese espacio. Es suficiente para esquivar los muebles, para no tener que chocarte con nada. Entonces, es súper agradable tener esa luz cuando este camino, esta escena de ir al baño por la noche. Tenerlo en cuenta. Y después, a nivel de clientes de alta calidad, trabajáis con mucho clientes que gastan dinero en su casa y todos vosotros trabajáis con clientes de mucho nivel. Hay un concepto que se aplica en arte, vibrancy. Vibrancy es que lo que tienen es, para trabajar con blancos, tienen un LED que emite blanco y tienes RGB. En el mismo emisor, en el mismo chip está emitiendo. Si yo me el RGB al 100% al mismo nivel, le tengo un blanco. Sabes que hay muchas luminarias que en el blanco siguen mezclando blancos, mezclando colores. Puedo conseguir manipular ese blanco en el porcentaje de todos los colores. Yo creo un efecto que se llama Vibrancy, en el que puedo resaltar colores de los cuadros, o hacer que los azules se vean más brillantes, que los rojos se vean más brillantes. Entonces eso para galerías de arte o para clientes que son coleccionistas es importante poder trabajar con esto. Esto es una aplicación. Este cuadro de Monet, Water Lilies, todos lo conocéis, es un personaje. Está iluminado de esa manera. Está hecho la iluminación para reproducir los colores que estaba viendo Monet cuando estaba haciendo el cuadro. Esa luz natural. Destacamos los turnos. Estos colores, estas lilas que quería hacer. Y esto está, no es un ejemplo, una foto voy a proponer, sino que está en la galería, está en el Museo de Arte. Está hecho de esta manera. Para clientes que coleccionan, es importante también trabajar con este tipo de luz. La luz natural. Hemos hablado ya bastante de la luz natural. lo que me permite también es hacer que sea una parte de una luminaria más en vuestro espacio. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Pues muchas veces es con el factor de apertura, con el tipo de tejido, con el color, haces que sea esa forma en el espacio. No estoy en mi tiempo. He puesto una reflexión que quiero preguntaros a todos lo que parece. Es un tema de tiempo. En este caso, algo que es importante, mirar este espacio. Este espacio estamos en una torre relativamente alta, el día se está acabando, pero yo lo que estoy consiguiendo es extender ese día, extender ese atardecer, poniendo esa luz natural, llevándomela al interior. En lugar de tener el interior apagado, no tener nada de luz, yo lo que estoy haciendo es una luz cálida, simulando el exterior y extiendo ese atardecer. Es una hora del día que es agradable, que a todos nos gusta disfrutar. Y lo que puedo hacer es extenderla, llevar la luz exterior al interior de la vivienda. Esto que ahora parece súper raro es algo que vais a empezar a aplicar ya en todos vuestros proyectos. Ya vuestros clientes os van a pedir esta forma de mezclar la luz del exterior. Y controles personalizados. Estos controles, como puede ser, fundamental. Tipo número 1. Cualquier control que utilice el usuario tiene que ser intuitivo y sencillo. Eso es algo que ha habido un error que yo viví también con Lutron a lo largo del tiempo. ¿Sabéis que Lutron tuvo una pantalla táctil? Bueno, ahora tiene otra para otros sistemas, pero tuvimos un pequeño teclado táctil. ¿Sabes? Funcionaba en el cuerpo.
Dynamic Keypad.
Yo creo que vendí uno. Porque era, y si tú lo entiendes, era algo que realmente tú no quieres usar. O sea, yo no quiero entrar en un espacio, y todavía se siguen poniendo, ¿eh? Y de hecho, ha cambiado la forma en que lo quieres el cliente. Yo no quiero entrar en un espacio, ¿verdad? El fondo, luces, salón, tal. No, por favor. Quiero hacer. Vivo en un apartamento pequeño en Manhattan. Yo tengo caseta. Entre otras cosas porque el edificio es de 1900 y cada vez que haces un agujerito en la pared no sabes lo que te vas a encontrar. Entonces decidí que yo las paredes no las tocaba y cambiaba los interruptores que había por cosas nuevas, porque no me atrevo a tocar ninguna. El edificio también es un edificio histórico, con lo cual cualquier vez que quieres hacer una instalación, permisos, 50.000 personas tienen que opinar y solo para que opinen tienes que pagar $20.000. Así que no vamos a hacer nada. ¿Qué hice yo? Lo primero, cuando instalé aquello, integré solos con un chico remoto. Yo no quiero ir a mi teléfono y para la misma lista de reproducción que utilizo siempre, ir punto, sonos, play. Yo tengo un chico que hago así, play. Siguiente, sube otro volumen. Porque no necesitas una pantalla táctil para hacer eso.
Tenía una ventaja esa pantalla, es que tenía abajo el all-off y el all-on, y era lo que realmente lo que terminaban usando. Prendía todo o apagaba todo. No entrabas a navegar en ella.
Exactamente.
Y era costosa, pues, un desaprovecho.
Los que lleváis tiempo trabajando en el mercado, entonces, ¿cómo se llama? ¿Philips pronto era cuál es?
Pronto. El control.
Cuando salió el iPhone, Philips pronto vendió la empresa. No sé si consiguió. Porque finalmente dijeron, esa no es la tendencia. Y todas las empresas que trabajan con pantallas y demás se han inventado. Saban, Creso, no hay nadie aquí de Saban ahora, no está. No, pero Saban, Creso se han reinventado. O sea, se han ido un paso, dar algo diferente, porque la pantalla táctil en sí. Yo no puedo competir cuando la pantalla costaba $5.000 por un iPad que cuesta 500. No está. Pero en fin, mi punto está en que tiene que ser sencillo para el usuario. Entonces, el usuario, por ejemplo, aquí que veis un Natural, Natural, lo que hacemos es reproducir la luz del interior en el exterior, del exterior en el interior. Quiero que siga el ciclo natural de la luz. Por la mañana empieza muy frío, 1400 grados Kelvin, va subiendo 2700 a lo largo del día. al mediodía solar tenemos 3.000, 4.000, 5.000, dependiendo de dónde estemos, y a lo largo de la tarde hasta el anochecer va bajando esa temperatura de color hasta tener otra vez 2.700. Y hay clientes que quieren eso, quiero acompañar el sol en el interior, quiero que la luz entre dentro de la casa. Y después, como decir, ok, muy relax, o voy a ver películas y quiero una acción de internet.
Cuando dices eso, de que se introduce la luz exterior en el interior, ¿es en el tono, o sea, en la temperatura o en la intensidad, o en el mismo nivel?
¿Cómo es el match?
La intensidad la entrena con...
El producto tiene que subir. A mí me han dicho que no hable de producto.
No.
Nosotros tenemos una serie de luminarias que se llama Keta. Keta tiene de 1400 a 10.000 grados Kelvin, 16 millones de colores, 0.1% de meditación, 94 plus de yo puedo reproducir cualquier temperatura de color. Los que manejáis hongos, sabéis que hongos puedo saber la hora del día y manejar el amanecer al anochecer. Eso lo vinculo a la luz, vinculo también dónde está situada la vivienda y hago esa reproducción de color en el interior de la casa. Como prefieres, tanto la intensidad.
Sí, pero ahí como es un tema que no lo había entendido, me entendiera como en el mismo, la temperatura Kelvin, o en el dinámico de los blancos, pero no en la misma intensidad.
En la intensidad puedes definirlo, a veces no quieres tener siempre una intensidad constante, puedes tener una intensidad constante o tener ese cambio de intensidad.
Una consulta, porque yo obviamente, para nosotros es nuevo en el mercado de nosotros, yo soy de Panamá. El concepto del ciclo circadiano, en este caso como el human centric, como no se ha aplicado. Yo todavía no conozco ningún proyecto, nadie ha hablado de esto. Nosotros hemos dado varios entrenamientos, tenemos ya años de estar escuchando de esto, todavía no lo hemos visto. La manera de aplicarlo, o sea, cómo uno le dice al cliente, fuera el beneficio de bienestar, que es lo que uno siempre nos ha dicho que brinda, como yo le digo al cliente que realmente, o sea, no voy a decir porque yo voy a tener una luz prendida en el día, por ejemplo, teniendo un ventanal, o sea, ¿cuál es el fin de eso?
El concepto que no va a percibir que tiene una luz prendida. Esa es la gran diferencia. La diferencia, lo que va a percibir es que todos los espacios se vuelven iluminados. No va a haber luces. Pero van a estar encendidas, pero va a tener la percepción de todo iluminado.
Bueno, hay dos cosas que rigen el ciclo circadiano, son las hormonas. Una es la melatonina y el cortisol. Lo que tienes que hacer es excitar el cortisol en la mañana para que estés activo y la melatonina en la noche para que puedas dormir. Esas dos cosas son lo que rige el ciclo circadiano en general. La luz, por ejemplo, cuando lo que te decía él, de que en la mañana es más fría porque por la luz del sol, eso excita el cortisol. ¿Sí? Quitas el componente azul en la noche, por eso se ve amarilla la luz, o sea, la cálida. Empieza a producirse en el momento en que debe producir para que tengas sueño, para que te puedas dormir. Esa es la gran ganancia. O sea, en la mañana tú te activas con la luz y en la noche te deja dormir. Entonces, ahí es donde estás centrado en la persona, no en la actividad. Tú puedes tener un cuadro azul y entonces el diseño estaría centrado en el cuadro, pero la luz azul te afecta como persona, porque te corta la producción de melatonina. Eso se descubrió por error, pero la verdad es que revolucionó el tema de la iluminación circadiana. De ahí viene. Entonces, yo creo que ese sería tu argumento. Hay mucha gente que es muy delicado para dormir, y de ahí en los blackouts, etcétera, etcétera. Pero también, aunque no lo creas, tú puedes tener un iluminador de batería que tiene una luz azul y tiene un pico que te corta la producción de melatonina. Somos sensibles a una longitud de onda. Entonces, yo te diría que sin complicarla, el tema es que es una luz que te permite estar activo en la mañana y te permite descansar en la noche. Eso te lo va a entender cualquier gente. Eso sería lo que te recomendaría.
Una forma de dar un ejemplo práctico, real, que probablemente el cliente sí haya visto, es el tema del móvil. Que ya automáticamente, mientras va pasando el día, él te va cambiando la temperatura del computador. cualquier cliente es muy probable que eso le esté pasando allá y tú le expliques el porqué de eso. Y ya con eso funciona.
Pero tú hablaste, disculpa, al inicio de que obviamente manejan hospitales y demás. Esto que estamos hablando, creo que es mejor, o sea, la manera, puede ser la manera más fácil de explicar su uso dentro de un hospital. Porque igual, o sea, las habitaciones tienen las ventanas, pero como dice Pedro, el tema de que tú tienes un paciente que está acostado y si está operado, X, o sea, lo que pasa en su entorno, obviamente afecta de una u otra forma a la persona que está en cama, ¿no?
Exactamente. De hecho, tenemos un departamento de la empresa que se dedica a hospitales. Hablando de hospitality es hotelería.
Correcto.
Pero de hospitales tenemos un departamento que lo hace. El hospital tiene muchos conceptos adicionales. Porque el hospital tiene la luz de emergencia. Es decir, la enfermera cuando entra, ¿sabes? Las luces se tienen que poner al 100% porque hay un problema con el paciente. La luz del paciente. A mí me dijiste 45 minutos.
Te quedan 2.
Okay. La luz del paciente, ¿sabes? Para que tengas adaptable y que tengas el ciclo de luz. Y después también la luz de la noche. ¿Sabes? La enfermera viene a tomar la temperatura y no quiero despertar ni nada. Esto que estamos hablando ahora de aplicación residencial, tenéis que pensar también en una aplicación comercial. ¿Cuántas oficinas son en el mundo? ¿Sabes? Yo no digo. Un tubo. Y tienes las ventanas y el que está al fondo no ve la luz natural. Tú puedes conseguir que la luz que haya afuera la tenga también el señor intendente. Es el tiempo que hace.
Aquí, por ejemplo. Aquí no hay ningún tipo de ventana.
Eso es. Podrías conseguir esa luz natural. Es jugar con. Yo creo que es diferente. Depende del cliente, lo va a entender. Y lo de las luces encendidas es que no lo va a percibir. No lo percibes. Si tú estás en un sitio que lo ves bien iluminado y no es como si tuvieras la luz, como dice, en un lugar que pongo la lámpara al tiempo que le digo, oye, están. Que hay un espacio que está uniformemente iluminado. Es una tendencia. Digo, estamos hablando hoy de tendencias. ¿Cuál es el futuro? ¿Hacia dónde va la iluminación? Ya nos olvidamos de elegir la lámpara que queremos, 2700, 3000, algo que pueda cambiar. Hablaba de Lutron con Ketra. Tenéis lámparas que funcionan con DALI y DALI 8 horas te permite también hacer el white tuning. Puedes hacer ese tipo de cosas. No quiero decir que es algo exclusivo de Lutron. Esto es una tendencia en el mercado con cualquier tipo de luminaria.
Tengo una pregunta.
Dígame.
Un poquito más técnica. Hay un tema y es que todavía, incluso yo soy una de esas personas que somos un poquito más susceptibles al tema de la dimerización en LED. Al final de cuentas, la dimerización en LED no es como un bombillo incandescente, que sencillamente hay menos calor, por eso enciende menos el filamento y por eso tiene menos luz. El LED es la misma intensidad que le está mandando normalmente, lo único que a menor repetición. Entonces, vamos a ponerlo como el refresh rate de una televisión. Algunas personas somos sensibles a ese tema. Incluso los LED, aunque estén dimerizados, lo más bajito que lo tengamos, yo siento la intensidad, sobre todo de la noche, que me está dando igualito, como si estuviera encendido.
Yo creo que es un tema de calidad de LED. Si ahora estamos haciendo aquí con colores y tenemos fluorescentes a la vez que tenemos que hacer. Si tienes la oportunidad de ir para Plantation aquí a nuestro showroom o vas por Nueva York, me llamas, yo te enseño showroom. Vas a ver que tú no notas eso. Ni flickering ni absolutamente.
No hay un flickering que tú notas, ¿me entiendes? O sea, ni siquiera con el celular lo programa. Pero se siente eso lo que está haciendo.
Es el refresh rate.
Pero eso lo hacía antes también, lo sabes. Que el incandescente lo hacía antes también.
Electricidad.
Sí, el incandescente lo ha hecho toda la vida. Tú lo que hacías con un incandescente, lo que hacías era, ya sea un trial o sea un FET, apagar y encender la luz.
Sí, pero el filamento
se
mantiene caliente.
Caliente se enfría, no llegabas a percibir ese enfriamiento.
Eso no es un orden. O sea, con el incandescente siempre se va a salir. Eso tú lo apagas completamente y le toma un tiempo bajar. O sea, ahí es menos.
Yo creo que en las luminarias de calidad cada vez se requiere menos eso. A ver. Y yo creo que, por ejemplo, con los que nos vendemos, que no es flexible. Pero bueno, es algo que está ahí, es cierto, que para gente más sensible tiene, está ahí, lo quería. Yo no lo percibo.
Está bien. Pedro le surge una tira. Les urge una tira.
Ya tenemos.
No, pero de las que vale un poco que te sale más cara que la casa, pero una tira ya como tal.
Nosotros queremos que ganéis dinero. Queremos que ganéis
No,
dinero.
no, sí, pero queremos que no la compren.
No lo sé, no te puedo decir. ¿Sabes? Hubo una demanda de tener una tira de LED y sacamos el Slim Bar, que lo han visto para que es mínima. Tiene como 1 centímetro. No creo que vayamos a exactamente a tener una tira flexible de LED. No lo veo. No lo veo por ahora. Estamos aprendiendo y día a día estamos haciendo. El esfuerzo de tener esta tira de LED, el Slim Bar, es que hemos minimizado los emisores para tener la misma calidad que tienes en este tipo de lámparas. Es cierto que a lo mejor el futuro es así. Voy a acabar ya, ¿sabes? Esto no luz natural, utilizamos luz eléctrica, teclados blancos. Y como creo que quiero hacer es hablar de mi reflexión, voy a acabar esta parte de diseño de los soldados. ¿Cómo? En este verso rápido esto es la misma aplicación para los proyectos comerciales. Transforma la luz. Yo creo que ir a esta reflexión. ¿Cuál ha sido el estándar en producción? El modelo de producción en los últimos años. El modelo de producción era que empezamos a vender un producto. Y según va pasando el tiempo, esto es una aplicación para todo, ¿eh? No solo para el control, sino para coches, para televisiones, para todo lo que ve. Entonces, los productos, según va evolucionando, van perdiendo valor. Entonces, ¿dónde creéis que está el futuro ahora? ¿En el hardware o en otras cosas que no sabemos? En la experiencia.
En la experiencia del consumidor.
Vale. Y eso está asociado a tener un producto nuevo o actualizar un producto que ya tienes.
Actualizar.
Ambas. La tendencia del mercado es tener sistemas que mediante hardware, el hardware lo puedes mejorar con el software. Es decir, tengas un producto hoy, que ese producto vaya teniendo actualizaciones que te mejoren cada tiempo. Eso es algo que quiero para que reflexionéis. Porque hay un señor fuera de atrás que me está presionando.
Sí, sí. Acá también hay un.
Ya no sé mucho.
Me está agobiando. Y os voy a poner algunos ejemplos, que lo veis todos los días y es un modelo de negocio. Tesla. ¿Los Tesla se devalorizan? No. Tú puedes comprar un Tesla ahora. Bueno, alguien que haya comprado un Tesla hace 5 años lo vende ahora de segunda mano. Y no va a perder mucho dinero. Va a perder muy poquito dinero. ¿Por qué? Porque Tesla lo que está haciendo es que incrementa cosas, te va dando cosas nuevas en el coche. Cuando compras, los primeros coches no navegaban automáticamente. Tú no podías utilizar el software, pues que te mantengan en el carril, actualizar, lo que hacen es que conduce el software. Tesla ha visto que el ejemplo es un hardware y yo puedo modificarlo con el software. El software lo vais viendo día a día. Tú puedes comprar ahora una licencia de Office, ¿no? Tú compras una suscripción. Pagas un fee y lo vas actualizando cada tiempo.
No hay cambio.
Ya acabo.
Ya.
Un segundo más. Todo el software nivel de tecnología. Entonces, un ejemplo, nosotros estamos haciendo lo mismo. ¿Cómo empezamos? Trabajando, pues tenías una aplicación. ¿Cómo hemos incrementado nosotros ese concepto? Pues vamos a trabajar en la nube. ¿No? Vamos a cambiar la forma. Trabajar en la nube me refiero que esto no lo valoráis, pero Radio RA3, si alguno ha instalado ya Radio RA3, si alguno ha instalado la CINA, las actualizaciones son automáticas por la nube. Yo necesito tener ya un elemento como un bridge con una IP para conectarme a una instalación remota. Yo solo necesito conectar el router de la casa. Necesito tener ya un elemento como un bridge con una IP para conectarme a una instalación remota. Yo solo necesito conectar el router de la casa y tú como ingeniero vas a poder cambiarle la programación sin tener ningún dato más. Te va a localizar la casa y te lo va a programar. Eso, si vosotros dais servicio a islas, yo que llevo el Caribe, es un avance brutal para mis clientes. Ya no tienen que ir a Caimán a cambiar la programación, lo pueden hacer desde su oficina en Miami. Eso es bueno, vamos allá. Y la última, para que tengáis una idea. Afina, que es nuestra aplicación Focus para proyectos comerciales. Hemos tenido desde el lanzamiento 14 releases de software. Hemos incorporado nuevas facilidades, nuevas cosas. Eso es la tendencia del mercado. Lo dejo como reflexión. Pensar que soy yo. Y ya me costó 50 minutos. Muchas gracias por vuestra atención.
Me voy a pasar aquí un tiempo.
Y ya me costó 50 minutos. Muchas gracias por vuestra atención.
Me voy a pasar aquí. Hobbies, se me olvidó preguntarte, ¿algún hobby que tengas?
Pues cuando no estoy de dieta me gusta mucho comer. Vegetariano, viajar y perros. Yo soy una persona de perros.
Ah, perfecto. ¿Ya? ¿La tuya está ahí?
Listo.
Ponemos esto.
Qué presión. Cuando estás inspirado.
Bueno, ahora tenemos al señor Nick de LEA Professional. Él es el ingeniero de aplicaciones. Dato interesante. Él era el manager de la parte de amplificación de Metallica, el grupo de rock. Y viajó con Metallica. How long were you with Metallica?
6 years.
6 años con Metallica. What did you do with us?
Systems engineer.
Porque él era el que estaba a cargo de la amplificación, trabajaba para JBL antes. Y era el encargado de toda la parte de JBL para los equipos de Metallica por 6 años. Así que otra persona interesante, no tan interesante como Pedro, pero otra persona interesante aquí con nosotros. So Nick, this is the group. It's all you.
First of all, I apologize for not being able to manage. I'll do my best. Definitely don't hesitate to speak up if you have any questions specific to what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm going to go to my other PowerPoint. That just kind of talks more about ads right now, and then I'll jump into this in a second. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
First, I'm going to talk about what LEA is. We're a relatively new brand in the world. We're actually about 3 years old at this point. We started in 2019. I know it's poor timing, right? We manufacture and design commercial amplifiers, but we've been finding that a lot of people actually are putting these in residential spaces, just due to the immense flexibility of the product. So, what we have is the Connect series amplifiers. So we have also this Dante Connect, which the only difference between the two amplifier platforms is Dante inputs, and then the Connect series is analog only. Kind of something that really sets us apart is that the amplifiers are also IoT and cloud only. At no additional cost, device. you can sign up for a cloud account through us. And that cloud is actually a web service through Amazon Web Services. So it's not just a server in our closet. It's a legit SSL encrypted web server that not only is it actually saving the data on the amplifier, but it also gives you the ability to remote control and monitor the amplifier. So from a service perspective, we found quite a few different integrators that find this very beneficial. Then another big thing here is that everything we have right now from the control side interfaces via a web UI. So there's no specific application to download. You just log on via the IP address of the amplifier and do all your configuration in that manner. So move on to the next one.
Just we need to open a report to get access from the outside or your cloud, and that's it.
So once you register for a cloud account, they add AMP to your cloud. It gives you a unique token to log that amplifier onto your cloud account. Once it's on there, from anywhere in the world, you can log into your account and see that amplifier in the cloud. And the cloud will also arrange them in a venue by venue basis. You can see every install you've ever done, as well as each amplifier with that particular venue. So,
Sí, lo que están haciendo es registrándolo en el cloud de ellos. Pueden registrar el proyecto y en ese proyecto hay cantidad de amplificadores. Pueden entrar donde sea que entren, en el celular, donde sea, en el país que sea. Tú vas a ver el proyecto y cuando entres vas a ver todos los amplificadores ligados a ese proyecto.
Okay, cool. I apologize again for not saying. So here we see a breakdown of our current offerings. The only thing that separates these two is just Dante capable inputs. We see that what we do is 4 different power classes. So anything at the beginning with an 8 is an 80 watt amplifier by 4 channels, by 8 channels. Then we move up to 160 watts per channel, 4 channel, 8 channel, 350. There are 2 channel models as well as 4, and then we move up to 700 watts, 2 channel and 4 channel. The other one that's kind of here that actually will be shipping within the next probably 3 weeks is 1500 watts by 4.
That's crazy.
Yeah, massive amounts of power.
Could you please explain for everybody here what Dante is?
So Dante is a digital transport for signal. It's typically used in the pro audio world or the commercial audio. So if you can transport this, you would still have to use what's called Dante Controller. So you have a device that has a digital transmitter, and the amplifier is also a receiver. So you would then assign those paths, but we have within the amplifier. So any output can receive an input from anywhere within the amplifier. So when you incorporate the Dante models into your design, you not only have the analog interface on the back, but you can also mix them with those digital interfaces. So lots of selection there. Let's see here. Yeah, go ahead and move forward one. We'll go into a little bit more specifics of some unique features of our amplifier. So we have universal switch mode power supply. What this means is the amplifier will operate between 85 volts AC and 277. So you just plug it in, it will automatically detect what voltage is coming in and record it. So no rewiring of anything, just plug the thing in and it's ready to go. Through the same web UI that we're configuring the amplifier, you also have high Z, low Z selection, 70, 100 volt per channel. So not the entire amplifier, but you can actually select for each channel what its use case is. We kind of went through the rest of this, but a big one here is also a technology we created called Smart Power Bridge. If you take a conventional 2-channel amp as the example, we bridge that, we now have one double power mono output. Well, in our case, if you engage Smart Power Bridge on one channel, the remaining channels of the amplifier are still available for use, 85% their original rated power. So I'll use our 700 watt model as the example. If you take a 702, 700 watts by 2, power bridge, Smart Power Bridge channel 1, 1400 watts on channel 1, and channel 2 still has 600 watts available. for the secondary input. And that feature applies to the entire Connect series amplifier.
Quick question. If it's the 2-channel, what about the 4-channel or the 8-channel? Is it gonna go 70% of all the channels or of the other channels?
So let's take the 8-channel as the example. You would double your power on the 1 channel, and the remaining 7 channels are all 85% of their original rated power. The way we're accomplishing this is inside of every amplifier, the power supply is oversized. So what we're doing is we're actually micro-controlling, saying put more current available to this output, and that's how we retain the use of all the remaining channels. A cool thing too is that with the 1504, it's going to be our first amplifier that you can engage smart power bridge on 2 channels at once. So really the 1504 can be 3000 by 2 or 3000 by 1 and 1500 by 2. And we're still determining what the remaining amount of power is going to be on the other available channels. But considerably bigger amplifier. So expect to be delivering about 30 amps of current to the input. So lots of power. So I think we go to the other presentation. So now I'll kind of give you a little bit of a sneak peek of some things that are coming in the future. So just as we were speaking about the 1504 and the 1504D, so the same thing, we'll be able to do Dante inputs. Since I'm on the subject of Dante, another cool feature of our Dante models is the ability to do an on-ramp. You can take an analog input and actually on-ramp that into the Dante network. So if you did this multiple times, you could take 4 analog inputs into the amplifier, put it on the Dante network, and transport that anywhere via Dante through Cat5, and just pick off what you want throughout the entire installation. Something else we will release in August to September timeframe is what we're calling Sharkware. So it's our first standalone application. Timeframe is what we're calling Sharkware. So it's our first standalone application. What this is going to give you the ability to do is grouping of multiple amplifiers at once. So for the most part, Sharkware applies to larger installations where you're going to be trying to control or perhaps EQ multiple amplifier channels all at once. So I'll speak in depth a little more about Sharkware in a moment. But let's look at some of the details of the 1504. There we see the insides or the guts of the 1504. Another really cool set of features in this one is that this DSP card is also going to be our first model that is able to do 96 kilohertz linear phase FIR filters. So if you guys aren't familiar with FIR, what that is you can implement these filters, does all of the equalization without affecting phase. So much cleaner, much better signal processing. This will be class leading the entire world as far as what you can do EQ-wise inside of this amplifier. Again, same set of features, like it's an IoT-enabled amplifier, so you can put this on the cloud. Something that's really cool, too, about our product is it has 3 ways that you can connect to the amplifier to configure it. Every amplifier internally has an access point, so you press the button on the back of the amplifier, turns on the access, you can then directly interface to that amplifier. As well as there's the LAN port, so we can connect directly to the amplifier via our computer or our mobile device if you have an adapter. The third way is to use the wireless card to send this to your wireless router. And then once you get all of the amplifiers connected to that router, they show up in one mutual control platform. So it's a cool feature there. Yeah, same thing, but this is our first unit, like I mentioned, with 2 smart bridge power channels. So
That's going to be, what's the model?
So this is the 1504. So either one of them. The cool thing is when we really start talking like really high power demand on the speaker side, this amp is going to be able to do it. The big reason is that we actually have 225 volts on the output rails of that amplifier. So this thing will power any subwoofer you could ever put in front of it. Our switch mode power supply is the first in the industry that actually has about a 95% efficiency. So very, very little loss as far as giving off in heat. So it actually remains very cool. Yeah, so I think we'll move on to the next one. And then here we see, this is our output stage of the amplifier. So you can get all of this power from this tiny little output stage of the amplifier. It's a testament to how efficient the amplifier really is. So yeah, let's go on to the next one.
Can you talk about the low C and the high C on the amplifier, because that's really confusing.
Sure. So as mentioned before, just like the rest of the Connect series amplifiers, every channel is selectable as far as if it's going to be a 70 volt load, 100 volt load, or a low Z 8 ohm. And actually, that's another really cool feature of the 1504 is that it's the first amplifier where, regardless of what your impedance is, exact same amount of power output.
Even at 2 ohms?
Even at 2 ohms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 842 ohms, it's all 1500 watts. And that's all due to the capability of the 225 volts on the output rail. Yeah, ready for the next one? Just a little more touch on some of the specifics. So what this is, it's actually using the Analog Devices, the latest, greatest Shark chip. So this DSP card, another really cool feature of it is, we designed it in the exact same form factor as well as connections that are used in the single rack space Connect models. So there is actually a future upgrade path to more EQ filters without replacing the entire amplifier. The other cool thing too is that this amplifier can power up and pass audio in under 10 seconds. And the way we're able to do this is power on the network card, which is where the DSP is at. It retains power on the network card, which is where the DSP is at. Once power is restored to the input power supply side, it will then pass audio within 10 seconds. So, yeah. This kind of just shows us where we're expanding from. So we see the current models, which typically got us into this space here. So if we talked about background music, bars and restaurants, and when we started getting into performance venues, the current models, we were typically things like under balcony fills or the lobby. Whereas now when we start talking the addition of the 1504, we're able to cover every aspect of performance venues as well as stadiums and arenas. So yeah, let's talk a little more about Sharkware and then I'll wrap it up since I know we're trying to stay on time here. So here's a preview of Sharkware and what its basic functions are going to be, is that you can work in an offline mode. Where we compare that currently, you have to interface directly with the amp and it's going to pull up our web UI. So you're basically doing this on a 1x1 configuration, where now what you can do is start in the offline design mode. You would then select which model it is you're working with, the number, and it starts to create a virtual rack. You would then have the ability to actually start going through and doing group assignments. You could say this particular output, this amplifier, plus this one, this one, this one, I want to be able to EQ them together or able to EQ them. So the functionality is for the purpose of doing all this offline. Then when you go on site, you can actually push all of these settings into the amplifiers, as well as vice versa. So you'll actually be able to, if someone were to have configured an amplifier, you can also pull from the amplifier into the software. In the long term, what you're going to find is there's going to be cloud features involved with this as well. So you will be able to do all your file management in your same cloud account. So you could actually push from the cloud into a group of amplifiers and then pull back as well.
Right now, you can run the offline application and you can make the configuration, and then when you are on site, you can upload that information, right?
Exactly.
But for example, what kind of features you have to connect into the amplifier?
We use right now Ethernet cable,
Wi-Fi,
and also the system has an access point. Can you talk about a little bit about that?
Yeah, we went through that.
Okay. ¿Sí les quedó claro eso? ¿Puede conectar ya con access point para poder hacer el proyecto? Llegué. Sigo aquí.
The other cool thing, as you notice, it's going to be Windows and Mac compatible. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You can do it offline, not on site. You might not have that. You have to put a Mac or because you might have several from the same model, or how to identify the
Right. So we're also going to integrate basically like a networking wizard, so that if you go on site, what you would be able to do first is view what those IP addresses are, and then go back to that first screen, and you would be able to match those settings so that you're synchronizing to the correct device in both directions. So we'll go to the next one real quick. That's another view of what we just saw. And here's a general group view. So we're going to see when you go in here in an online state, if I were to have created an amphitheater group, we would then automatically have a master gain control mute, and then you see each output channel that's associated with that control group. So you'll have meters on your primary input, secondary input, as well as your output. And we'll go to the next one real quick. And then we see another cool, like this is probably one of the most requested features, is that you're going to go to be able to do user access control. So create as many usernames as you would like, and then go through and filter what each user has access to, even what they're even able to see in the control interface. And we'll go to the next one. The other big request was this. If you've worked with our interface at all, currently, when you go to do EQ settings, there's never anything graphically showing you what you have done on the EQ side. You're going to not only have a way to see each individual EQ filter, but it will also give you a composite curve of all of them added together. No longer do you just have to enter filter down here. You'll also just be able to drag and drop. So you'll be able to change the gain and the width all from up here with your mouse or your finger on the web app. So, and we'll go to the next one. Oh, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to wrap it up with that just to stay short here, but that's kind of the direction we're headed. Just so everybody knows, LEA currently is known as an amplifier manufacturer, but we really want to reemphasize that we are a technology company. So one can expect to see that over time, you're going to find not just amplifiers, but more of a whole solution of anything that you want to have associated with our amplifiers. Very common questions for us is, do you guys have party control? Yes, we have multiple modules for control like Crestron, Extron. We're working on Control 4 and several others. So I encourage you as well, don't hesitate to reach out to us and request additional modules. We're more than happy to develop it because it's mutually beneficial.
So, I have a question.
Yeah.
I've been wondering, most of the pictures that your products show, they have a bunch of amplifiers stacked on top of the other. My question is, how you handle the heat, if any?
Right. So our amplifiers are very efficient, and they remove all the heat out of the back of the unit, right? So typically in past, like for example, I was at Harman prior to being at LEA, so I was very familiar with Crown. The issue with a lot of those amplifiers is that thermally they start to dissipate their heat up through the top of the chassis, right? So there's a cascade effect where the heat rises up. Ours thermally, especially with the fans, push it all out of the back, and so we actually retain our thermal efficiency even when we tight pack them. So we don't recommend that really any space be put between them. We've done some studying and found that in certain cases, rack fans that disturb the airflow can actually pull the air between the amplifier space and through the front of the amplifier again. That we actually, through tight packing them, found them to be more thermally stable.
So you could suggest probably that we could use at some point if the situation needs it to just get fans to pull out that heat from the back.
Correct. So, any more questions at all, or?
When you have what kind of issue with the fire? It was supposed to be related with a voltage. But since it's a very wide range, what could it be?
So it could be a number of things, especially when we start talking about things like generators, when the frequency starts to vary. That can cause major issues, and basically the sensing of the power supply can interpret it more like somebody basically pulled the neutral line out, and which essentially be the effect of similar to like switching the power off, right?
Same things happen to us. La manera que yo lo he hecho para resolver ese tema es sencillamente, literalmente quitar el standby. Remove standby. Has to be on all the time. Si tú le pones el auto standby, cuando entra en standby y por ejemplo ya en República Dominicana se va la luz, entonces las plantas cuando suben, los generadores suben con unos picos y suben con una frecuencia. Es muy difícil tú tener una planta que te esté manejando 60 Hz específicamente. Entonces lo que pasa es que cuando sube la planta, el amplificador se queda en, la palabra es, cuando tenga un standby que está jalando poquita energía y sube la planta, el amplificador entra en fault. Y ahí entonces no te funciona. Se queda en fault, no pasa nada, entonces tú tienes que manualmente, literalmente tienes que desconectar y conectar. Obviamente eso lo resolvimos con un relay y automatización. Pero el tema, el tú dejarlo encendido completamente, yo no voy a tener problema.
On the engineering side, we're doing additional studying into if we can implement more delay time before the amplifier basically says, okay, I'm ready to take this voltage and start using it. Let the voltage swing into a certain period of time and say, it's been stable at this frequency, this voltage for this long, and then it will actually turn on. So we're working on different scenarios to alleviate some of the problems you experience.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
all right.
Thank you.
Listo. ¿Tiene alguna duda ¿Tienen unos minutos? ¿Tienen alguna duda? Lea, ya no podemos consultar nuestra camarita para cualquier cosa. Listo. Seguimos rápidamente con una marca que a mí en lo personal me gusta mucho, se llama Nexus 21. Amigos con Cory aquí. Cory habla español, nos entiende perfectamente, entonces no lo vayan a corear, lo entiende perfectamente lo que nos entiende. No, sí, muy bien. Y bueno, nos va a presentar justamente algunas de las novedades de Nexus 21, que lo que viene, cuál es la tendencia de cómo nace la empresa. Por favor, Cory.
Gracias. Buenos días. Buenos días. Espero que me vieron bien. No tanto, pero espero que ustedes sí. Espero que me disculpen si se me hace falta una palabra por aquí, por allá. Hablo bien, pero vocabulario a veces gracias a ustedes por tenerme aquí. Ha sido un gusto pues verles a algunos de ustedes que ya conocía y conocerles a los demás que no había conocido antes. Ayer. Gracias por darme un poquito de tiempo. Voy a ser breve en este sentido porque creo que la mayoría ya saben lo que hacemos nosotros. La empresa se llama Nexus 21. Yo me llamo Cory Lovett, soy uno de los dueños. Tenemos 17 años haciendo lo que hacemos, lo cual es fabricar máquinas motorizadas, lifts y soportes para televisores, para ocultar y revelar televisores principalmente, y hay otros usos también. Fabricamos nosotros en Estados Unidos, estamos ubicados en el estado de Arizona, donde todos los cactus, el desierto, lo cual es mucho más seco que aquí. El calor de aquí de Florida me está matando de la humedad, pero un poco más seco de donde soy.
¿Él aprendió a hablar español ayer? Para dar esta charla hoy.
Tuve la dicha de verdad de que me enseñaron de niño. Tenía familiares de la Argentina, a pesar de que no tengo ese acento, yo tengo acento más mexicano. Y luego me casé con una niña de Oaxaca y viví unos años también en Sudamérica, en el país de Chile. Y sobre toda la vida me ha tocado la suerte de poder estar rodeados de gente con los quienes podría practicar conversar en castellano, como dicen en Chile. Bueno, los productos de nosotros, la pregunta es ¿para qué se necesitan? Hay tres razones realmente por las cuales en este video se ven diferentes usos. Es una variedad de usos que se pueden aplicar con nuestros productos. Pero yo encuentro que la razón principal es algo así como este cuarto, que podrían tener el televisor en la pared, bloqueando el arte, no es tan ideal, ¿verdad? O se podría quitar y meter, por ejemplo, en el techo. Mucho mejor para ese tipo de uso. Y esto también da opciones. Podría estar en diferentes posiciones en el cuarto, no solamente en una posición. Así que los que hacen diseño, les encanta eso, de que eso les da elecciones. Así que un motivo es la necesidad de tratarse de espacios desafiosos, muchas ventanas donde poner la pantalla. Segunda razón es que mucha gente no quiere ver a la pantalla oscura cuando no está en uso. Ahí está en la pared, en especial ahora con los televisores grandes, y no se ve tan bien, lo quieren ocultar, su tecnología oculta, como dicen, right? Hidden technology. Y la tercera razón sería agregar un sentido de wow, algo impresionante, algo diferente. Hicimos este video breve para demostrar algunos usos quizás un poco fuera de lo común, pero usos divertidos. Algunos clientes quieren agregar algo impresionante, no solo quieren ocultar la tecnología, pero también quieren algo especial. Show off. Yeah, show off, yeah, algo así. Yeah.
We need them.
Esta es mi oficina, de hecho. Es en serio, es mi oficina. Filmamos ahí.
Looks like cheap whiskey.
It probably was cheap whiskey. No tomo mucho whisky.
Como dato curioso, tienen un bar en Expo igual, entonces vamos a hacer una gira de fábrica y van a estar muy bien servidos.
Bien alcohólicos. Quedamos un poquito. Bueno, son los tres motivos por los cuales se pueden usar los productos. Son 5 grupos de productos que tenemos. Ok, nuestros productos, tenemos 5 diferentes tipos de productos en la línea. Uno es el pop-up, otro es los que bajan de techo, luego montajes motorizados para la pared, lift para proyectores y lift para almacenamiento de bienes o de electrodomésticos, muchas veces se usan para ese motivo. Hay ventajas de cada parte, de cada uno de los 5. Ustedes me imagino que han usado más que nada los pop-ups, son los más comunes, los más eficientes. Tenemos pop-ups de diferentes tamaños, desde bien chiquitito para los escritorios, monitores, hasta pantallas de 95 pulgadas, yo creo. Se usan mucho al pie de la cama, se usan mucho en el living room y diferentes partes de la casa. Tiene varios ventajas, son 15 modelos diferentes de pop-up.
Go ahead, question. Do you have pop-ups que abren la compuerta de atrás, sube el televisor solo sin la base arriba y cuando baja, tapa?
No estoy entendiendo bien. ¿Qué hablan?
Okay, so do you have pop-ups that instead of going up with the wood, una bisagra goes up, then goes down, goes down.
Cada pop-up que tenemos tiene esa opción y lo puedes especificar cuando pides la unidad. Puede ser de tabla que va subiendo, que vaya subiendo, que decimos floating lid, o hinge lid de bisagra. el que hace la gabineta, la persona que construye los muebles, tiene que proveer la tapa con la bisagra, pero la máquina viene con unos guías que interaccionan con esa tabla y sin necesidad de ninguna otra motorización, abre y va bajando con la subida del televisor. Yes, cada unidad también tiene la opción de swivel. Por el momento, el giro que tenemos está controlado manualmente. Se controla nada más, automático. Pero el automático es una de las cosas que ya viene en este año. Ajá. Ariel me pidió pues darles el secreto de lo que viene, que todavía no hemos anunciado, digamos. Y esa es una de las cosas que tendremos un giro automático y ofreceremos las tres cosas: sin giro, giro manual y giro automático. Porque el giro manual cuesta mucho menos. Eso proveerá opciones de precios.
Dos motores, ¿no? El que sube y el que gira.
Exactamente. Ajá. Y en todo caso, con la función de girar, el sistema sabe cuando está girado y no se puede bajar ni subir. Siempre que esté girado, está cortado el poder a todo lo demás para la seguridad. ¿Cómo es?
Suena caro.
Suena caro. Oh, suena caro.
Va a ser un poco.
Sí, ya.
Para el cliente puede que
No, esperemos que no. Estamos siempre batallando para de mantener más los precios, pero bueno, usando buenos materiales. Ok, los sistemas de extensión de televisor del techo. Estoy al tanto de que no se usa mucho en Latinoamérica el que va bajando directo porque requiere espacio arriba del techo. En vez de eso, recomendamos usar estos modelos que son de bisagra. Tengo dos modelos, uno que va bajando así y otro que baja y luego extiende más el televisor. Y otro secreto es que estamos en desarrollo de uno que baja, extiende y luego va girando. Ese modelo con el giro todavía no existe, pero estamos en desarrollo de eso.
Is it going to be ready by October?
No, October next year, maybe. Eso es desafioso, eso es algo desafioso. Tiene que ver con el software para la seguridad. Tenemos que, cuando ponemos algo en el techo, tiene que tener la estructura para estar seguro y bien, para que no se caiga nada, pero tiene que funcionar bien, sin los sonidos feos. Con el sonido raro con esta unidad, sin sonidos feos, y tiene que funcionar lisamente y bonito cada vez. Agregar la función de girar presenta algunos desafíos con el software. Estamos en supera de esto ahora. El soporte motorizado Apex, si no lo han usado o no lo han visto, es muy buen producto sin gastar demasiado tiempo. Va hasta pantallas de 80 pulgadas motorizado. Así que eso se extiende hasta 2 pies, que son centímetros, 2 pies, no sé, 24 pulgadas de la pared. Y luego con 45 grados de giro en las dos direcciones, con presets y todo eso. Lo bueno de eso es que es el primer soporte motorizado que cuando está instalado adentro de la pared, así, porque esta caja viene incluido y se puede montar en la superficie de la pared o se puede meter en la pared. Cuando está metido por la construcción, esto cuando se va cerrando, está entre 3/4 de una pulgada de la pared. Está bien delgado, se ve muy bonito. También lo que agregamos de función a eso, lo importante es que los soportes motorizados antes se podrían quebrar. No sé si habían usado el de Chief, y la gente piensa que es un soporte manual, y van y lo agarran y lo empujan y se quebra. Y ahora, ¿quién va a pagar reemplazar eso? El cliente no va a aceptar la culpa, dice, pues fue una falla de la máquina y nadie quiere ir, y el instalador tiene que ir, y Chief no quería estar reemplazando esas máquinas gratis, ¿verdad? Así que cuando desarrollamos esto, decidimos que tenía que ser no quebrable y agregamos un sistema que le decimos Smart Drive, que esa cosa sabe exactamente dónde está en su viaje y se puede soltar inmediatamente si hay resistencia. De hecho, si eso está saliendo de la pared así, moviéndose motorizadamente, el motor, tú puedes empujarlo en contra de los motores sin hacerle ningún daño. Así que si el cliente lo agarra pensando que es un soporte manual, no le va a hacer ningún daño.
Pero que regresa a su
¿Se guía de la nueva posición a la cual empujas o solamente?
Si ellos empujan más que 3 segundos, va a hacer pip pip y parar y tienes que darle otro camino. Pero no hay ningún daño. También es muy bueno porque uno puede meter su brazo ahí adentro cuando se está cerrando y nunca te va a machucar.
Sí. Ahora que estás hablando de los seguros, exactamente en qué parte están los seguros. ¿Cuándo activa eso?
Los motores están aquí y aquí. Y ellos traen un, I don't even know how to say it in Spanish, it's a clutch system.
Un clutch.
Un clutch. Yeah, it's a slip clutch, exactly. El momento que hay ingenieros aquí, me imagino, ¿verdad?
Embrague en español,
¿Cómo es?
Embrague.
Embrague.
Para el
Embrague. Excelente, thank you. Embrague. Y eso siempre mecánicamente no puede empujar más que cierta cantidad antes de que ese embrague se inicie y suelta. Así que no hay manera de que pueda empujar más fuertemente que eso, es imposible. Y eso, ahora tenemos patente en eso también con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Pero nos pusimos el reto cuando queríamos hacer el soporte motorizado que tenía que ser mejor que los que existían antes en ese sentido. Porque todos nos habían dicho, híjoles, que se quiebran a cada rato y nos mueven locos y bla. Así que les dije a mis ingenieros, no voy a estrenar este producto menos que puedan solucionar eso. Y pues fue un éxito en ese sentido.
Good question. Does the same thing apply to, para los, bueno, funciona igual para lo que son pop-up del techo?
No. Buena pregunta, no. Esta es la única máquina que contiene ese tipo de embrague. Todos los demás tienen sensores de resistencia electrónica y paran, dependiendo de la resistencia que se les presenta. Ok. Después tenemos un para proyectores, imagino que lo han visto, pero es para proyectores residenciales. Hay más o menos 400 diferentes modelos de proyectores sobre todas las marcas que caben dentro de la máquina. Otra cosa que ya viene es que alguien me preguntó esto en la mañana, no me acuerdo quién, pero pues Carlos, ¿verdad? Me preguntaste si hay manera de hacerlo un poco menos costoso. Tenemos una versión que viene que tendrá la opción para el mecanismo de montaje que se usa adentro, que les dan opciones para estarlo cambiando así de posición. Ahora que tantos proyectores digitalmente pueden hacer esos cambios, no es tan necesario tenerlo físico para hacerlo. Y eso vamos a estar ofreciendo esta unidad con y sin opción, y eso bajará el precio $900, algo así. Y sistemas de elevación para almacenamiento de electrodomésticos y ese tipo de cosas. Esto, lo que hay que saber de esto es que es muy flexible. La caja en este caso que construyeron puede ser completamente custom, de cualquier tamaño o forma que uno quiera. Nada más proveemos el mecanismo, cualquier cosa creativa que los que están construyendo la cocina. Este se llama AL50.
Hay dos modelos, tanto 25 y 250 por peso.
Sí, de hecho está, pero mucha gente no se da cuenta de eso. Pero por ejemplo, en el video que mostré con la caja fuerte y con el bar, todos usan esto. Así que se puede usar de muchas maneras.
Go rack.
¿Cómo es?
Go rack.
Rack.
Un rack para pistolas.
Oh, for guns, ya, exactamente. Lo han usado de tantas maneras creativas. Es un poco difícil de explicarlo al cliente porque ellos no entienden. Piensan que debe ser un producto exactamente estándar, siempre con ese tipo de caja, esa forma y ese tamaño. Y claro que fuera más simple explicarles si fuera así, pero de hecho es tan flexible que se puede usar en cualquier cosa. Muchas veces nos vienen arquitectos o los diseñadores y quieren hacer cosas tan interesantes. Hay un bar inmenso en Scottsdale que usaron 6 de estas máquinas, todos juntos para un bar de granita, de no sé qué, desde ahí hasta aquí, o sea, inmensa la cosa. Y se pueden combinar para aumentar la capacidad de peso.
Consulta, la caja ya la hace el cliente o el ebanista o lo que sea. el motor solamente lo único que hace es que empuja la caja completa.
Sí, y provee también la seguridad de pararse a resistencia.
Okay.
Viene con los electrónicos y con la máquina de levantar y con un soporte que se puede usar para montar la caja.
Okay.
Pero lo han usado de tantas maneras creativas. De hecho, nos cuesta como contar esa historia, explicarlo para que un cliente agarre la idea de que como ustedes quieran lo puedan hacer con eso.
Y además, por ejemplo, un bar o una cocina con el agua, o sea, se puede filtrar el agua del motor.
De hecho, en este video que estuve mostrando,
y el precio
ese que estás viendo ahí, trae agua, ahí mismo. Y esto se sale para poder llenar a las ollas.
Okay.
En este caso, voy a regresar para que lo vean, pero en ese caso metieron al sistema debajo. En vez de usarlo a los lados como el que estamos viendo ahora, esta isla está bastante alta y de hecho escarbaron para poder bajar el mecanismo debajo, claro, y lo montaron directamente debajo de esto para que fuera como una vista más de felicidad, yo creo, y agua, todo en la misma unidad. Así que se puede usar.
Pero mi consulta era, o sea, si en caso de que el motor tuviera contacto con el agua, o sea, tiene algún tipo
disculpa, no entendí.
Sí. No, esa idea también es buena, ¿no? Pero
el motor no puede estar en contacto con el agua.
Okay.
Estos se usan, las máquinas se han usado muchas veces afuera, o sea, en los patios, pero hay que protegerlos del agua directa. Aire húmedo no le pero el agua directo no se puede. Ahora, otro secreto que no hemos dicho a nadie es que en el año que viene vamos a estrenar el primer lift anti-waterproof. Pero me explicaron ayer que marine grade no es lo mismo que waterproof, ¿verdad? Puede estar viendo eso también, pero queríamos tener algo de que de vez en cuando el cliente lo dejará abierto, extendido en la lluvia y se arruina todo. Así que estaremos encerrando lo electrónico en las cajas selladas y también tendremos un mecanismo que no deja entrar el agua hasta los motores. Le puedes tirar agua igual más.
You can incorporate, para los que no son waterproof, necesariamente un water system.
Lo han hecho y también construyen encierres con drenaje debajo. Nosotros siempre recomendamos también que hay que montarlo en el encierre, hay que montarlo en vez de pegarlo directamente a la pared, que usen spacers para que si vaya cayendo agua en esa pared que no toque el motor. Pero lo han usado muchas veces en situaciones afuera de la casa y funciona bien siempre que lo protejan de que no se moje.
Okay. Por ejemplo, ahora en la exhibición que hemos puesto el XL85, y como lo hemos puesto en una terraza abierta, para esa pregunta nos han hecho bastante, ¿no?
Hay que usar una goma cuando esté cerrado. Lo que tú dices que estuvo en el piso, saliendo del piso, de ese deck, sí, right, de madera, se vio bien bonito. Hay que usar un gasket. ¿Cómo dice gasket? Sí, un tubo, o sea, un tubito que se usa para sellar. Así que cuando se va bajando la tabla, ese sello previene que no entre en ningún agua. El problema es que si está en la posición extendida y cae lluvia o algo así, entonces va a haber.
Pero si dice que cuando van a lanzar, estamos hablando de un año, porque a veces los proyectos residenciales que son de high-end no toma un año ese proyecto, ¿no? Entonces, sí podemos hablar de que en un año podríamos tener la solución.
Para lo que estamos desarrollando, espero que sí, espero que no dure más que eso. Es difícil, estamos en el comienzo de eso ahora, es un poco difícil estar seguro del mes que va a salir para el verano que viene, me imagino.
Yo creo que confundí un poco porque en el video de la página aparece el LX85 al costado de la piscina.
Así es.
El cliente creo que pensó...
sí, pusimos palabras en la pantalla que dice que hay que protegerlo y construir un encierre que previene que entre el agua, pero nadie lee, ¿verdad? Están viendo el video y sí, eso puede crear. Estamos haciendo un video ahora con esa misma aplicación. Está al lado de la piscina. estamos agregando ahora una parte que estoy haciendo con rendering, en donde vamos a entrar a esa caja y demostrar cómo se instaló y qué usaron para prevenir la entrada del agua. Y ese video va a ser más útil porque claro que será al lado de la piscina, pero cómo lo hicieron y cómo lo protegieron, eso estamos haciendo hoy.
En el tema de la seguridad, cuando hablas ahí, yo recuerdo en algún CD anterior, recuerdo que ustedes han hecho la demo que meten la mano y que llega a parar, pero solamente lo he visto una vez. ¿Es mucha la presión que necesita el sensor para que recién pare? O...
Depende del modelo, es un poco diferente dependiendo del modelo. Déjame
Algunos modelos que rompen el dedo, otros no.
Porque, ¿sabes qué? No voy a decir de la otra marca, pero nosotros tuvimos un accidente con uno de los chicos hace como 7 años, que se voló medio dedo, con un mecanismo antes de conocer a Nexus.
Sí, de hecho a mí me invitaron a Las Vegas, a Caesars, y me pidieron cambiar todos los ascensores que tenían en sus suites, y dije que no puedo. Sorry, no puedo. Porque habían hecho unos muebles con una fila en donde se salía la tabla, la orilla tenía una fila de metal biosensing, para que cuando lo tocaras con tu dedo supuestamente paraba la máquina. Pero en un caso eso falló. Y el problema era de que cuando eso fallaba tenían que prevenir de que funcionara nada más del sistema, pero no. Fallando eso, igual seguía funcionando. Y una señora había tomado un vino y metió la mano. Y ahora eso era como un guillotine. And this guy told me en Las Vegas, este guy me dice que le quitó el dedo a la señora y no sacaron ese mueble del cuarto, lo dejaron. Y me está pidiendo a mí, ok, necesito un lift nuevo. Le dije, no, ese mueble es peligroso. O sea, está construido de una manera no bien. Y 3 años después, cambiaron los muebles y les vendí los flips. Ahora tenemos Nexus en Caesars. Pero tuvieron que cambiar los muebles para que fueran menos...
La señora es millonaria hoy. Tiene un dedo.
Claro,
encontraste ese dedo después.
Desmontando los muebles, encontró el dedo.
Otra cosa muy importante, Curi, es el utility. Macho que se respeta no el manual, pero hay una hoja enorme que diga stop.
Voy a tocar este video, mira. Aquí es. Así funcionan nuestros sistemas. Esa tabla nunca hay que agregarlo con tornillos. Nosotros proveemos pins que se van moviendo y nunca tiene que estar fija la tabla. El problema es que todos piensan que tiene que estar fija para que no se caiga. No se va a caer, pero tampoco tiene que estar así de rígido porque eso causa daño. Gracias a Dios, no hemos tenido ningún accidente en 17 años. Ahora estamos con el nuevo L65 que ya viene. Habrá un platillo con esos pins soldados ahí para que no... Ahorita es como opción y la gente a veces tira los pins y usan tornillos de todas maneras. Y no importa tantas veces que les digamos y ponemos stickers rojos de que mostrando así un machucado de dedos en el sticker y todo, igual ponen los tornillos. Pero ahora estamos cambiándolo para tratar de que sea imposible usar. Ok, bueno, no quiero aburrirles mucho. Yo sé que la mayoría de ustedes ya conocen a la línea. Lo único más que iba a decir fue de decirles lo que ya viene. Algunas cosas ya los revelé. El giro motorizado que ya viene, el lift antiaguas. También estamos agregando un latch motorizado a los modelos CL del techo porque muchos los usan en yates y barcos y se van moviendo así. Y tenemos un agarre nuevo motorizado que se va a usar para que lo puedan usar en yates. Y todo lo demás ya dije. Bueno, ¿tengo alguna pregunta para el gabacho?
Listo, muchísimas gracias, Cory.
Ok, Pedro.
¿Quién tiene un Mazda CX5?
Igor.
No soy yo.
Gracias. Igor, cuando saquen tu carro, vuelve y ponlo en el mismo sitio. No lo
metas hasta adentro.
Ya. Aquí tenemos,
Políticamente incorrecto.
aquí tenemos unos chopsticks de los amigos de Qtran para que se embellezcan, para que usen Neutron es tremenda empresa, hacen productos de LED lineal y fuentes de poder. Chapstick.
Tienen las barras de LED flexibles, las Lutron. Muchas gracias.
Viste cómo somos, ¿no? Cuidamos a la gente, a la audiencia. Que fuimos tranquilo, yo llevo 16 años.
La tendencia el diseño va mucho, se recomienda
Put our banner on your roof.
Look at that. Thank you.
Aquí tenemos dos personas de Qtran, el amigo nos están acompañando. Ellos le van a mostrar productos, le van a mostrar cómo la compañía.
Always speak as loud English.
All
right, thank you all. Really appreciate this opportunity. I met many of you yesterday, either at Shannon or myself. We showed a lot of the LED tape light and fixture yesterday. I was going to just quickly go over that again. I did highlight a few things, but we're really going to talk about power supplies. If I can start before you get into that. Qtran is a company who's been around for 30 years. A lot of LED tape light companies are 5 years old, 10 years old. Been around for 30 years. We're family owned, based out of Connecticut. Also have a facility in Los Angeles, 2 different facilities. As far as our tape and stuff, Tyler will talk about that. But we're known as having very, very high quality products. In our first 20-some years, all we did were power supplies. Back then, they were AC. But we'll talk about the power supplies that we have. We have probably 250 variations of power supplies based on what your needs are on any given day. So that's take it away.
All right. I still go into meetings all over the U.S. and people are like, I didn't know you made fixtures. I thought you still made power supplies. So I'm trying to get back to that most people still, they know us new, they don't remember that we make power supplies from scratch. So quick overview of the LED tape light. We've got 4 different series of the tape. And I'm not going to go through all the details, but there are 2 points I want to bring up. One, our cut sizes are uniform. So for the static light, it's either 1-inch cut point or 2-inch cut points. And then inside each of the series, just to use the first one as an example, it's available in different watts per foot, 1.5, 3, 4, and 5. For our products, all of these families, the tapes look the same. So like this SW series, it's always a 1-inch cut point. You can't tell. The diodes look the same. The whole thing looks the same. The only way you can tell is by looking on the actual tape that'll tell you the wattage. So we make our LED differently than some of our competitors. Some of our competitors will say, great, we have these 4 wattages, but every single wattage will have a different cut point. Because for them, it's easier to manufacture it to stretch out the LED tape, make the cut points bigger, keeping the same diodes, and therefore it's easier to get a lower wattage that way.
What it gives you is a very, very consistent look. So if you have 3 different wattages in a room, all the fixtures will look the same, minimal dark spot at either end. The 1-inch cut point, you're never going to have more than a 1/2 inch of space
between the end of your tape and the end of your extrusion, no matter what you go. So it really is about uniform light output and looking, all of them looking the same, dimming the same, things like that when they're within the same room.
The dimming curve. So the other thing is all of these families will all dim on the same curve. So if you're working on a project, let's say a kitchen that's got a toe kick, it's got task lighting underneath the cabinets, and then maybe there's fixtures above the cabinets, all three are different wattages. They could all go to the same power supply and they will dim exactly on the same curve. Our other competitors that have different cut points, it's not possible. So then you have to have different power supplies and control them all separately. We provide all the photometric information for all of our LED tape. It's all available online. We really pride ourselves on having very, very high quality levels. So high CRI, high TM30 information. As you can see, we get all the results. Some of these I still don't know what they are. I keep asking engineering, and I get a 20-minute answer that I can't repeat. But you can give it to your specifiers.
When we went from CRI is really about incandescent and fluorescent light, but there's only 8 different values of color. So when they reevaluated LEDs, they actually went to 30 different colors. So when you look at a CRI, it's 1 through 8. If you look at R9 value, that is the ability to render red, which was not part of the original CRI. So our R9 values are in the mid-90s, where most of our competitors are in the 50s, 60s, somewhere in that range. Our CRI values are not 80 plus or 90 plus. They're typically 97, you look at 3000, which is our baseline temperature. We're usually in 96, 97, 98. So very, very great quality. That's the first thing we try to do is get quality of light that you're not going to get from other products out there.
We also offer dynamic white. So we have 2 different series here. This top one is a little different because it's a warm dim product that will dim with phase dimming. So something that would be great in a residential application where you don't need 0 to 10 dimming to operate the warm dim. We do offer 2 other series that work with 0 to 10. The dynamic white series is either warm dim or adjustable light, depending on the power supply. The tape can do both. So it's a power supply that will control these 2.
If you look at our tape products, I mean, the different families, you got standard products. If you go to HE, it's about 33% more light output at the same wattage. If you go to HE plus, it's about 50% more lumen output for the same wattage. So that when you just to break it down, a very simple, a third more or half more based on those different categories.
We also offer static color changing, both RGB and RGBW. I do want to point out this one at the bottom, our high efficacy RGBW. So this delivers a couple of things. It's 4 watts per foot, but it delivers almost exactly the same lumens as our 6 watt per foot. It has a smaller cut point, a 2-inch cut point versus 4. And you'll see on the diodes that the middle chip here is the color chip, and the white chips are sort of north and south. Most of our competitors have them sort of all in a line, east and west, if you will. So this makes a much more compact, finished fixture with like lots and lots of light, no diode imaging or anything like that. So I always recommend that one. Now let's talk about power supplies. So Qtran was the original manufacturer for low voltage power supplies. We actually created the power supply specifically for the lighting business. UL created the class 2 limitation based on the power supply we created for the industry. And those are all magnetic. So our magnetic power supplies are where Qtran started. We make AC and DC power supplies, 12 volt and 24 volt. Also offer all the different primaries out there, 277, 240, 220, etc. Both 50 and 60 hertz, depending on your market. So we pretty much can make something specifically to every market. And we do sell all around the world, all the different protocols. The magnetic power supplies in general offer a lot of benefits. I know everyone's so excited for electronic. They're less expensive, they're easy. There's definitely a use for it. If you're doing a project, a huge project, and someone's like, I need something that's going to last a long time, our magnetic power supply is a 10-year warranty guarantee, but they're designed to last 70 years. We've had some in Las Vegas that have been on for 15 years, constantly, never been turned off. They don't work today. So the magnetic power supplies really do give you a longer life. They also give you a much longer run length, voltage drop. There's a lot less voltage drop with a magnetic power supply versus an electronic. So a big project, you can only put them somewhere in the middle of the building and you know you're gonna have super long runs. I would recommend a magnetic power supply.
With that, the toroid that you see at the top left of the power supply, we hand make those in Connecticut. We actually roll the core out of a silicone steel, run it through an annealing machine, which realigns all the molecular qualities, do all the windings by hand on the primary and secondary. But the toroid, the reason we use it, if you look, especially if you're doing, obviously work with home theaters and things like that, it is a much more efficient transformer. It's used a lot in audio and things like that as well. It also puts out very, very little noise when you dim it. Very efficient, so it doesn't put off much heat. So it really has some benefits over electronic. But we have a lot of different power supplies in both categories based on what your needs are for a particular job. If you're ever up in the New York City area, we're about an hour out of there, hour and a half. Great factory, you're welcome to come by, but it's really, when you see somebody that we have real live human beings sitting there on a machine, spinning these things and making these toroids. They're about 97% efficient, where a typical magnet or electronics about 75 to 80% efficient. All that inefficiency is dissipated heat, as well as wasted electricity.
So to quickly touch on the AC power supplies, and I'm going to go in depth. What do all these series mean? What's the difference between them? But we basically make an AC version of all of the power supplies I'm about to show you. So looking at the first DC power supply, so again, this is where, as a company, we started. This was very similar to our very first power supply. We also made one. This is a rectified power supply, and this one has a built-in capacitor. So this is our power. This is the Rolls Royce. This is the one that will dim to black, no flicker, all the way down to off. And we'll do the Pepsi challenge against anybody for someone that dims to black.
But with that, a lot of other magnetic DC power supplies out there use a rectifier. Yes. With a rectifier, what you end up with instead of an AC curve is you end up with a hopping curve. So it just cuts off one side of the sine wave. So it's like a hopping. A lot of times you'll get a lot of flicker when you dim with that. By adding that big beer can capacitor in there, that's what allows us to get flicker-free dimming all the way down to dark. Not off, but to dim to dark. So. And then Tyler mentioned earlier about the longer runs. The way we get longer runs with the magnetics is they have multiple taps coming off them. So instead of having 24 volts, we'll have 22, 24, 26, 28, and 30 volts. So out of that 30 volt tap, you can literally go 600, 700 feet, depending upon what your load is on the other end. With LEDs, we're usually limited to class 2, which is 96 watts. So like I said, you go 700 feet probably, and still get full load, full voltage at the end of that run. With a reasonable gauge wire.
Is that an oil capacitor or film capacitor?
Is it what, I'm sorry?
An oil field capacitor or film capacitor?
You know, I have never opened one up. I'd have to ask my engineer. I'm a journalism major. I'm gonna let you do art history. But I can find out. But it is a capacitor. I've never seen a capacitor in any type of power supply I've dealt with. But that's what we needed to do to remove that flicker from that hoppy, rectified AC current.
So similar to the QTM series we just looked at, we have a Q6 series, and that 6 means the power supply can be mounted in 6 different planes. So you can put it on the ceiling, you can put it on the floor, any kind of rotation, wherever you need to put it, it's UL listed to be installed at. And so that does offer the same capacitor option or non-capacitor option. You'll see what's missing are those terminal blocks. So that last power supply had those taps we talked about. This power supply is just a little simpler version of the same thing. That QTM, the first one is really our go-to because of the taps and starting the electronic power supplies, we offer a couple different electronic versions. So depending on if it's 0 to 10 dimming or not. The difference between our indoor and outdoor is the little letter O. QTM is indoor, QOM is outdoor. Otherwise, they're exactly the same. We also offer the adjustable light, the tunable light I mentioned. So they come in an option of the warm dim, which will be a single 0 to 10 dimming module, or adjustable light, which will be 2 0 to 10 dimming modules, where you can control the intensity and the CCT setup. We also offer DMX options. We have a specific DMX power supply. We can put 3 decoders and 3 96-watt drivers in a single box. They can be operated as one unit, all 3 of them back together, or can control the DMX decoders separately where they can all do different things.
The idea there is instead of somebody building something in the field with a bunch of decoders they get from a manufacturer, that we can do that. It's all pre-built with terminal blocks, all pre-wired, so we're literally mounting it, making your connections and running out to your fixtures. So hopefully it's there to design, you know, to reduce the labor on a job site and also give you a nice, clean installation.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that at the very beginning. So all of our power supplies are UL listed as power supply centers, meaning A, they work with anybody's fixtures, anyone's low voltage fixtures. And 2, they come all assembled. So all the pictures we've been looking at, that's exactly what the power supply looks like when it arrives. So there's no parts and pieces you have to put together. It's UL listed and ready to go as you see. We also offer another DMX or Dolly option. So depending on the dimming protocols, we can do both. Available indoor and outdoor. Please stop me with any questions. I'm just trying to show Lutron options as well. So we've got a couple different protocols for Neutron dimming.
So we catalog the standard Lutron drivers for LEDs, and we also do the ecosystem, where we also are partner with Lutron, so we can put in other power supplies. We do it all the time for if you have a different Lutron power supply, you're calling out, pre-wire those in a box. Instead of getting 5 4-square boxes and running those 2, you get 5 of those in one single box, all pre-wired, ready to go.
I would say our most popular power supply, the one we probably sell 80% of all our power supplies, is our QZ. It's our new kind of jack of all trades, everything in one box. They're very small. You can see the dimensions here in inches. And inside the power supply, it's available 30, 60, 96, 296, 396 watt power supplies in one box. It dims either 0 to 10 phase, depending on how you wire it in the field. So this is really the simplest solution. Oh, it's indoor and outdoor rated. So it's really your go-to option for anything that's static white or static color, unless you know you need a very specific dimming protocol. The QZ family, we also came out with a DMX version of it. So it's a single 96 watt box with DMX capability. And we have different wire leads. So if you're doing a huge DMX project and you need to do static white, normally there's a you have to take 1/3 off of the wattage for static white to work with DMX. Our new QZ with DMX, you'd be able to go all 96 watts and then control everything together.
All of our power supplies are fully rated. You can load it up to full wattage, with the exception of when you're using solar lamps, you got to derate by 50%. But other than that, all of our power supplies are fully rated, fully loaded. No derating.
That's in rush.
It's an in-rush current issue with their product. Yes. If you back up one more. On the QZ2, all these different inputs, you know, as far as 4-door reverse phase. So it'll do all those, but the output is always PWM. That's how we get very smooth, flicker-free, and very linear dimming on the secondary side. No matter what the input is, it's always PWM that's dimming the lights.
Yesterday, you might have seen our Q Vault, that giant black box that was sitting in front of our table. So this is an IP68 rated direct burial enclosure and the power supplies, little pistons we call them, that go inside. We have a system, as many of you know, in landscape, everything's so far away, right? If voltage drop's an issue, how do we control it? How do we make these huge string of lights all work where there is no voltage drop? They all look the same. Sort of illustrated here in this picture. We have a couple different options. We make some small little power supplies that come with these really cool triangular shaped enclosures. On top, you can actually put a pathway light. You know, it's got a threaded top where you can actually use this as the stand and the power supply's right underneath it. You also make one here, it's like a little junction box. You can have all these in series powered by one of these power supplies, AC, DC. We do offer both. Here's a good illustration of using the power supply and enclosure as sort of the mounting method. And they're small. These are tiny little power supplies.
And the reason for the three-legged design is if you use like a power post, a single stick in the ground, normally that'll get tilted off kilter if somebody bumps into it. But the three-legged design, it really stays stable on the ground, it stays level with the ground, even when you have a fixture on top of it.
So the inside of the cue ball. Somebody
set Apple.
No, someone auto set this up.
In the meantime, probably most of our region in Latin America, we do 120 or 220 volt direct for landscaping.
Okay.
But it's starting to change as more lighting designers and more people are involved in lighting.
Oh my God. Whoever created these slides, I copied. So inside that IP68 enclosure, we can put various of these cassettes, so they can be up to 900 watts AC.
You offer 900 watts AC out of there, yes.
Or up to 300 watts, 24 volts DC. So lots of options. So the really big 900 watt, a single one fits in. We can put two of the 300 watt units in as well for DC side. We have lots of options, including a concrete ring. It should be illegal. I don't know whoever did it.
But anyway, with the box itself, the box is IP68. If anybody, I don't know who all we presented to, but you look at it, it's like a super large gasket. The gasket is made out of the same material that a car windshield gasket is out of. So it's extra wide, extra thick. All the bolts on the housing are replaceable. You ever strip one out? If you look at a lot of in-ground lights, you'll strip out a bolt. You can't get it replaced because either dirt gets in there or it's stripped out. But all the bolts are replaceable on the lid, so whatever gets stripped out during maintenance, you can replace those. We have a special wire and connectors to come in and out of the box on the low voltage side. We include all the stuff to seal it correctly in an install kit. So it includes putty to put down around the conduit entries. It includes a re-enterable epoxy made by 3M and a syringe to put that in neatly. It's really a well thought out product that's literally survived submersion after hurricanes. We had some jobs where literally it sat under 4 feet of water for over a week. Water receded, all the fixtures are trashed. They opened up this container, completely dry on the inside. So it's something that's going to last. And if you think about landscape, one of the biggest challenges is how do I get my power close to my load? I mean, it can be hundreds of feet away. The more closer you get that your primary power to your load, the shorter, smaller gauge wires you can use on your secondary runs and all those things. So with that, good luck with that.
I just changed it.
But we include along with it stabilizing bars to keep it level with the ground, a drainage pipe to help get the water down, into the drainage and out the bottom. Terminal blocks that are overrated at 40 amps, where it can only really do up to 25 amps AC or 5 amps DC. So it really is 5 amps DC. So it really is designed to last a long time, and it's kind of a system. So we're going to send a sample here. If any of you want to see it or whatever, we'll be happy to. It can be an hour presentation by itself. And I literally have a specifier that I showed it to in 2008 in Seattle, and she has called it out on every exterior job, be it our lighting product or anybody else's since then. It's something that you can really, either specify or install with confidence that you're not going to go back 6 months later. It's going to be full of water. Quick thing, I want to show a couple of things that are coming.
Yep, exactly.
We'll be done.
Yep. So we're working on a couple new developments. Now, everything is still going to be linear LED. So the first is a very different suspended fixture. Many of the fixtures you saw yesterday, we could suspend. but these are going to be a little bit bigger. So the top flange is about that big and it kind of comes down. There's an up-down fixture with built-in corners. So you can make a T shape, an X shape, U's, kind of anything you can design. It'll have a lot of options. So we think this will be a great suspended fixture.
Separate light and down light. Any of our light engines show in there. A lot of the up, down, narrow aperture fixtures you see on the market today are pretty boring. They're all rectangles. This is a little bit of a unique shape. It's sort of wider at the top and comes down and narrower at the bottom. Be able to do things like RGB, RGBW on the uplight that a lot of other manufacturers just don't offer that in their linear style fixtures. So.
We're working on a perimeter fixture. So we're working on a very small, easy to install perimeter fixture that'll have some new features that we currently don't offer. Not to give away any secrets.
Perimeter fixtures are traditionally, 4 inches, somewhere around 4 inches to 6 inches. So they're pretty big. This will be 2 inches by 2 inches. And it'll be able to light an 8-foot corridor from one side. So it's really going to be about optical performance as well as the size of the thing that you need to fit into a funny space. At least here in the United States, a lot of them are smaller, more crap up there, so you're running out of room. This is really designed to be able to put something up there that's 2 by 2 with a driver that's either integral or remote and give you light output. Like I said, you can do a hospital corridor from one side and get even illumination across the floor from a 2-inch open.
And the final thing we're working on is a knife edge fixture. Again, all linear, all kind of cool, different fixtures, but similar to what we're currently on. And I think that's going to be, as we look forward, you saw yesterday we made fixtures that are half the size. They're the size of a pencil or a pen. I think that that's also a direction we're going to continue to work on. Some optics, be able to do asymmetric and some grazing fixtures that are similar in size, tiny little fixtures. So we're going to continue to develop. We've spent most of the COVID time working on new products. So in the next year or so, you'll really see a lot of new stuff.
With that, one other thing is, like I said, we're based both in Connecticut as well as we got a facility on the West Coast. I'm not going to say our delivery times, you guys are all over the place, but our shipping times on our LEDs, just tape and extrusion, we get it out in 3 days. If it is tape and extrusion built into fixtures, we can get that out in about 2 weeks. If it is our flexible product that we make in Connecticut, which is our QCAP, it's about a 4-week lead time. So with that, our lead times are very good as far as getting it out the door, and we can ship it however we need to ship it to get it where you need it. So with that, I appreciate everybody's time. You guys got a lot going on and in a short period of time. So
awesome. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question, you will have the demos. The demos you have yesterday.
Yeah, with that, we had the stuff we showed on the table yesterday.
Yeah.
We're going to be shipping Ariel our sample cases. So within each of our product lines, we have a sample case. There's like 5 different ones. We have one for our flexible product, one for our standard products, one for our verse product, one for our miniature stuff. And those sample cases are available to, I don't know what everybody does, but they're available to you if you are an installer, a contractor, or a specifier, and you want those to show your customers' products. We provide them for a very affordable price of free. All you gotta do is let these guys know that you want them, and we'll ship them to you. Okay, perfect.
Absolutely.
Also, if you're working on a specific project, you need a sample for that. We also provide samples if you got to do a mock-up or something like that. We will provide samples at no charge for that. We'd much rather have you really decide what you need versus taking a guess at what you need and then installing it and not be done. So, very liberal with our sample. All right, we're good?
Excellent.
Thank you. All right.
Bueno, continuamos con los éxitos.
Una foto primero.
We're gonna have a quick reenactment like we're presenting for
Yeah, exactly.
You can do something like this.
Yeah, give me a second. That wall is not helping.
It was COVID.
Yeah. Perfect.
There are no
Got it.
parties.
Thank you.
But no.
We're also selling a brand new Mac machine.
Oh, that's very familiar. It'll do your presentation for you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bueno, vieron que tienen muchos productos diferentes, drivers, vieron esas lineales que están sacando hacia arriba y hacia abajo. ¿Qué creen que tienen esas luminarias adentro? Es cinta LED. Ya tiene su perfil de aluminio para el manejo de calor, así que me alegro que lo que vimos ayer pues lo estén viendo hoy. Ahora tenemos a los amigos de Sonance y James Loudspeaker. Tenemos al señor Jeff Harris. Jeff lleva con Sonance. ¿How long have you been with Sonance now? 15 años. Es más, Jeff nos dio nuestro primer training. You gave us our first training in our former office.
That's right.
That's going to show up on the side screens eventually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go.
And then it'll go on that one. It takes about 10 seconds more.
I think I have to sync with
Pero no tiene primer training en otra oficina que teníamos antes. Éramos buenos también en el grupo, teníamos buenos dealers. Sonance nos contrató a nosotros específicamente para ayudarnos a expandir su modelo de negocio. Sonance vendía exclusivamente a través de distribuidores en América Latina. El problema que hemos encontrado nosotros con ese modelo es que realmente donde existe el distribuidor que le vende a dealers, encontramos que es en países como Brasil, como México y posiblemente Colombia. En el resto de los países, el problema que tenían ellos era que tenían distribuidores que en realidad eran dealers que querían comprar a un precio diferente y no venderle a más nada. Entonces nos contrataron a nosotros, cambiamos su modelo de mercado. Ellos cuando empezaron en la región nuestra, vendían quizás $165,000 al año en toda América Latina. El año pasado ya estamos llegando a $3,500,000. Así que esa es la diferencia. Eso es lo que hace una agencia de representación. Nosotros buscamos los canales adecuados para las marcas, ayudar a la marca a crecer, ayudar a los canales a crecer. Y pues Sonance es el ejemplo más claro de cómo hicimos eso. Are you guys okay?
No.
What's happening?
I'm an audio guy. I'm not. It's a Mac Expo. Oh, there we go. Oops,
it's coming. Pero estuvo ahí un momento. Don't worry, we can use this one over here.
I've got a dongle I can try this. Maybe better. Sure.
Así amaneció.
You can start if you want.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Miguel. Yo vengo pues, de parte de la fábrica de James en Linden. Conmigo viene Jeff Harris, él por parte de Sonance, como ingeniero ya, no ingeniero, pero como alguien en el campo ya con mucha experiencia. Les vamos a poner un video introductorio de James para que sea un poco más o menos y más rápido la introducción.
Thanks, just make me look good, that's all I want. These are not James speakers. Okay.
Our homes are a person's statement where the possibilities are endless. James Loudspeaker has elevated the custom installation industry to meet this challenge by finally providing solutions that allow the custom integrator to sit at the design table with the architect, interior designer, lighting designer, and custom home builder. With a US-based manufacturing facility, complete with a team of world-class audio engineers and elite craftspeople, we can customize virtually any product to fit any space. Your dreams don't have to be limited by the products in our catalog. This new design, build, customize capability allows the integrator to provide aesthetic-driven audio solutions without compromising the quality of your sound or requiring your construction team to modify their designs. At James Loudspeaker, we focus on designing products that disappear into any construction environment, offer a strong heritage of innovative audio solutions, and have the ability to partner with the integrator in a fundamentally different, deeper, and more meaningful way. We believe that our team of audio engineers, craftspeople, and machinists is your team. We have thousands of reference speaker designs that allow us to quickly customize any product in the catalog. These capabilities can be applied to every James product, and that's why the most discerning and creative custom installers worldwide make James Loudspeaker their audio partner of choice.
As the architects and designers understand that there are no limitations, whether that's finishes, parts performance, parts working with materials, we want to provide a solution that far exceeds their expectations. And that is what drives us.
So the red grills that you saw them painting, that is actual Ferrari red paint. Those grills were for a Ferrari showroom, and they had a television, a frame TV with red to match Ferrari, and the dealership or the showroom got us actual Ferrari paint so that our speakers match the Ferrari red perfectly. That's the kind of custom things that do. Please take it away.
Bueno, James fue fundado en el 99 y fue fundado en base a ese espacio que tiene lo personalizado, que está peleado con la arquitectura y con el no de ciertos diseños interiores, de ciertas personas que no dejan no nos da la libertad de instalar un equipo eficiente por cuestiones estéticas, ¿no? Yo siempre, y cuando me preguntan que dónde trabajo, le digo James, y me dicen, ¿quién es James? Y siempre digo, nosotros somos, como le comentaba a ellos, nosotros somos el sí, mi amor, que define a un proyecto de ir o no ir con los arquitectos, con los diseñadores, porque estamos diseñados para desaparecer. Tenemos varias patentes, varios desarrollos. Por ejemplo, tenemos todas nuestras bocinas que usan aluminio 50-52, que es aluminio de grado aeronáutico. Inventamos la tecnología EMB, que son nuestros buffers, nuestros subwoofers. Inventamos los power pipes. Tenemos la tecnología, la Synergy. La Synergy es prácticamente 2 barras a los lados en vez de una sola barra por debajo de la tele, donde el canal central está dividido en los 2 lados y cada lado tiene su canal izquierdo y su canal derecho. También tenemos hoy toda la línea del Landscape Audio. Tenemos nuestro Quad Tweeter. Está muy padre, la dispersión ayuda muchísimo, llegar a niveles que otras bocinas no llegan. Nuestra famosa línea Small Aperture, que son bocinas full range, por una apertura muy discreta que va desde las 3 pulgadas hasta las 8.5 pulgadas. Y también tenemos nuestras esquineras o las wedge. Es como una que está ahí arriba, pero en aplicaciones donde tienes sobre todo el techo y un muro, ¿no? Para encajar justamente en esa esquina tenemos la serie wedge. La empresa nació en Napa y nos movimos en el 2019 a Minden, Nevada. Ahí pueden ver más o menos dónde se encuentra James, a diferencia de dónde se encuentra Sonance. Sonance se encuentra en San Clemente. Nosotros estamos en la frontera, por así decirlo, entre California y Nevada, a 20 minutos de la etapa. Nos adquirió a inicios del 2020, nos adquirió Sonance y funcionamos bajo 4 pilares. El primero es diseñamos productos para desaparecer, que no tengan un impacto visual, pero sí un impacto auditivo, una herencia en la innovación, un compromiso auténtico con nuestros dealers y con todos nuestros colaboradores. Y el cuarto pilar es ser buenos ciudadanos para nuestro planeta. En este cuarto pilar, por ejemplo, la Fundación Sonance tiene una fundación en África donde apoyan a los elefantes para evitar la caza indebida de elefantes, porque se están mezclando con los ciudadanos. Entonces están apoyando en construir ciertas barreras para dejar convivir a todos los aldeanos con los elefantes. Cada quien en su área natural. Normalmente, en este caso, los elefantes están brincando y le estaban robando todos los alimentos a los aldeanos. Entonces, Sonance está donando mucho capital para hacer eso posible. Hablando de eso, nosotros como James estamos actualmente viendo nuevas maneras de empaque para poder darles a los clientes finales menos impacto ambiental. Por ejemplo, ahorita empacamos la mayoría de nuestros productos con algo que es foam in place, que es un foam expandible que se adapta perfectamente a las cajas, y lo estamos poco a poco reemplazando unas piezas triangulares de cartón, que las piezas triangulares se entrelazan entre sí y lo que hacen es le dan esa particularidad de rebote a la caja, pero mantienen todo compacto. Entonces, esos son los pilares en los que empezamos tanto James como Sonance para llevar a cabo los negocios. Aquí tienen un ejemplo de qué es nuestra Small Aperture, nuestra línea de apertura pequeña. Como pueden ver en el techo, está un S663 montado entre los 2 traves de madera, que es una típica construcción de aquí de Estados Unidos, y lo único que el cliente ve es esa apertura discreta de 3 pulgadas y pueden seleccionar el acabado que quieran en las rejillas. Bueno, nuestras Small Aperture tienen rango full, tienen las 3 vías, y van desde los 38 Hz hasta los 122, si mal no estoy. Aquí un pequeño video de nuestra apertura pequeña.
As speakers find their way into the most distinctive architecture, they too often confuse the flow and disrupt our design. At James Loudspeaker, we don't believe in compromise. We believe that audio can be seamlessly integrated into the design of any space without having to sacrifice performance. Most speakers require big cabinets with large visible grills to produce full-range sound. The small aperture series by James Loudspeaker breaks all the rules, producing rich, full sound with deep, impactful bass out of an opening as small as 3 inches. As a company that puts design first, we believe that detail. As a company that puts design first, we believe that details matter. Small aperture speakers are virtually invisible to the eye, meeting the most stringent aesthetic demands of discerning architects, designers, builders, and homeowners.
We started using small aperture because, as everybody knows, the other devices that are in the ceiling, lighting fixtures, have gotten smaller and smaller as the years have gone by. You have small 3-inch, sometimes 4-inch recessed lights. So we needed something that could provide great sound with a much smaller physical footprint.
Designed to produce full-range sound from a remarkable small 3-inch opening, each speaker contains premium components, including a powerful yet compact subwoofer to handle low frequencies, and a speaker module that handles the mids and highs. James small aperture speakers deliver an astonishing musical experience.
When I saw the James small aperture, the first thing that I noticed was that this was something that we fit within the line structure of any lighting grid. And that's something that architects and designers are keenly interested in. They didn't want to see large speaker perforations in their ceiling, most of which could not be located within that lighting grid. So when we saw the small aperture, and then we heard the small aperture, we thought this was the best of both worlds.
For clients who desire even more bass but require ultra-high output levels, the small aperture series also includes specialized models that can disguise subwoofers behind 4-inch grills, and larger models that are capable of achieving concert-level sound out of just a 7-inch opening. There's a lot of stuff out there right now that will give you sound and not be seen, but to give you the high-quality sound that we want to produce. That's what makes our small aperture stuff different from anybody else.
It's a system that you don't need a subwoofer. A lot of the times people are restricted in the space. They can't fit a subwoofer in those cases, but they still want that full range sound. So anytime people listen to them, they're always incredibly impressed with how well the performance is and what wide range of sound they can get out of such a small space.
Modeled after premium recessed downlights, the small aperture enclosure mounts easily during pre-construction. After the ceiling is closed, speaker trim options can be selected to match nearly any finished ceiling or to complement any recessed lighting trim. For drywall applications, James offers micro trim or flush-mounted grills, round or square. These grills can be powder-coated to match the color of the ceiling. Wood ceilings can also be finished with round or square, micro trim or flush, and with the same color matching surfaces. Grills can also be custom fabricated out of wood or virtually any material, or even become part of the ceiling where the grill pattern is routed into the ceiling material itself. At James, the only limit to your design is your imagination. That's what makes our small aperture stuff different than anybody else. It can be unseen, completely disappear. still give you super high quality sound. When carefully positioned throughout space, the small aperture series delivers extraordinary sound with even balanced coverage that seamlessly blends into your design. The end result is a magical musical experience that truly defies what the eyes can see.
Bueno, quisiera un poco hablar de nuestras capacidades como fábrica. Para empezar, utilizamos aluminio de grado aeronáutico, lo que nos da la particularidad de ser resistentes al fuego, nos da la particularidad de poderles aplicar una capa de pintura en base a lo que nos permite hacerlos de grado marino. Pues cualquier equipo o cualquier bocina de nuestra línea la podemos entregar en grado marino, la podemos entregar a 70 volts. Básicamente las opciones son lo que podamos llegar a pensar es al límite de nuestra capacidad, pues no tenemos alguna restricción. Dime.
Pregunta, ¿cómo las hacen grado marino?
A la bocina, bueno, consiste en muchas cosas, desde los tornillos, desde una pasta especial para los tornillos anticorrosiva, hasta el polvo, la pintura que se le aplica es grado marino.
O sea, que básicamente ese powder coating te protege completamente el metal
de la sal. De la sal. Y incluso hasta nuestros tweeters, tenemos diferentes tipos de tweeters. Normalmente para grados marinos en otros modelos utilizamos un tweeter de titanio. En comparación con un tweeter de beryllium, por ejemplo, que pues el de beryllium nos da un grado más alto en cuanto a sonido, pero el de titanio nos da un poco más de longevidad en cuestión a ambientes salinos, ambientes húmedos, ¿no? Podemos crear, como lo vieron en el video,
con el tema del baffle, de la goma.
Ajá.
O sea, la goma, ¿cómo tú la proteges contra ese salino?
Ya viene por default, todas nuestras bocinas están con un recubrimiento especial. Hemos dejado nosotros para pruebas bocinas sumergidas en agua durante semanas y la bocina, después de eso, la ponemos a prueba a tocar y sigue funcionando. No está recomendado para que se sumerjan en agua, obviamente, es un dispositivo electrónico, pero nosotros para hacer esas pruebas lo hemos hecho. Tenemos nuestros moldes de acuerdo a cada modelo de bocina, la bocina la ponemos por abajo y la llenamos de agua. Entonces la bocina después de eso, después de semanas de estar así, empezamos a ver cuánto tiempo tarda en deteriorarse. Es una prueba en aumento porque la ponemos tanto como al calor como a la humedad. Y eso nos da una percepción de cuánto pueden durar en ambientes húmedos o ambientes salinos. Okay. En cuanto a la parte personalizable de nuestras bocinas, dado que el impacto visual que tienen es muy chico, nos permite jugar con muchos acabados, muchas personalizaciones. Como vieron en el video, incluso les podemos personalizar desde la tabla completa. Normalmente eso lo usamos para clientes locales. Aquí en Estados Unidos, por cuestiones de envío y aduanas, es más fácil con clientes locales. Personalizar la pieza completa de madera, donde el arquitecto o el encargado de la obra nos marca dónde quiere que salga la bocina y nosotros hacemos las ranuras. Tenemos dos tipos de ranura, una ranura perforada, donde tiene muchos hoyitos, o una que le llamamos la slot, que son muchas barras, para tener un terminado un poco menos discreto, pero más apertura que el otro. Cuando
no afecta
sonido, ¿no? Gracias. Esto lo podemos lograr gracias a nuestros spacers que tenemos. Normalmente entre la bocina y el módulo va un spacer. Un spacer es ahorita, bueno, no sé si aparezca después de ese video. Ahí es como está montado el módulo en la bocina, pero si, por ejemplo, el material donde se quiere poner tiene un espacio de máximo 4 pulgadas a donde está el perfil de la bocina, les podemos mandar spacers personalizados y lo que hace es dirige o puede bajar el port o la apertura hasta 4 pulgadas para jugar con cualquier tipo de material en medio. Entonces, respondiendo a tu pregunta, no nos afecta la madera en el sonido porque gracias al port podemos mandarlo y direccionarlo perfectamente. Donde nos afecta un poco es en la dispersión, pero pues eso se corrige con las mismas bocinas. Lo que afectan es menor a lo bien que se puede ver el equipo. Sí, pues prácticamente está haciendo un support, por así decirlo. Lo que hace es aislar. Bueno, otra de las cosas que tienen nuestras bocinas es, ayer creo que hice la prueba con algunos de ustedes, yo les puse a la bocina el vaso de la copa de rey ayer y me preguntaron que si vibraba y yo les dije, pero vean ustedes mismos, ¿no? Le subimos a todas las bocinas y la bocina se permanecía completamente. Y una de las de lo que nos permite hacer eso es cómo encapsulamos el subwoofer. Entonces, prácticamente lo único que se mueve donde tiene mucha vibración, o más bien donde absorbemos mucha vibración, es a la hora de mandar el port. Entonces, que esté encapsulado el buffer nos hace que todo salga por el port. El port es esta parte que está aquí. Y es lo único que es lo que el cliente está viendo. Entonces, el audio del subwoofer viaja por aquí, se mete por acá, y el módulo, que es el que tiene los medios y los graves, va directamente enfocado a la salida, a la apertura de la bocina.
Esa conexión es marine grade. ¿Tenemos otro tipo de conexión?
Si tenemos pigtails o water plants, esa obviamente no es marine grade por la terminal. La terminal se corroe. Cuando el cliente necesita esa conexión, lo que hacemos es le aplicamos un recubrimiento a las terminales. Normalmente, si es marine grade, damos la opción de hacer un water gland. El water gland es una conexión que es una membrana que cierra, agarra los cables y no permite ningún paso de agua.
Me imagino que además por la estructura del aluminio, porque ni controlan la vibración.
Es correcto. Tenemos todos los materiales necesarios para evitar la vibración. Hicimos de tal manera que el módulo fuera fácil de instalar y desinstalar, ¿no? Nuestras bocinas pasan por muchas pruebas dentro del campo a la hora de la fabricación para asegurarnos que una vez ustedes instalen la bocina no se resetea. Pues lo único que es fácil remover es el módulo, porque lo puedes remover por la misma apertura. Por las mismas 3 pulgadas, tienen 4 tornillos, quitamos esos 4 tornillos y queda colgando el módulo por como tú dices, por el cable de red, o en este caso la RJ45, que es la única conexión que tiene el módulo con el buffer interior. Entonces, del crossover sale un RJ45 que tú añades el módulo, lo fijas con sus 4 tornillos y queda instalada completamente tus 3 días dentro de esa apertura.
Yo tengo un lugar donde yo como dealer de ustedes puedo visitarlo para ver todo el producto. O sea,
como se ve exactamente, creo que puedes ir con Sonance a San Clemente. Ellos tienen un showroom que montaron espectacularmente donde muestran todas nuestras... yo creo que ustedes pueden preguntarle.
Sí, nosotros estamos organizando visitas pues en grupo, ¿verdad? Para poder ir con un grupo de dealers. Igual si no, pues se pueden organizar visitas individuales. Es bastante... digamos, saturado el calendario, pero sí se puede organizar, incluso si quieren llevar, o sea, organizar ustedes con algún grupo de arquitectos o gente con la que trabajen, es algo que también se puede hacer. Realmente, para los que han estado ahí, yo sé que Francisco ha estado ahí y algunos han estado, es espectacular. Y lo acaban de renovar. Y yo acabo de ir hace un par de semanas y honestamente antes de ir dije, oh, yo he ido cuántas veces que va a haber nuevo, y la renovación que hicieron fue simplemente asombroso. O sea, me quedé impactado, de verdad. Y ya está todo lo de Sonance con todo lo de James en el mismo.
Esa bocina anterior es nueva.
No, la escuela porque tiene desde el 2012, por ahí, 11.
La anterior que mostró que le era.
Es la misma bocina. Nomás está la parte del exterior. De hecho, esa es una imagen donde pueden observar cómo podemos jugar con hasta 4 pulgadas con un spacer personalizado. Tenemos la línea izquierda y derecha. Cuando tus bocinas no alinean bien con la apertura donde quieres tus luces, por ejemplo, tenemos con aperturas enfocadas al lado izquierdo o enfocadas al lado derecho. Ahí es otra imagen donde se aprecia un poco más lo del personalizado en madera. Adicional a esto, cuando la gente quiere todavía un poco más de SPL, tenemos nuestros subwoofers que también salen por la misma apertura. Eso fue algo de innovación que tuvimos apenas hace un año. Antes teníamos diferentes medidas. Por ejemplo, en subwoofers no podíamos irnos a 3 pulgadas. Ahora rediseñamos los subwoofers y ya tenemos la misma medida para las rejillas o los grills, tanto en subwoofers como en los full range. Este es un ejemplo de un subwoofer en piso. Ahí no puedes notar las bocinas, los grills, pues está perfectamente diseñado para que pasen desapercibidos. Ahora, ¿qué pasaría si a una bocina de una apertura pequeña le metemos esteroides? Como resultado nos da estas bocinas que ustedes están viendo aquí al frente, donde la apertura no es tan pequeña, nos vamos hasta 7 pulgadas, pero tenemos una calidad de audio como de una torre, una torre de sonido de las 3 vías. Soy el fuego que
No subwoofer.
That's all that we have. Esta es la única bocina de apertura pequeña donde compramos nuestros computadores o voces. El timer. Y llegamos con este, 110 decibeles en pico, 104 decibeles en promedio. Entonces, imaginen esto en el techo con una apertura donde la mayoría de bocinas que entran. Pues creo que no tenemos comparación en esa parte. Esa es una manera de cómo conectarnos con el ampli sugerido, que es el descrito. Este es de 8 pulgadas, 9 pulgadas.
¿Su precio retail aproximado?
¿Mande?
¿Su precio retail aproximado?
Si no estoy mal, 3,300 each. The retail for this?
Yes, correct.
El retail es $3,300.
3,300 cada uno.
Excelente. A la vez.
Sí, normal.
Sí.
El 50%.
About the same price as floor standing BMWs.
Ajá. Es más o menos el precio de unas torres del
So I'm rushing you along.
Okay. Aparte tenemos nuestras líneas de pipe, donde tenemos buffers desde 6 pulgadas hasta 15 pulgadas. Tenemos con doble salida sencilla. Todos los podemos hacer marinos, en aluminio también. Normalmente los puede pedir en 10 y 12 pulgadas de madera. Podemos personalizar el toe kick para decidir el impacto que tiene visual. Podemos simular rejillas de aire acondicionado, podemos simular, incluso si tenemos espacio para meterlos en los techos, tenemos un adaptador que tiene la misma rejilla que las aperturas. Entonces puedes tener un diseño más estético en el techo con un buffer todavía más potente en el techo. Ejemplos de personalizaciones.
Suave, mi hermano.
Ahí está escondido debajo de la parrilla en exteriores y lo único que ven pues es el port, ¿no? El toe kick. Igual ahí está escondido en las escaleras. Aparte de los power pipes tenemos nuestros EMBs, que es Energy Multiplier Bandpass. Esa es tecnología patentada por nosotros que consiste de una bocina activa y un radiador pasivo, lo cual la bocina activa se mueve y el radiador pasivo lo que hace es duplica la onda que la bocina está haciendo. Por lo tanto, tenemos menos daño en nuestras bocinas y podemos llegar a niveles más altos. Vemos nuestros subwoofers, están los que tenemos de línea, están los enfocados o apuntando hacia abajo. Tenemos desde 8 pulgadas hasta 21 pulgadas y podemos hacer bandpass también. Los bandpass son como para aplicaciones especiales que el cliente quiere tener un subwoofer apuntando hacia abajo, pero quieren un port especialmente diseñado para caber por ejemplo, en yates, ¿no? Donde quieren esconder el subwoofer, pero no más quieren ver el port. Esa es una aplicación. Por ejemplo, esta es otra aplicación personalizada. El cliente nos pidió que fuera, en vez de aluminio, que fuera brass. Entonces, en todo el porque por cuestiones estéticas, él estaba construyendo un hotel y dijo, yo voy a utilizar puro brass, entonces todo fue brass. También tenemos la serie QX, que esa serie es Invo, o Insealing. La rejilla es un poco más grande, pero no tiene bisel. Entonces, también podemos irnos por ese lado. Tenemos de 10 pulgadas con doble bocina activa y de 10 pulgadas con una bocina activa y una pasiva. Otro de nuestro nicho de mercado grande es los soundbars, ¿no? Tenemos SPL, que es Slim Plasma Bar. Esas bocinas están diseñadas, personalizadas al ancho de la tele para quedar perfectamente alineada con la tele. Incluso si la tele tiene sensores, nosotros hacemos el notch a los sensores y la dejamos perfectamente alineada. Tenemos nuestros brackets personalizados para ayudar con ese ajuste o acoplamiento de las barras hacia las teles. Este es el que vieron en la imagen pasada, era el universal, donde tiene ajustes en 2 ejes, y también manejamos los personalizados, donde se ajusta, no tiene ajuste, pero la barra queda completamente flat con la bocina, con la tele, perdón. Tenemos varias configuraciones en nuestras barras, tenemos básicamente 4 tamaños de barras: la SPL3, que utiliza drivers de 3.5, la SPL5, que utiliza drivers de 5 pulgadas, la SPL6, que utiliza drivers de 6 pulgadas, y la SPL8, que comparte la extrusión del gabinete de 6 pulgadas, pero utiliza drivers de 8 pulgadas. Y en configuraciones tenemos izquierdas derechas con subwoofer en medio, izquierdas centrales derechas, o la CS, que es la Synergy, que es la que les hablaba un poco más temprano, que en vez de ir por debajo de la tele, va a los costados y simulamos un canal central doble, y ahí quedan los izquierdos y derechos arriba. Este es un ejemplo de unas bocinas SPL3 aplicadas a un muro de cristal. Los soportes son las bocinas, entonces ustedes se han de imaginar lo padre que se escucha eso, ¿no? Tengo otro ejemplo de esos en mi celular, me tocó ir a una obra. Eran otra bocina que son las OWs, puestas en todo alrededor como si fuera una cerca metálica, y en medio, en cada poste, llevaba una 68 cubo. Entonces, prácticamente, según la idea que traigan, nosotros podemos cumplir cualquier demanda. O podemos trabajar en cómo dar un sí a una solución. Esta es nuestra serie 5 pulgadas, que prácticamente en configuraciones es lo mismo a la de 3 pulgadas. La única diferencia que esta tiene, que el tweeter, en vez de llevar un single tweeter, aquí podemos meter nuestro quad array. Okay. Bueno, personalizados, manejamos lo que es el HydroDip también. No sé si algunos de ustedes pudieron tener una idea de ayer de cómo se ven los terminados en el HydroDip. Nos pueden mandar el diseño, les mandamos un formato, ustedes llenan el formato y nosotros podemos personalizar el grill con la imagen que ustedes nos den. ejemplos de
That's not my book.
La serie QX, que es la que ya hablaba de... Hablé de los QX en subwoofers. Esta es la QX, pero para bocinas. Podemos hacer una barra, por ejemplo, las nuevas barras de... Eso es un Mason Box. Lo que hacemos con los Mason Boxes es tú ordenas para una bocina, nosotros lo diseñamos para esa bocina, pero nos pasas en dónde lo quieres aplicar. Si tiene hoyitos es porque normalmente lo vas a recubrir con pasta y lo vas a pegar al ambiente que tú desees, pues. Lo que hace es, deja todas las preparaciones para que tú nada más llegues y montes nuestra bocina. Ahí están, en las escaleras están nuestras bocinas. Ok. Esta es nuestra serie On Wall. Es básicamente el mismo principio que todas, nada más se ven. Pues. Ejemplos de hardware. Nuestra serie esquinera, que es como la que tiene aquí arriba, está diseñada para quedar justamente en la esquina con un ángulo de 45 grados. Es un ejemplo, esa imagen está muy padre, a mí me gusta mucho, es un wedge, es un esquinero que si no ves las flechas, yo creo que pasa desapercibido completamente. Es una sola. Ajá. Digo, son dos piezas unidas, pero es una sola barra. Podemos hacer hasta 96 pulgadas por pieza. Ese es el mismo. También tienen los ovnis. Los ovnis son, pueden ser planteros o no planteros. Eso es una bocina unidireccional de 4 satélites. Cada satélite funciona para su lado y tiene un subwoofer debajo. También lo podemos personalizar, colores que digan. Nuestra serie OT, esa es la que vamos a ir a escuchar ahorita. Nosotros vamos a escuchar más chicas ahorita. Tenemos otra que es 88, la que podemos escuchar ahorita es la 84. ¿Gustan? Vamos, las podemos escuchar.
Vamos a salir a escuchar el demo. De regreso creo que está la comida lista, pero vamos a continuar, así que pueden pasarlo recogiendo, se vienen nuevamente a la mesa. Vamos al demo, hay cervezas también porque hay calor afuera.
Alcohólico. Me parece que en Guatemala no venden.
Esta es la group de los QX. Yes. Yes. Las QX, la wedge, tienen un bracket. Tienes 3 tornillos, el único que se ve por abajo. Una llave Allen muy chica, pero es 3 milímetros. Viene con la llave. Ajá. Las quitas y quitas este bracket. Este bracket lo fijas en el mero de tu cosa, de tu instalación. Y tiene una ceja este bracket. Aquí. Tiene una ceja, no sé si la alcanzas a ver. Entonces primero metes la ceja y después te va a dar esa opción de mover y lo empujas y se queda. Vamos afuera porque puede ser la fuente de todo.
Mr. DJ, te necesitamos.
Con este punto particular que está actualizado.
Dale.
No, pero tenemos una parte de la torre, parte de los vídeos. Pero vendrán otras. Sí, pero digo, no te digo de no es que se cambiara. Entonces yo tuve que ubicarlas en una pared. Pero directamente. Pero vendrán otras. Mira, esa de ahí arriba, ahí, nosotros la hemos usado mucho en exterior para colocarlo debajo del techo, debajo del techo y la pared.
¿De cuál? ¿De esa?
Something in your information. Always understated. Never overblown. I'm there for you, cause trouble. Oye, un amigo. El hijo de mío es un técnico de rol aquí en Miami. Es lo único que hace es arreglar rol. No, yo sé que no, pero hay gente que lo hace. Hay gente que le pone diamantes.
Perfecto. ¿Se lo mandaste a Expo?
Charlie? Yep. You're gonna go next.
After two. We need two more presenters, didn't they?
No. I'm gonna shift you. You're gonna go next, so that we can have lunch between you, then Elko, then Ice Skate.
There you go.
Did you find those samples? No tengo muchas. Y esta es la... Yo quería ofrecer la piscina, pero es igual que los vecinos se quejan. Yo he oído de eso. Pero es igual que los vecinos se quejan. Yo he oído de eso.
Sí. Vamos a hacer como que sí, ¿no? A ver qué pasa. Okay. ¿Puedo checar todo el lunes? Porque ahorita todavía estoy en Miami. Yo regreso el viernes a México, pero el viernes hasta la noche. Entonces ya el lunes ya checo la luz, ¿no? Ya puede, una vez las firmas van a valer justamente la compañía que les hace los equipos. Y ya con eso, Lea no va a fungir ahí, simplemente le cámara, pero los exportes como tal desde Costa Rica a Estados Unidos. Ok, perfecto. Okay. Así le hacemos dos. Listo, llega ahí. Cuídate mucho.
Tell Brandon, man, those samples, we have this issue with Elko for shipments just, and here's an example.
Bien, de esa noticia de Macintosh Group, ¿Qué tú me dices? 8 años, 4 días. 4 días. Eso no es bueno para nosotros.
No, yo sé que no. Ellos...
Me pueden decir lo que sea, que a los clientes no les gusta eso. Eso da miedo.
Eso da miedo. Eso significa que si un grupo como este lo compró, ven oportunidades de crecimiento.
El asunto es que te das cuenta que el CEO no tiene que ver nada con audio, que fue lo primero que pasó con la comprada.
Ya.
Y convirtieron esto en un negocio de
billete.
Entonces lo explotan. Entonces la gente dice, no, espérate, esto no va a durar mucho. Y el que lo compró ahora, estamos en lo mismo otra vez.
Yeah, I don't know if that's but the customer service just kind of goes to like the Twilight Zone.
Yo creo que quiera ser más presión allá afuera.
Está dando mucho. You know, you send orders and it goes to like 10 different people, but it just seems like everyone assumes someone else is taking care of it, you understand? And then nothing kind of gets done. And that's why we copy you and we copy Brandon and we copy Letty and we copy. We never know who has the balls.
Keep copying.
Yeah.
Because I make sure that the orders get answered and the emails are responded to. And we just hired like 4 new customer service people. So we get this.
Oh, excellent.
It was hard to find people like we could
I know that.
people for like a year.
I know this. I know this. It happens. Bad time. That's right.
Can you pull up my website?
I will.
Se tiró. Se tiró.
You need a laptop for you? You are ready to go.
How are you doing? Pretty good. How are you? Good. Good. Oh, good. How are you? Yo pensé que estaban usando el amplificador de sonido, usando el amplificador de audio.
¿Acaban de montar estas?
¿La madera?
Las maderas.
No, las maderas.
No, esas ya tienen.
Todo lo que es que trae lo que trae.
No, ya tienes razón. Sí. ¿No te has fijado? Oh, manches. ¿No te has fijado? Oh, manches. Desde el año pasado.
not the ideal place to listen, but
Yeah.
no,
That's
Hey, good for panel. Yeah.
Gracias por great seeing you.
Solo
Aunque siempre hay algo para ver.
un BMW blanco o un Nissan Altima gris.
Siempre
BMW, BMW.
¿Tuviste las colores blancas?
Yo creo que era un BMW.
Pusieron ahí.
No,
las colores
son
blancas,
Nissan.
sí. ¿Sabes qué? Esa parte es una iglesia. Cuando llegan a la iglesia, no te matan cantando y tú estás escuchando. Entonces tú vas a tener
La imaginación está linda.
con ellos. Como le decía Pedro, eso es como un flyer. Flyer tenía esos cosas. Y estos tipos lo llevaron a otra manera. Eso como, eso es tu carta a la empresa cuando te dicen, eso se puede.
Habrá otra oportunidad.
Tú le pones la plata.
Miguel, pásame tu contacto trabajando.
¿Qué pregunta técnica? Pero disculpen todos por nuestra línea, yo creo que es muy compleja.
O sea, por eso no.
Sí, yo
Yo todavía no hay ninguna que no
y era de zona, no dijiste, ¿verdad? No. Mira, para la otra, según una respuesta si involucra algo de diseño, te doy un tiempo confirmado de diseño.
Que no la quieren. Yo forma, pero siempre la quiere y al final es el que decide.
Pero lo que pasa es que esto es muy por encima de la media. Realmente no es la que cuando es Polaris,
quiere hacer de
yo también.
Yo sé que pues guardar contacto. Si me están usando ambos. Yo soy del 99. El formato de audio es malo.
Vamos para adentro, vamos. No todavía, pero ya la estamos moviendo.
Sí, yo sé, porque nosotros tenemos 20.000. Pero llega, si llega a esa cantidad, llega a ese punto donde ya puede prender por red.
Un Nissan Altima gris.
Yo creo que ese
No, ese es otro Nissan Altima gris. Nissan Altima gris. Nadie tiene un Nissan Altima gris. Aparentemente. Ariel, un Nissan Altima gris. Nissan Altima gris. Nadie.
A ver, hoy tenemos el honor y placer de tener a Charlie Ford de Rossound. Él es el CEO de Rossound. Así que es la persona a cargo de llevar la empresa hacia adelante. Charlie, you've been with Rossound since what year?
2000.
Lleva 22 años con Russell. Es el responsable de haber implementado ciertos cambios bastante radicales dentro de Russell, incluyendo el Sonos Killer, que ya vimos. Okay. Así que el Sonos Killer es lo que corre el audio general de esta oficina. Tiene un app que funciona muy bien. Aquí lo voy a ver. Te lo voy a enseñar cómo se ve. Que salga. No sé si está apagado o está prendido, pero está en un rack que está en la parte de abajo de esa mesa. Y ahí nosotros controlamos el audio de aquí, funciona muy bien. Funciona con Spotify, con Deezer, con diferentes tecnologías. Vamos. Por aquí. I'm just going to show them what your app looks like. So aquí está el app. El app te muestra información de las habitaciones. Puedes poner múltiples habitaciones o separadas o juntas, como otros sistemas que andan por ahí. Puedo buscar información de diferentes bus, etc. No recuerdo si el amplificador de aquí sigue conectado o no, pero este es el app. Pueden ver que ahí estoy con Spotify Connect y puedo hacer playlists, crear playlists, etc. No tengo mucho aquí, pero yo no paso mucho tiempo aquí en la oficina. Pero aquí pueden ver todos los diferentes servicios que tenemos. Aparte de tener entradas digitales y análogas, tengo acceso a Napster, Deezer, Tidal, radio, SiriusXM, TuneIn, Spotify,
Cobos,
etc.
Cobos,
Cubos, no.
Not yet.
Ahora todavía no. Not yet. They're coming?
Yeah, and so as I do my presentation, there will be a part where it's like, hey, tell me what you guys are looking for. And I will say that, dealing with the streaming services are difficult, especially I'll say for a company our size, right? Because one of the things they want to know is how many people are you going to bring to us, right? And we're not a huge corporation, So we sit there and exaggerate and we do a pretty good presentation of, hey, think of all these people that we're going to bring to you.
Así que en 4 segundos o menos, eso es lo que creo que están desconectadas las bocinas de aquí, porque ese es el valor que son. Pero funciona muy bien, así que tenganlo presente. Recuerden, margen, es lo que estamos viendo con Sonos y con el Sonos Killer que tenemos nosotros. A la mano izquierda van a ver un amplificador Fixture también para proyectos de 70 volts, donde podemos, por ejemplo, usar de fuente el Sonos Killer, ponérselo a eso para manejar restaurantes, etcétera, y mantenerlo todo. Russell tiene algo muy diferente a su competidor principal, y es que tiene un programa para instaladores certificados, se llama Russell Certified Installer, que te da un nivel de protección con diferentes para que el usuario final no tenga acceso a este tipo de productos. Anyways, sin más por el momento, dejo la misma chart. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll get out of your way.
And I think food's supposed to show up, right?
Right here.
So do you want everyone to grab some food and come back in?
Okay, si quieren busquen su comida, nos volvemos a sentar y así. There. What's happening?
Try to make it efficient, right? We're having a lot of food. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah.
Ya ves, si no me lo quedo.
Con buenas manos, olvídate. El 50 Nexus, gira de 65 pulgadas y un cierto peso. Encontré un cliente que le quiere meter una pizarra interactiva
Yes, I do. Tendría que ir a un tamaño mayor por peso nada más. Y eso es simplemente el peso nomás, ¿no?
Sí, porque el tema de la dimensión del televisor o del apresante es como tomo para el mobiliario, para distribuir la
espacio. Más alto, ¿no?
Pero que va a hablar de peso, soportan más peso.
Y ahí deben empezar.
Pues mira, obviamente las especificaciones te dicen a ti el peso que soporta cada persona y el peso que te va a adaptar desde esa pizarra interactiva. Hay un motor que te va a contestar.
Yo le dije que tengo uno en stock.
Si no te has contactado, me dicen
yo tengo uno en stock, le dije. No voy a decir que hiciera una pieza y solamente el que está en stock mueve alguna pieza y luego ya con el tiempo la mandan en la reposición. Pues. Yo tengo un stock, tengo un CL stock.
Un CL65. No, pero la idea es que no, la idea es que pasemos a desmontarse, ya lo tienes montado.
Ahí está la comida, puede pasar a servirse. Y ya lo probé sin televisor también. Sí, eso no era. Son esos de mi peso. Probé sin televisor y se dio.
Con soporte, ya te vale el tema de la diseño. El punto de que hay que ver algo ahí.
De eso ya instalado 8 ya de esos. No es que son de la misma. No sé qué switch hicieron ahí. No supervisó las 8 instalaciones.
Yo le doy un beso a mi taco todas las noches por la mañana.
Pero ya se burla porque yo me despido como súper pero yo le digo más le doy galletita y cierro el plan y me quedo así.
Están brutales. Lo que yo uso.
Nosotros tenemos uno aquí corriendo bien. Pero si la tiene el baño espera muy cobramet, ¿no? Y ahora no tiene Meta de dientes. Bueno, esto es todo lo que uno necesita. Un par de pizzas. Una gran por supuesto, por favor. Ayúdate.
Carlitos.
Pero eso está caliente.
Yo dije el elemento es el único. Yo tengo 1.600 puntos.
Digo que son los
valores iniciales.
Nosotros tenemos varios inventos. Trabajamos nada. Yo soy ingeniero civil. Y eso no es lo que se me ha pagado.
Pero me desde
Oye,
A mí me pasaba, yo soy ingeniero civil. Cuando anuncié, ya
Stragglers get started. Time Very cool. So I'm going to try to keep this as condensed as possible. And some of it is just kind of like a regular, drainage center. Afternoon. Hopefully you guys enjoy your pizza. So I'm going to try to make this as tight as possible. I know today's going to be a long day for you guys, kind of right in the middle of all right. Kind of start off talking about who is Lutron, so you guys get kind of a better understanding of who we are. We've been in business since 1967, making all kinds of crazy gear that dealt with reel-to-reel tapes and stuff like that. But I'm going to kind of go through this. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. And I guess this slide's much better over here. Kind of our mission is to be the best business partner to the distributor dealers that we serve and succeed in every market we do. So we really want to be able to help you guys, service you, deliver products that you want, need, and desire. So if you have any ideas, and as we go through this, I'm going to ask for your feedback. Hey, here's what we have today. What else would you add to it? Line extension or anything else? And we try to operate honestly, responsibly, positive, consistent, accountable, and loyal. Now, being honest and positive don't always have to be, hey, you can say negative stuff, but say it in a positive way. What can we do better? How do we service you guys better? How do we help you guys make more money, right? I mean, at the end of the day, so I've been in this custom install business, I'll say, since kind of the very beginning. I kind of got introduced to it whenever I was at Harman International, and I was doing Harman cars. Right, we were about a $50 million company. We acquired a little company called Audio Access, right, which was one of the two at the time multi-room, multi-zone brands out there. There was basically Audio Access as well as Zone DST. And it's at the normal level price points, if you will, because even back then you had your AMX and Crestron type of products that were completely custom, stuff like that. Selling products one box at a time. It was kind of new for us. And had a whole lot of fun and kind of bit me, and I love it ever since. We're at a Portsmouth, New Boston. If you guys ever want to come, let us know. Since COVID, we've substantially downsized. Almost every one of our employees works remotely outside of our engineering team at this point. Almost every one of our employees works remotely outside of our engineering team at this point. We had a lot of employees that New Hampshire's a small state, right? We have 13 miles of shoreline and a whole lot of woods. So we had a lot of people driving an hour each way to work. And part of their deal was, you know what? With this COVID thing, I want to work from home permanently. So really, we have like 3 employees that show up into about a 2,500 square foot office day in, day out. But we all have that same focus and drive. Music is a passion. You know, at the end of the day, with being around since 1967, we look at, you know, James talks about innovation as part of their core. But we look and try to do that same thing. You know, we try to make sure that new problems arise in the business you guys are in, and we want to be able to solve that, deliver products that make your job easier installing it and make your customer happier. You know, there's really a whole lot of steps in getting products like this to the marketplace. And at the end of the day, lots of awards over the years. So at the end of the day, who are we? We're a company that focuses on residential, and a lot of our focus now is really growing that light commercial space, right? Residential space, coffee shop, stuff like that. In the past, we've had some people that really took our home products and used them in commercial applications, as well as knowing where you're not, right? Big corporate stuff. But looking at, here's the market segments: coffee shops, restaurants, gyms, medical offices, those type of small locations. And really how it got kicked off for us, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been to Asia. There's a coffee chain there similar to Starbucks called Pacific Coffee. They have 10, 12,000 locations, and typically have Russound OB loudspeakers or Outback loudspeakers, an amplifier, and a few volume controls. And it's like, let us make something for you, so that it makes it easier in your stores. And obviously in China, space is at a huge premium. And that's whenever we ended up coming out with what we call our Expo 70 volt, which was absolutely way overbuilt. It was about $1,200 retail, 300 watts, mic input, EIEIO. Did a lot of things that a whole lot of people didn't need. So that's how Mixamp 60 kind of came around. Said, hey, lower power, more features, a heck of a lot more reasonable cost. And that's really how it goes after those light commercial spaces.
Can you do PA?
Pardon?
Can you do PA?
You can. As well as, you know, on this. So it's a 60 watt. You know, as we look at product extension, what else should we do in terms of another, I'll call it mixer amp? You know, we've heard about adding more power, you know, probably 240 or 120. But I don't know if you guys see that as one of the other obstacles or the need for a product. You can use an external amplifier as well.
We need a 120 or 240.
And I'm going to take notes if you guys don't mind. Okay. Those guys are on the docket in terms of what you get done. You know, COVID, the one great, beautiful thing, right, of coming through and making it through COVID was 95% of our R&D budget, literally for the last 2 years, has been on sustaining engineers. The MBX, right, that Ario was talking about a little bit prior, that product is in its 4th redesign in the last 2 years. Because, right, chips are just going away. It's not even like this chip's going end of life. It's this chip's gone. And then you have to sit there and have your whole engineering team run to the one side of the boat to fix the problem. And we keep doing that. But as we walk into our new fiscal, which starts July 1, we're really looking at new products. And that's why I'm going to say to you guys, what are you looking for? So 120 and 240, right?
What about adding a streamer built in, like an MBX pre-built in?
Sounds good.
Have you tried makes sense? Something like Dante or?
So we're looking at Dante, and Dante's running. I don't know whether you guys have heard this, but you know, I was just at ISE, shared a cab with one of the Dante guys. And even if we wanted to get into Dante, you can't get into it until 2023. There are no chips available anywhere, and they don't have a software implementation done as of yet. So we are working on that. They are also supposed to introduce Dante Ready, so we're going to be working on that, because as we try to grow our commercial stuff, right, everyone on the resi side, you say Dante, and they, you know, who is it, what is it, right? So thank you. So at the end of the day, who are we? We want to sell to keep our products off the internet and make sure that people make money selling our products. We introduced a program called RCI, Russ Sound Certified Installer. It's a super easy program. You can go to our website, sign up directly there, and you basically say, I'm not going to sell it on the web or any of that other stuff. And our products are shipped locked down so that it becomes a major hassle. If someone wants to take just, say this is an RCI product, wants to take that and just throw it on eBay or whatever. You know, we want you guys to make thousands of dollars instead of looking at a box and go, hey, look, I can turn this for $100. Almost anyone can do that with anything. But really, our view, our business is about supporting trade. More on that as we talked about it. Roughly 13,000 installers globally, as well as we were able to do over here, somewhere it says proactive tech support. So we can tell if someone's trying to log into something and it's just not working, we're able to sit there and contact you and say, hey, we see you're trying to connect into this. What can we do to help you guys? You know, we want to really be your partner, as we kind of outlined in the very beginning.
Are you, I don't know if it was a restriction in the code or something, but we had a problem with a hotel last year.
Okay.
What we needed was two code verification Bluetooth. There's a company in Amsterdam called Dmx. I think they are the only ones that manufacture them.
Okay.
I think that's an it's a product just for as a small commerce. There are always rooms in the.
You'll see near the end, we have a Bluetooth solution that's coming out here in the next, I'll call it 90 days. That actually we've, because Bluetooth as a association or whatever you want to call it, got rid of the codes. So we've done contact closure and other things. So you'll see that coming up.
Thank you.
So you see, we do try to listen to you guys. You know, and there's a whole lot of stuff that not only Polaris can do, but we have on our website. We're trying to get that better as well in terms of dealer support. And I know you guys get a lot of that. And rather than spend a whole lot of time on what are our products, I'm going to do a real brief overview and then talk about what's coming down and then ask for your input on, hey, if we wanted to do product line extension here, what would you want? So really our core product category, multi-room controllers. And you'll see I have a specific slide and I do have some questions about where you guys see these centralized big controllers. The streaming services like the MPX, where else should we put streaming products? You know, we've had A-Bus around for, I'm going to say forever, and it's ultimately being replaced with voice play. Excuse me. You know, I'd like to hear from you guys what you guys need amplification, right? And obviously, we as a brand, we view ourselves as we want to be a high value brand. You know, just had James up here that makes phenomenal loudspeakers. They're more expensive than our controllers, and they make plenty of good amplifiers on the Sonance side. You know, where we fit in, we're a little bit less money there. If there's something else that you guys want or need, please let us know. And just follow up. The same thing with the amplifiers, loudspeakers. You know, if you look at our loudspeakers, they're voiced very well, high value for what they are, as well as in our step-up products, the 620 and 630, we have little buttons so you don't have to screw them in anymore, called Swift Lock. Speaker selectors, volume controls, this is where really the most exciting stuff is, right? Good old infrared. And really, this is what Russ Sound's been known for. Centralized, big controllers, 4x4, 6x6, 8x8. These guys are actually in 2023, near the end of it. You'll see these guys replaced with products with streamers built into them. We'll introduce a preamp version only. A 16x16 much more geared towards the commercial side as well as large residential. But we see the resi business much more on that 6x6 side and getting onto that 16x16 preamp only version, so that, you know, if you needed to use a 70-volt amp or a 100-volt amp, you're able to do that versus not just already paying for the 8-ohm amp. Any questions or any input on centralized controllers? And I know that, you know, we keep thinking these things are going to go away, but they continue to sell and sell and sell. Do you guys like the thought of a preamp version only?
Of course.
You're talking here a little bit of more power.
Okay.
60 watts. Makes a great product. Just a bit more power. For entry level, mid-level, works great.
Okay. Cool. And then, right, we just introduced this about 4 years ago, and in our world, it's kind of a still new product, but it really is, I'm going to call it up on deck to come up with the next generation MBX, right? We kind of go up against the Sonos product, the Sonos amp, and that. We're a value brand, but when we say it's 50 watts, it's a real 50 watts. I mean, it's definitely a high current amplifier, good EDA, stuff like that. We try to make sure we think of every way that you guys want to be able to install it, use it, or anything else. So if you guys could add anything to an MBX product, if you're familiar with it, what else would you add?
Maybe an HDMI RAC, so we can connect directly to any smart TV.
Okay.
Mostly that's what any client will ask, to connect directly to the TV, not using the optical, because optical is limited.
Yep.
Yeah, my art.
What was that last one?
No, I don't.
A or C, we have to be art.
Okay, the art. Cool. So at the end of the day, these things are great products. We've been struggling to keep up with production. This is the product that we've had to redesign.
I just want to know about the streamer service. Streamer service. I know the services. You need to know to make an agreement with the services and everything. But for example, YouTube Music is not in all the almost any of the streamers available. Just in it's something about the things with the agreements or.
No, it's much more based upon the service, like Apple or
Apple Music, for example.
Yeah, Apple Music, right? Sonos will probably be the only one that ever gets that. I mean, Apple kind of tried it and then kind of retracted. There's a old article out there. Actually, I forget who produced it. It was basically about Pandora and Sonos and the amount of pain that what Pandora went through to do that implementation. Really, most of the implementations on our shoulders, but it's a lot of work on everyone's hands to do that. And we run our products on a platform called Stream Unlimited, which is a company that's 41 or 47% owned by Google. So we don't believe that they will ever allow them to do Apple. But we also don't. We've had the conversations with Apple directly because way back when it was always our #1 accessory item.
But you don't have YouTube Music either.
No. And some of it's how they want to implement stuff, right? So like when we get into voice play, right? Some of our streaming services are different on that than they are on this.
Okay.
But we definitely, let these guys know what's most important. We rank it and we try to get those done. And I don't believe this one's really high on your list, but in the United States it is Pandora. We're trying to get Pandora back natively on the product.
Okay.
Even though you can do it either through Apple AirPlay 2 or Google Cast.
Yeah. The thing is the experience with the cell phone, you lose the experience of the product itself with the cell phone, with the app of the service.
Yeah, and the experience through what I've seen with Apple AirPlay 2 is not a pleasant experience. It's one of those you go, really? This is not, it may work, but it's very difficult. Is it worth the reward?
Yeah. What about room ready in the near future?
Yes, we will be working with that. Do I have a timetable? No, I don't. But they're definitely near the top. You know, and at the end of the day, we've gotten great accolades and really sell a nice number of the MBXs. You know, and this is the only slide on our in-wall and ceiling speakers, right? We have a product line. It's a good product line. We have good and better in most of the products. But we try to make sure that it's a very narrow line and hits the right price points and has a high value versus, you know, a lot of these speaker companies have so many SKUs. We just look at it and go, here's what we want to do. Anything, are we missing anything in this category? All good. So at the end of the day, this is where we'll hopefully have much more interaction. So looking at where are we today? So we just introduced this product. It's called Voice Play. It has its own app. So we have 2 apps on the App Store, right? And right now we have 3. One of them can go away. But everyone that I talked to yesterday, you know, Alexa Voice is not an issue. They like this product. You know, if we were to do some line extension, someone said to me yesterday, instead of having the power supply like this, why not have a power supply that can be mounted into the wall or something else like that? Great innovative idea. Love things like that. Anything else that we should do to this? I mean, should we come out with a product without voice on it? Yes or no? Even though you can mute the voice on this, as well as I can tell you, we had a lot of conversations with Alexa at Amazon. They're not recording this stuff, I'm going to say, anymore, because they said, we know enough about everybody, we don't need to record it, and it's really expensive, and we have enough data on everyone. That's what they said. They are working on a hospitality segment of it, so that ultimately, you know, it basically resets.
But you can toggle switch like the one that came in the Google Chrome, the Google.
Yep. Yeah, you can mute it, and then it doesn't work. Oh. And I can tell you that I do know the circuit is not active and doesn't work.
Okay. I think that the scan, actually, I brought it up to you because I think that having that power supply just being installed inside, let's say a 1 gang or 2 gang box, we talked about yesterday that we can place it above the ceiling or someplace that we don't need a physical furniture to leave or a place to leave it. We're working with builders and those like large jobs. So I think that would be a good idea to have it on a junction.
Ese es ring.
Nice form factor that have the sound.
I think that market is oversaturated.
That's the same as the instead of having that and having the wall, okay, the power supply, you just sit on the nightstand or in the social area.
We've got different, you know, different things for different people. I mean, you look at the tens of millions of basically what I call toasters, meaning tabletop speakers, obviously in all kinds of sizes. So that's a good idea. Any other input, feedback you guys would like to see if we did some product line extension in this category? And okay, so what is that category? An amplified keypad that really is priced so it's inexpensive that you could deal with production builders.
And only gonna work with AirPlay and Spotify Connect. Well, it's another streaming service. You open the app of the streaming service and you will show that no matter is Google or Android or iOS.
And a lot of that's based upon the chip manufacturer, because this is one where the chips that we use on this in terms of our streaming is a company that is purely focused on making chips, right? So the other platform that we use, which I call Stream, they're much more of a boutique design engineering house. So they'll do almost anything you want as long as you pay them. But then you also have to go through the certification process. And I'll give you an example. When this thing went through Apple cert, it literally took over a month. And Apple changed the certification process twice while this product was in there. And it's like, hey, you don't pass this. Well, hang on. When we handed this to you, it met everything that was part of your criteria. Well, that's changed. And it's like, all right, so obviously the coders put their heads down, go back to it. And then it happened again. And it's like, you know, the rules just keep changing. And that's why it's so difficult to get some of these, because sometimes to get some of them, you're literally racing after a clock. And trying to keep up with both Apple and Google, as you can imagine, are extremely difficult. I mean, in the way that they, and I'm just going to say this, dictate these things, you have a period of time, like Google just had something that transpired, right? At the end of the day, I'll say it, right? In essence, they lost a lawsuit to Sonos, right? So there was some code in there they absolutely had to have changed in X period of time. So we have to go change the code, have it go through certification as well as have everything work in lightning speed. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. And, you know, we keep finding this, right? And you hear about it. I mean, Google and Apple and all these guys are just playing bait with lawsuits like baseball bats, and we're the ones trying to keep up. And that's why sometimes it's difficult to continue to add more and more services. But when we're able to catch a breath, we try. And if you guys can work with Polaris and let them know, and maybe I'll send out a survey, you know, rank your streaming services. What's important to you guys? Because I know it's not always the same as what it is here.
In Latin America, it's Spotify, is the first one. But the thing with the Spotify Connect is not the same. It's not. The customer feels that he don't buy anyone, or because he's using the app of the of Spotify.
It's a quick question, probably related and unrelated. But what's the percentage of users between one platform, meaning iOS and Android? Here you stay. Do you have any idea?
So under our products, it has always been heavily tainted towards Apple. I mean, like 60+%, probably closer to 70. And I haven't looked at those stats in forever. And we do get those stats now that, you know, our equipment's connected to the cloud. We can't see or tell anything, so we're not prying or watching, but we do know what type of device it's used.
What kind of cable can I use for speakers?
You can use any 2-conductor and use to power this, and basically regular speaker cable out to from the keypad to the speakers. And let me just hit a few more. We're tight on time. What was my? Here doesn't want to work. Next AM60, we talked about that. You know, really just a great little product. We will look at your suggestions, building a streamer in and more power. We really try to think of as much stuff as we could possibly, throwing as much in the kitchen sink as possible so you can slice and dice and do whatever you may need.
More power, 200 watts.
Yep. You know, it's keypad go away because everyone's using apps. And whenever I say keypads are going away, the demand of us selling tens of thousands of keypads a year is really coming down, moving to the thousands level. So really wanted to give something that was easy and simple to use, something like that. Get that. Oh, let me go back one. So we're getting ready to introduce a 7-inch touchscreen. It will be have the Android store available to it, so you're able to have it much more rather than being a single-use device. So what I mean by that, so you're going to be able to put your lighting app on it, your audio, whatever, for the most part, whatever else you want to be able to put on there, you're going to be able to put on this and control much more of your house. So if we were going to move upscale in terms of size, what would be the next size you guys think we should do?
10 inch.
10?
And it's PoE? Right?
Yes, it is.
All the PoE?
No, it's PoE as well as
100 volt?
I think no, it's 12 volt or something.
12 volt. Only 12 volt?
Yeah.
This year?
Pardon?
For this year?
Yeah.
And it fits in 1 gang and 2 gang?
Single gang, 2 gang, and a 60 millimeter. It has a nice little mounting bracket that we designed because we ran into that issue with our 5.5. So just trying to make sure that
it comes with any former driver?
No.
PoE.
PoE or 12 volt?
No, it doesn't come with either. But you have your jacks on the back, right? Depending on what you want to do for your PoE.
Yeah.
You know, rock stuff like that. Where I want to get to is right here. So this is really a great product, very flexible. We now made this, and it's coming out soon. It'll work with anyone's product, but also contact closure for manual pairing, as well as, which is right there, remote pair, or you can do a button on the bottom of it and say that it's paired. So that you're able to use this in a commercial facility, if you will, hotel room. Hit this button to pair your phone with your audio system or whatever else you may want to do. And it's companion, if you will, right the other day. So you're able to take this box, have it with your equipment rack. If you wanted to, you could make an 8x8 matrix, really a 16x8, because it'll do, in essence, AV switching. So you're able to have your audio in, your audio out, and be able to. Yep. And then correct. And then this can be up to 300 feet. Obviously, if you're running Cat 5, Cat 6, we were just at ISE, and some guy goes, he actually did like 1,008 meters. Okay. And he's like, I tested it, it works. And we only say what the chip manufacturer says. So, obviously you can do more than what we say. We always want to be very conservative on any of our numbers, whether it be amplifiers or extension. Do you guys have any other questions? All right, well, I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
¿Listo, señores? ¿Están listos todavía? ¿Están descansados o todavía no? Y ya entonces. Perfecto, señores. Vamos a seguir ahora con Erico. Es una marca que también es muy interesante. Ahora le cambiamos un poquito de esquema ya para iluminación. Ya vimos Keyframe y ahorita vamos a ver Erico, donde realmente tienen soluciones. Me son interesando muchas estrategias entrar al mundo de iluminación, que son soluciones ya totalmente armadas. Entonces ya no necesitas comprar nada adicional, solamente llegas, las colocas y listo. Son económicas, variables en cuestión de forma y de tamaño y ecológicas. Con Erico realmente siento que tienes una solución para empezar en el mercado de iluminación. Let's go with that. Elko? Dominic. You're next. Miguel, cuídate mucho. Right. You're the next. Ya te agarró la bien. Vale,
Los que están haciendo streaming quedan al aire.
And sometimes I don't need a filter. Rafa.
Yes.
You're so perfect that you don't need a filter.
No te callar.
Son muy americanos.
Thank you. Thank you.
Con la licencia, todos los años a todo el mundo.
Eso es parte del protocolo de información.
Si se te pierde la...
Pero no cobraban. Luego la liberaron.
Lo tenían grabado en el
que todo se le enganche. Crearon la versión gratis para adicionar. La gente no estaba lanzando que valía. Ya la liberaron. Como ya la gente cogió la adicción a la banana, casi todo. Y tuviste, por ejemplo, Spotify utilizo. Claro, no la pago porque no te dejo bañar. Por internet se lo ponen a la es el negocio que te pone las cosas. El ponerse que consumir un montón de pendejadas y los atendemos.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Dominic with Alpha Lighting. Nice to see you. I'm going to be talking from the screen a little bit and just talking over here so I can use the computer a little bit. So I'm Dominic with Elko Lighting. We're based out of Los Angeles, California, and we specialize in recessed and track lighting. And we have tons of options for you guys. We have a little bit of everything for you. Starting off at the 1-inch, so we have our little 1-inch oak downlights with punch out 600 lumens. So the future on this is we're going to be going to trimless. So pretty soon we'll have a trimless in our 1-inch. So that's being worked on right now with our engineers. Trimless is very popular right now all over the United States. We're doing projects in South America and also in Canada with trimless as well. So it's getting more and more popular. So we're moving a lot of our products to have a trimless option now too. So our 1-inch oak is really great. Tons of options when it comes to downlights with our trims. We're always trying to improve the efficacy as well. So higher lumens at a lower watch. And we're going to be coming out with a higher lumen 1-inch downlight pretty soon as well. So we're going to be getting close to almost 1,000 lumens in the next year or two with our 1-inch. You'll see a lot of smaller apertures like 1/2 inch. The smallest we do is our 1-inch. So that's our 1-inch oak system. We just go through some more systems real quick. I actually have a sample. So this is actually our 1-inch oak system, if you guys haven't seen it yet. So this is the 1-inch, it's nice and tiny. These guys are all low voltage. So again, these are the 600 lumens, so they're nice and bright coming out of these. And pretty soon we're gonna have the trimless. So we'll have the version that'll be similar to this, but trimless. So it'll take out the trim pretty soon. So you'll have a little adapter that you can put in here, and you can get the drywall, the gypsum right to the edge of this. You put the little drywall. So that's coming out pretty soon too.
Dominic, we love the ears.
Yes.
We don't need can.
Correct. You don't need a housing for this. You can use these little ears, little bunny ears right to the gypsum.
So eso en nuestra región es valioso porque no necesitas comprar el housing que viene para sino que es orejas se engancha con el falso
y eso solo se vuelve correcto. ¿Trae su transformador integrado?
No, eso es separado. You have one model, I think that is 120, and I what did you do? No,
Not in the 1 inch.
12 voltios necesita un driver. Que él contiene sus drivers.
You recommend a driver for one fixture, one driver?
So on our Oak system, you can use up to 6 on one driver. And you can daisy chain them. So you can, they have multiple ports on the fixture, so you can put the wires in and out and run them to each other. Up to 6. Yes. Up to 6.
All right, we're back.
So we also have our 2-inch teak system. So this is the 2-inch, a little bit larger than our Oak system, and this one comes out 1100 lumens. So it's nice and bright. We do it in round and square, a lot of different finish combinations. You know, these are high CRI, so it's 93 plus CRI, so you're getting a good, clean, quality light coming out of all these products. And just overall, our price points are really good price points. We're a mid-tier line, so we're the $50, $60, $70 downlight, not the $200 downlight, but we do compete in the $200 downlight arena. So that's kind of our price point. So you can see we're really good price point, more higher end, mid-tier. On our Oak system, it does have little spring-loaded clips. Our teak system, it has spring-loaded clips. You can go right to gypsum or drywall with these guys. Let me show you on. So you can use it with or without the housing. They have little spring-loaded clips. So these little spring-loaded clips will come down and you can put it right onto the gypsum. So they're very easy to install. And again, up to 1100 lumens on these. So we do have, for our Kodo system, which I'll show you in a minute, we're working on trimless as well, but we don't have it in our teak system, but I'll show you in our Kodo system. So our Kodo system really does it all. It has a lot of options when it comes to Kodo. So you buy the light engine. So we have a few different light engines on our Kodo system, and they all have twist locking trims. So we have a twist lock into the trim, and we have trims at 2-inch, 3-inch, 4, 5, and 6-inch. And we're working on trimless for the 2-inch and 3-inch. We do have to do some design modifications, but it's all a universal fit. So all of our modules are the same diameter, and they twist lock into all the same 2-inch, 3-inch, 4, 5, and 6-inch. So it's a really modular, great system with tons of options. We have a single color temperature module, the CCT selectable from 27K to 5000K. And then we also have dim to warm, which goes from 2700K down to around 1800K as you dim it down. So it has a really nice warm hue to it. And then we have a few lenses. If you guys ever need a linear lens or a color shifter lens that goes
is there a price difference between the CCT switch and the dim to warm?
It's like $3 to $4 difference. So they're relatively expensive. The modules are around like $45 to $50 for the module. The trims are depending on the trim. So we have 2-inch trims, 3-inch, 4, 5, and 6-inch. Our trims are $15, $10, $20 depending on the trim. And we just have tons of options when it comes to the trims. Round, square, we do multiple finish combinations. So we can do haze with white, all black, just tons of finish combinations for you guys. So these are 120 volt right to the module. And then we have multiple, we have some modules. This is our architectural. Yes. That goes to 1500 lumens, and we can do 120, 277 volt on that one. You do need a housing with these guys though. So you do need a housing in the ceiling for our Kodo. We do have an adapter for South America that we did develop for a couple of projects down in the city that you can use with little butterfly clips as well. I worked on a couple projects with you guys on those. So we developed that, and that's something that we can also develop. If you guys need a different size or different finish, we can develop that for you guys as well. So I'll pass that around.
So México, donde querían esa solución, pero ellos no tenían la solución con las orejas para lograr. Entonces, solo tenían el can, el housing. Entonces, ellos, lo bonito de trabajar con ellos es que les trajimos el proyecto, y ellos les planteamos la solución, lo que buscábamos. Ellos ayudaron a sacar todo el producto nuevo y ahora sí tienen las orejas para instalar fácilmente. Y entonces, si ustedes tienen un proyecto que necesitan algún tipo de acomodación, pues.
Pero ese proyecto, por ejemplo, ¿cuántas unidades fue el desarrollo?
It was a large project in Mexico, right? That's, it was.
Pero se quedó, o sea, ya ahora
Sí, ya
te puedes pedir.
Y ahora
Si quieres, pues, ¿verdad?
Use the Ritz-Carlton or something like that.
Yeah.
So we do have beam spread lenses available in the box. So in the module, you'll have 3 beam spread lenses. You'll have 18, 28, and a 36-degree beam spread lens in the box that you can swap out pretty easily.
So you can go as 5-inch trims with this, the same?
Not with that one. This is the Kodo. That's just the 1-inch. Yes.
1 inch on round one, right?
Yes. So we also have another Kodo module that you can adjust the beam spread. You just twist the snoot and you can go from 18 degrees all the way to 50 degrees. That's great for artwork on the wall. If you have a high-end residence and you want to focus on artwork, that's a great option for you to have. So they can field adjust the beam spread as needed too. And we also have tunable white Kodo. So now you can do tunable white with the control system. So it'll have 2 0 to 10 wires coming in and out, 1 for dimming on and off, and then the second. So you can go from, we have a few different options. You can go from 1800K to 4000, 27 to 6500, or 27 to 5000K. A few different modules, 3 different modules. We do have that option available for you guys on properties if you need that color tuning, or any kind of circadian rhythm control on properties if you need that color tuning, or any kind of circadian rhythm controls. We do have that option now available. It works with Kasambi, Wiz, all sorts of different Dolly, all sorts of different systems.
But is Kasambi ready or?
Yes, and we will program the drivers in-house to work with the system available. So we do that before we ship it. We'll program the drivers so it'll be compatible.
So how you do that? You just download an app and connect it up?
It depends on the system that you're using, but typically there is an app for each one. Yes. Yeah, each one is different. Each system will have its own individual app. So it just depends on the system that you're using.
And in terms of working standalone with the app, so you just turn on the fixture and then like it syncs with the time clock and then shifts the
Yes.
how fast the clock is transition.
Depending on the control system, they all vary, but it is pretty compatible. Make sure the driver that we install in the housing is compatible with that system, and we'll test it before we ship to make sure that it works correctly as well. And they just have all sorts of tons of options on the timing for different levels of light. So it really just depends
When
on the
it's like
system.
Bluetooth standalone, how fast does I mean, the idea of the circadian rhythm or human-centric lighting, whatever you want to call it, is that you should match the outside with the lighting inside. So the inside with the outside. Or we are heavily dependent on the switch at the wall or the dimmer, what matter. If you kill the power to the fixture and you turn it back on, the internals have to be powered. They need to sync with whatever the internal time clock is running. How fast is that response?
I'm not sure. I don't know how long it takes it for the sync. Once the power goes back on, I can ask them.
Because most, let's call it smart bulbs that are available in the market. If you kill the power and bring it back on, it will hold the last level that it was set to.
Okay.
However, due to the fact that we're working with a circadian rhythm that should be, in real time, changing, that would be a good thing to know, and whether if there is a huge shift in time. For example, the last time, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, it was 1800. Turn off the lights, head out, come back at 10 a.m. in the morning. It's different. Out of the box, I should be getting the 1800, but how fast is it gonna shift?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to check to see. Depending on the driver that we're using, it should pick up off of the old level that it was at and then just go to the new one. But I'm not sure how long that time lag is.
Yeah, and how steep is the curve? It's not like the lights go like.
Yeah, it would probably smoothly change the color temperature. So I can check on that for you. So we have color tuning with Kodo, and then I'll show you, we have some trimless options for Kodo. So we do Kodo trimless in the 3 and the 4 inch, in the round and the square. We see the square is very popular right now. We're selling a ton of the square in the white and the black finish right now, all over the United States. We did a project in Canada with a high-rise residential with a lot of black adjustable trimless as well. So we're seeing trimless square being extremely popular. We're trying to do trimless square in our oak system 1 inch, but that's still in development as well. So trimless is one of the most popular trends that we're seeing right now. A lot of design communities, interior designers, architects, they use a lot of trimless now on projects. So we're using more and more trimless, developing more and more trimless on all of our products.
Do you need a housing in this one?
Yes, you do need a housing for this one.
And how tall it is?
It depends on the housing. We have a shallow housing that's about 3 to 4 inches, and then we have taller ones too.
The good thing about this trimless is that it's not as pricey or overpriced as most of the brands that offer this kind of option. So here we can do it really in an affordable way, giving the opportunity to the end user to have this kind of best in lighting experience. And you use the same module, so if you run through a room that has trimless and then you move to a secondary room that don't have trimless, it's going to be the same light.
Yes.
Because it's the same module. So that's also a good thing in lighting.
So we designed our Kodo system with a few different lumen packages. So you can use the same Kodo throughout the whole residence. 8 different lumen packages. So you can use the same Kodo throughout the whole residence. 1800 lumens, 1600 lumens in one area, 800 lumens in the hallway, depending on what you want to do. All with the same trims, all the same trim lists, just different lumen levels. So it's a really good modular system to use if you have different levels throughout a residence or a space. You can use the same trims with just a couple different modules for Kodo. So we also now have 2-inch trims for Kodo. Our 2-inch is brand new for us. So we have the 2-inch, they're nice and small. You can get up to 1500 lumens coming out of the 2-inch. We have a deep reflector, so it's recessed really well from the ceiling plane, so it's not going to be a lot of glare in your face. And we do the round and the square, a lot of finish combinations on these as well. If you guys ever have a large project where you need us to custom match any kind of colors or finishes, just let us know, reach out to us, and we can see if we can custom match any finish for you guys. We do in-house painting all the time of our trims at our factory, so we do have that capability to custom match any kind of finish if you guys ever need that. Available.
Is there for an amount of units, or could be one piece?
Just ask us, because sometimes we can do 1 or 2. It might be more expensive, but it's easier for us to do larger, more quantity. If it's hundreds, we probably order it from overseas with 3 to 4 month lead time. But if it's a couple, maybe 100, we probably pick those in house pretty quickly.
Okay.
So it really depends on the project. Just reach out to us.
All these products can be used in the sea, in marine grade.
Some of the trims are aluminum, so yes. Some of them are cast steel, some of them are cast aluminum, so it depends on the trim. They're powder coated, so they will hold up to the salt air, and they're aluminum, so they should be okay. These straight down lights are wet location. If you have an adjustable, it's going to be a damp location. So we do have that wet location with cast aluminum, so it could work for you guys, but you're in the salt air, so nothing lasts too long sometimes. It just depends. And then we also have 3 and 4 inch trims, tons of options on our 3 and 4 inch as well. And then we have some adjustable and shallow trims, and 5 and 6 inch trims as well for Kodo. So all these trims use the same Kodo module with the same diameter on the Kodo module. Okay, so we're moving on to something new for Kodo. So now we have a monopoint, a pendant, track head, and a surface mount that you can use our Kodo module in now. So you can use our Kodo modules in all these different types of fixtures and get the same benefits of our Kodo module systems. CCT switching, different beam spread options. You can do it all with our Kodo. So it's just a couple more pictures of, we have the silo, monopoint, track head, pendant, and surface mount available for our Kodo system. And then Alder, we do have another 2-inch system. This one is more budget friendly. So this is an inexpensive 2-inch downlight. If you guys ever need a 2-inch downlight at a really good price, we have this available. You do need a housing for it, only in white finish. So that's just something else that we carry. This was one of our original downlights that we introduced. It sells really well for us, so we still keep it in the line. So this is just some of our Alder system. You can get up to 1,200 lumens. These are really price friendly. And then we have tons of LED inserts. So if you guys ever need any inserts with the housing, we have all these available. These are the really good pricing, $5, $6, $7, $10, depending on the downlight. And you do need a housing with them, so just be aware that you do need a housing with these guys. But these are the really inexpensive downlights that we sell all the time to the distributors by the pallet. So we have our ply system. Do you guys ever do 0 to 10 dimming projects, 120, 277 volt? So we do have a whole dedicated system for 0 to 10 dimming. A bunch of options, some with the lumen selectable switch, some with CCT switch. So they'll have a little switch on the back that you can change the color temperature and lumen selectable. In a few different sizes and colors, a bunch of finish options. In the 6-inch, 4-inch, it's all 0 to 10. So you'll have the 0 to 10 wires and the hot and neutral wires on each trim too. These are really inexpensive, so this is a good, light commercial type product. These trims are anywhere from $30 to $40 depending on the trim, so it competes in that commercial space at a really good price point. And then we have our ply system. We have a bunch of retrofits. So these are all the ones with the little spring-loaded clips that you guys can go right to gypsum or drywall on these. This one goes up to 2,000 lumens on our 4-inch or 2,500 lumens on the 6-inch. They all have a CCT switch and lumen selectable switch. So you can go from 1,000 to 2,000 or 2,500. So it's very customizable. This fixture kind of does it all. And then I'll show you some more options. Oh, if you ever need a frame, we have the frames too, a few different frame options for you guys on those too. And then we go into our birch system. So this guy is modular. You buy the light engine and the trim and the housing. If you don't need a housing, it has the spring-loaded clips, so you can go right to drywall or gypsum on these ones. These also have, we have a couple of commercial frames. If you need a frame for these guys, or we have the retrofit whips that with a junction box attached for the bare wires, so you can do any kind of retrofit projects. So we have a couple options on our LED engines. We have one that goes to 1,500 lumens and one that goes to 3,000 lumens. The 1,500 lumen has CCT selectable and lumen selectable switching. The 3,000 lumen only has lumen selectable switching. So these guys are very inexpensive. So it's $150 all in. It's a really good commercial price point. If we do it in the 4, 6, and 8-inch trims, we're also in the 4, 6, and 8-inch trims. We're also working on finish options on these guys and a couple other trim options for these as well in the future. You can also adjust the beam spread optics by just twisting the faceplate of this guy, and you can adjust it to do more narrow or flood beam spread on these as well.
You're way over that.
Oh no, okay. Just one more thing. Just want to show you more of these elm. So these are very popular for us. We do the 2 and the 3-inch. These are extremely popular for us in the gimbal. And then we have a bunch of different versions of these guys. We have all these little wafer pancake lights, and then some with recess too, all with the remote junction boxes and all with the little spring-loaded clips. So we have a ton of options on those for you. And then just let me buzz through some more things real quick for you. We still have a ton of the MR16 downlights. We still have all this available for you guys. Our slant system, if you guys ever work on projects with a slope ceiling, we have all these up to a 12-12 pitch super slope. So if you ever need something for super slope, we have it available. Up to 12-12 pitch, 45 degrees. And we have some square items available for you guys too. If you guys ever need square downlights, we have those available. You do need the housing for those too. Battery backups, if you guys ever need an emergency battery backup, we can put that on any of our products. So if you don't see it on our website or the spec sheet, just reach out to us and we can let you know which battery backup to use with the system. And then we have, I'll show you another commercial item. So this is our Laurel commercial that we can get up to 6,000 lumens on. So we can do our 6-inch at 6,000 lumens, and then we go all the way up to an 8 and 9-inch as well for commercial, up to 6,000 lumens, tons of voltage options, tons of color temperature options as well on those guys.
Do you have hyperbolic reflectors?
We don't, no. And just real quick, I want to show you guys, we have, I'm already out of time. We still have all this medium-based stuff still available. So we still have a ton of medium-based product for your PARs and your BR lamps. We still have all that available for you guys. And I just want to show you our track light. Tons of track light. If you guys ever do any track lighting projects, we have everything for a whole track light system. Tons of options. All of it is on our website. Multiple lumen packages, color temperatures. We have an option for everything. We also have some wall wash for track, and then low voltage for track. And then we have some medium base for your PARs and BRs still available. And a lot of all the accessories for you guys too. I've been hearing a lot that you guys need recess track from us. So I'm gonna go back and see if we can work out something that we can do for recess and develop that internally for you guys, because that's getting more and more popular.
And that's it.
That's it. Okay. Thank you guys. If you guys have any questions, just reach out to Polaris and we're going to help you guys. All right. Thank you so much.
One thing Dominic has really made a difference in a positive way at Elko. He has really been outstanding at being responsive. So he's a great guy to be in touch with, and anything we can write up.
Thank you guys.
All right. Pablo. Vende por
Yes.
Coffee.
Vale, para normalizar. Yo creo que empezar con algo. Es lo más sencillo. Sí, un módulo.
No sea tanto, 7.5 no más.
Dice Víctor,
sí.
El nombre es quedó sigiloso, calladito.
Ese hombre está muy tranquilo.
No sé si se fue tranquilo, no sé para casa, no sé si se fue para casa, pero estaba tranquilo.
No, lo que ya viste la foto que te tomó. No. Vamos a hacer un video después, se los vamos a mandar por correo. No, ese tipo de videos de la gente.
A ver, les presento a Pablo. Pablo empezó en Ice Cable hace año y medio. ¿Trabajaste dónde?
Antes trabajaba con Wolf Vision, es una marca de Europa, y también trabajaba por Liberty Wire.
Así que de cable y de este mundo sabe, hombre. Estás basado en Kansas City y nos acompaña hoy para hablar de cables, para hablar de algunas herramientas que venden, etc. Así que nos dejo con Pablo.
Buenas tardes a todos. Tengo buenas noticias para todos hoy. Es como 20 minutos. Pero hoy queríamos hablar un poco de la marca de Ice. No sé cuántas personas conocen la marca. No sé si...
Levanta la mano, ¿quién está manejando Ice? ¿Dos? ¿Dos nada más manejando Ice? Ok.
No están...
No hemos hecho un buen trabajo.
Pero vamos a hablar un poco de la historia de la marca, que no conocían la marca, un poco de qué es la diferencia de Ice y por qué deben de comprar Ice para su próximo proyecto. La marca empezó en 2004. La idea vino de nuestro dueño, que se llama Brian Rizzo. Él trabajaba por una empresa que manejaba marcas como un distribuidor para audiovisual. Y él estaba notando que los integradores siempre tienen el problema de que las cajas se le estaban desbaratando, el cable siempre se enrollaba. Entonces, él tuvo la idea de hacer un producto mejor. Bueno, un producto básico que es el cable, pero lo mejor para los instaladores que jalan el cable y conectan todos los componentes. Entonces, eso fue la historia de cómo empezó Ice. Y ahora ya estamos en este año, tenemos un almacén nuevo que abrimos en Austin, Texas. También los colocamos a Austin, Texas desde Los Ángeles, donde empezó la compañía. Pero ya estamos ahí, nos movimos en octubre del año pasado. Pero vamos a hablar un poco de la diferencia de Ice Cable. Ice Cable fabrica cables que están UL rated. Entonces, cuando todos los cables que fabricamos tienen la estampilla de UL, saben que están comprando cables de alta calidad. Entonces, la calidad de UL te garantía que el cable va a estar estable. Entonces, cuando se quema o algo pasa con el cable, no está dando
emisión de humo tóxico.
Humo tóxico. Gracias. No hablo español todos los días, entonces a veces se me atoran las palabras. También de tener cables con UL listed, el cable va a estar hecho de una manera que siempre va a tener el cobre que debe de tener. Entonces, ¿cómo se ahorra dinero cuando fabricas cables? En dos maneras: plástico y cobre. Y muchos fabricantes que están haciendo cable en este momento están tratando de ahorrar dinero para quitarle cobre a los cables. Y esto afecta el cable de categoría más, que si tienes menos cobre, no va a pasar la señal a las distancias que deben de ir. Aquí pueden ver un ejemplo de cuántos milímetros debes tener de cobre un cable de categoría 6 y un cable de categoría 5. El cable de Ice está a .574 y un cable de la competencia que vamos a decir que está haciendo algo que está tratando de quitar el cobre, va a bajar ese número a .53. Lo mismo pasa con la categoría 5. Y estos cables lo hacen en cualquier cable de categoría o cable de bocina, en todos esos tipos de cables están haciendo. También la otra manera de ahorrar dinero nada más de quitarle el cobre, pero en manipular los plásticos. Entonces, cuando tocas un cable de ICE, puedes ver que está blandito, se mueve, lo puedes jalar entre la pared un poco más fácil. Y con otros cables vas a tener un problema, puede que se atoran en la pared. Es porque están manipulando el plástico. La ventaja más grande que hemos visto en el mercado es nuestra caja. No sé cuánto está entrar a un almacén de un cliente y veo que las cajas están quebradas, las cajas están ratadas y los técnicos no quieren usar ese cable. Entonces se gasta ese cable porque no lo están usando. Entonces un técnico va y saca una caja nueva y utiliza la caja nueva y luego la trae de nuevo y ya está quebrada porque el proyecto no lo utilizó completamente. Entonces, el problema que estamos tratando de arreglar en la industria es hacer una mejor caja. Y eso empieza con usando un cartón que puede sostener un 24 kilogramos de peso o de test burst, lo que dice. También reforzamos los handles, no sé cómo se dice.
Las agarreras.
Y también le ponemos un plástico especial para que si se mojan la caja no se vaya a desbaratar. Otra parte de nuestra ventaja es que utilizamos una tecnología que se llama Relax. Y Relax nomás es una manera de fabricar cable en una manera para que no se vaya a atorar. Aquí puedes ver un video que la caja se atora y luego ya empiezas a tener problemas cuando estás jalando el cable. Entonces hay muchos, lo que le decimos, knockoffs de la tecnología de Relax. Pero nomás una caja que es verdaderamente Relax tiene la marca, el logo de Relax. Este ejemplo es cómo se ve, cómo está el cable más apretado en la caja. Típicamente con un knockoff vas a ver que el diseño de cómo se ve el cable es así como lo que estás viendo a la izquierda. Y luego una caja que utiliza la tecnología de Relax es más uniforme. Este video es muy importante. Pueden ver que cuando se jala el cable de la caja, empiezan a tener problemas con las cajas que no son de verdad Relax.
Ha pasado. Lo hemos visto. Nada nuevo.
Yo tengo un video más impresionante que me voy a mandar para un cliente que tiene como 40 cajas de ICE que está jalando a un nivel a otro. Subir la escalera, se tarda más en instalar el proyecto. Y ahí ven, en nuestras cajas siempre van a tener el logo de Relax. Y ahí lo tienen. La ventaja de ICE es que utilizamos la tecnología de Relax para tener una mejor experiencia cuando están jalando cables a los proyectos. Otra ICE es que tenemos innovaciones. Esto no es algo nuevo, pero sí todavía lo usamos en cada cable que fabricamos. Tenemos lo que le decimos un Wet Slip Jacket, que es una tecnología que utilizamos más para que es más sencillo de jalar el cable entre la pared. Hoy utilizamos el tissue paper para que se vaya a hacer el strip del jacket más fácil. También tenemos cables que tienen direct burial ratings. Tenemos ascending y descending foot markers. Y tenemos un sistema que le llamamos iLabel. iLabel nomás es como una leyenda que tiene el cable para que puedan indicar a cuál cuarto hay el cable. Entonces, si tienen un baño o una sala, el nombre del cuarto está en la leyenda del cable. Y además,
eso de iLabel lo tenemos con una hora.
No, eso ya viene en el cable.
Eso viene en el cable y tú lo que haces es que calculas con un marcador o algo el punto. No tienes que estar etiquetando. Tú tienes samples, Pablo.
Para la el cuartito.
Tú tienes solo tendido y vas poniendo izquierda, derecha y un cable.
Puedes indicar 1, 2, 3, 4.
Y es el cable
Y ICE va a tener los cables para cualquier cosa que vayan a necesitar por su proyecto. Cables de bocina, cables de audition que serían Crestron, Lutron, categoría 6, categoría 6A, categoría 7, categoría 8. También tenemos fibra óptica, cables de alarma y cable coaxial. También, además de los cables, tenemos los accesorios para el proyecto, conectores, HDMIs, cualquier cosa que vayan a necesitar. Entonces, con una sola orden pueden ordenar todos los cables y conectores que vayan a necesitar para el proyecto.
Pablo, una pregunta. Creo que una característica importante que tiene Expo es que me permite tener una administración de cable que consumo, ¿cierto? Porque creo que tiene etiquetado en cierta referencia qué cantidad ahí queda en la caja.
Sí, en la inteligencia del cable te va a decir cuánto cable has jalado de la caja y cuánto te queda. Entonces, es ascending y descending foot markers es lo que le decimos.
Creo que lo trae
¿Por qué?
¿Y qué diferencia? Digo, sí. Para el cable de audio, Primal y Ice Cable en un 16.2 en el CS y en Primal, ¿cuál es realmente esa diferencia en el cable para un proyecto de ciudad?
Bueno, siempre vamos a tener la opción dependiendo del precio del proyecto. Entonces, tenemos la opción para los cables de bocina, tenemos opciones. Nosotros le decimos good, better, best. Good es el primal, que para el mercado de los Estados Unidos lo hicimos para los home builders que trabajamos con ellos. Ellos siempre van a querer un precio bajo, pero quieren un producto bueno. Básicamente ese cable funciona muy bien. Está hecho en la misma fábrica con el mismo cobre que usamos los cables de alta calidad. Entonces la calidad va a ser muy buena. La única diferencia va a ser el strand count del cable de bocina y la caja. La caja también cambió. La caja que tenemos en el producto del Primal es la generación 1 de la caja que todavía va a estar como 95% mejor que las otras cajas en el mercado. Pero la caja del Ice Cable es la segunda generación de la caja. Entonces es un poco probado de la primera generación.
Y la del Primal es Relax también.
Sí, todos los productos de Primal son la caja de Relax. La única vez, casi tenemos todos nuestros cables en cajas de Relax, nomás cuando no se puede poner en una caja lo tenemos en un disco, porque va a ser del tamaño del cable. No es posible de ponerlo. Y típicamente muchas personas piensan que, bueno, con esta calidad y estos diseños que tenemos, todo va a estar caro, ¿verdad? Pero nosotros siempre vamos a estar a un precio equivalente o abajo de los líderes del mercado. Si están dispuestos a comprar cable de Snap, cable de... ahorita ya tenemos una ventaja en el precio. Y además de todo eso, pues, tienen servicio conmigo. No, pero sí, pueden mandarme un correo, yo puedo ayudar con unas preguntas que van a tener de cuál cable deben de escoger. Y también somos una empresa chica, entonces si marcas el número vas a tener una persona.
Habla con Dayan, de la República Dominicana, entonces marca.
Okay. Sí. Entonces siempre es fácil comprar con nosotros. Embarcamos de 3 lugares, tenemos 3 almacenes ahorita en los Estados Unidos, uno en Los Ángeles, uno en Austin, Texas y uno en Filadelfia. Entonces el plan es para tener servicio en 2 días en cualquier lugar que quieran tener su carro. Bueno, eso es todo lo que tengo. Si tienen otras preguntas, aquí estoy disponible.
Gracias.
Nada. Y ojalá mi español.
Muy bien.
Si alguien quiere samples, aquí tengo para.
Yo también.
Ahí selecciona cuál cable de cuál.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Y eso lo trae cada uno. Eso es la parte del código de
Lo bueno es que hacia arriba y nosotros solamente te dicen.
No, pero que no es nada más la longitud. Y tú puedes seleccionar los groups aquí en el código de no es ascending y descending de la longitud. Tú ahí mismo con un mark, ver group 1 y este cable más.
Bueno, ahora viene eso,
Dice control. Pero también tienen de
Lo vi. Hey, let's go forward. Come on over.
Bueno, pero también. Seriedad, señores, seriedad. Mira. Seriedad que es de oficina.
All right. Les prometí un día con mucha información, así que aquí viene la información. Gracias, Pablo. Trevor, you're on.
One, like a minute. Toilet break.
You go.
Un momento.
Aquí le damos la bienvenida a Steven. Steven, how long have you been with someone?
1 year.
Ha estado trabajando por 1 año. Es ingeniero de grabación. por muchos años produjo música, música, etcétera. Anything else you want to add? What else have you done in your professional life?
Control Chapter. URC. All right. Restaurant. Okay. Yeah. So I know all the secrets. Exactly. And I did a small stint at B&O.
B&O, okay.
B&O.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Hobbies. How about some hobbies?
Mixing.
Do you play any instrument?
A little bit of keys, music production.
Okay.
Also DJ for a couple of years.
Okay, so this is a list of
Drinking? No, I'm poor at it.
this is a list of hobbies amongst a group.
Oh wow.
We've got people that are expert at cocktails.
Okay.
Scuba diving.
Wine.
Beer.
Spotify.
Actually, this guy here, what he does is when he delivers a project to his clients, he makes a Spotify playlist for them.
Smart.
Yeah. And,
Juan Pablo is an expert in sonos.
Oscar, comparte la lista.
So we have motorcycles, biking,
baseball.
Yeah, that's
basketball.
Basketball.
all right. And so we have now Trevor. From Jamaica? Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Oh, we are looking at pricing. We're both looking at pricing, new pricing.
Thank you, Trevor.
Discount.
Always you guys.
Don't worry.
We're here.
No, it's gone. I'm not even connected.
You know how to do that, Tony?
No cabe ya.
¿Te ayudo?
No, tranquilo. Antes de que empiece lo...
Great.
Good time.
Now I'm not sharing.
It was fun.
Sí, por eso lo da. Sí, eso vale.
Technology.
All right.
We introduced, are we introduced? Not.
Everyone knows.
Entonces, les presento también a Trevor, es el vicepresidente de ventas para distribución y energía.
No, actually, I want global distribution, not just energy.
Así que a nivel global, Trevor tenía la posición de él antes, está pasando el batón a Steven, pero siempre ha venido a dar charlas con nosotros los últimos 4 o 5 años, así que le damos la bienvenida a Trevor también.
Pero es su última, ya no.
No se quería perder mal, no se quería ver. Él sabe lo que viene. Lo que hay.
So yeah, that's us. So yeah, so like I think some of you know me, of course. I manage the international markets, but I've gone now strictly into distribution, global distribution. And my colleague is taking over the Polaris market, mostly in America. So congratulations! Thank you. I will miss this territory greatly.
Have some new friends.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really have a lot of hobbies. I heard you guys have a lot of hobbies, but my only big one is drinking tequila and mezcal. So and Formula One racing. I love racing. I could race at home.
Tomorrow, and this weekend. Remember?
Yeah, Montreal, huh? Yeah. Max, all the way Max. I'm Dutch. If you didn't know yet,
it's time. Needs to start.
You're like a victim.
Who's your driver then?
You know, if I told you this, you know who is it?
Lewis Hamilton.
That's it.
Oh, come on, crybaby, really?
Seven-year champion. Okay. Yeah, mine too.
Yeah. Anyway, so we are here to like talk a little bit about like so far today, but actually where we're going. So we were asked to kind of show you folks a little more of like what we do today, but really like where are we going with our business? And I thought I could kind of like just kick this off a little bit of a timeline of what we've done. Some of you are new to our brand, right? And some of you will recognize this. So like we started very early on. Actually, our founder of the company, Bob Madonna, had a control system in his house and didn't have a great experience with it. So from that experience and some years of like tinkering around with the technology, he actually started in 2005 Savant. Purely from I would say a point of information of something has to change. What has to change is systems need to be programmed by code, like literally coding. And if a change was needed, somebody had to come to the house again and really like start everything all over again. And so we were the first company that came up with an automated software called Blueprint, where you basically created your room, your components, and it would automatically create this user interface. And we were like the first ones to do something like this. And then also subsequently, the first ones to offer it on an iPad. We were all, and we are still very much Mac-based. When the iPad came out, everybody wanted an iPad. And let's say day one, we had an iPad anyway. So that's really like how we rose the thing. We did extremely well here. We created a couple of experience centers. We have an experience center in New York to help us sell the product. We actually opened up recently another one in Las Vegas. So if you're ever in Las Vegas, there's a beautiful experience center there as well. You guys went. Yes. Tell the crowd what you thought.
Amazing.
It's amazing. Huh?
Victor, what was your experience last week?
Oh, and
in New York?
It was great. It's a very good place to learn more about the system capabilities, and it's a good place maybe to bring a customer there, show them what's happening, what can you do. I also learned some things there, like for example, they have an iPad or a touch screen in the rooms with the in the screen. They have the scenes, so you don't have to go to the iPad, press the button, get to the Span Pro, move to the scenes. So it's always there, and it's something that you can show to your customer. So it's more simpler than you thought. It's the way to do it. So if you have the time, I know Vegas it's at the other side, but New York it's
in New York we have all the newer stuff like the energy, the battery solutions and things like that. So we have people coming in, not just to like you as dealers. We have architects coming there, we have builders, we have customers coming in asking for battery backup. So this is a thing now. So definitely utilize the New York Experience Center as much as you can. If you guys can't make it there physically, we do offer virtual tours for either New York or Vegas. You could get a client. We'll send a Zoom invite out, and it's very interactive. We can walk through the space through Matterpoint, which is a software that we use, and it just also helps you to educate the customer. So if you can't fly to New York, you can do virtually as well.
That's it. If your client is in New York and you can't make it, we're happy to entertain. We never talk about pricing there.
Yeah.
It's just about the experience. So just keep that in mind.
And if you want to book a session, it's just tours@savant.com. and we could get it on a schedule for it.
So over the years, we've been acquiring companies, like releasing many innovative tools, different app enhancements, for example. So that really continues. A couple of the ones that I want to highlight. In 2015, the founder of the company kind of stepped out of the company for a bit and started a company called Racepoint Energy. At that year, he already realized we had to start thinking about energy. We're going to be talking about that a little bit more today. But he already had that hindsight, again, of we need to change the way we look at energy. It's become very important. We acquired some other companies over time. Another very big one here is G Lighting. G Lighting is helping us really very much in developing products, costing product, research. It's a very big acquisition in G Lighting, one of the most known brands in the world. So that's us now today. We've got some beautiful equipment where I'll just say here, like there's a little bit of a sync thing here. We'll say we're working very hard to make that available on the market as well. But there's some really interesting things coming out of here. And this path continues. Like we're always innovating. We're not a company that just builds something and then it will last for many, many years. We're always looking, what else can we do? So, and that's kind of like what I wanted to highlight here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would just say, just kind of echo what you're saying about GE. The next time you go into like a hardware store, you see a GE bulb, that's now considered a smart brand. So this is a company that has over 100 years of making light bulbs. So it wasn't a cheap purchase by any means.
So instead of like going deep in like what we do today, because I think many of you do already know. Sorry, was the question? Oh, I thought I saw a hand.
I know with that.
Okay. Instead of like going deep into like what we offer, there's so much product. I want to kind of like focus on like what we actually are very much known for. When end users come to you, they're like, I want a savant system. And it's typically for these reasons. It's personalization. And like what you were just describing, Victor, like the scenes. Clients create scenes. I have one in my home that I use every single day when I work from home. It's my home office scene. Lights go on, I turn my Dutch radio channel on, I listen to it, and then the AC turns on in summer. Easy to use, and the client can easily set it up. The level of personalization and what the client can do is pretty exceptional, and clients love it. When we go to the experience time and I show this, I literally hand off the iPad, give it to the client, and like, okay, I can use this. We are known for that, so always highlight this. What actually Pablo and I have done a lot of times in our travels across the Latin Americas is showing how I use my system. To give you an idea, maybe to just a takeaway from like using the UI. Never, I would almost say like never use this interface that you're looking at here. This is the room view. Do everything from the home page. If you want like know a little bit more about it later after, so I'm happy to show you. If you use the home page, you can do anything you want very quickly in the house. You'll never get lost in the system. So do it from the home page here. So a couple of things here, like level of personalization. Simple but very effective things. Set pictures of the rooms. Clients love it. They can take a picture of their own room. They move some furniture around. They take a picture. Simple but very, very effective things. We already brought up to the create scenes. So you can have as many scenes as you want in the house. They have scenes that are scheduled. All of my outdoor lighting is all scheduled around the house. If you've got Jewish clients, I have some Jewish clock things going on around. So you can do that as well. True image lighting. So I don't know if we can demo that today, but we have some patented technology that we use where we can actually show you on the UI as well, the user interface as well, that like you're dimming light or you're changing the color of the light. So if we change this to purple, you can actually see it on your app as well. And we made that really intuitive. Those scenes, we just walked up, but the scenes that you create on your phone, for example, we can also apply them to, I'm just going to point here to a keypad. So if you use Savant keypads, and I do this in like a couple of my rooms, I have one button, the top button, always for the lights. You need to have it for the lights in the room. But the second button is my scene. So my office scene is on the keypad as well. So you create it in the app, then you say like, okay, I want to actually have it on the keypad. Those are really great advanced features that clients absolutely love. So, any questions so far? I know I go sometimes a little quick, so. But like I said, I want to just highlight some of the big key differences I think where we really excel. So, but just interrupt me. Any questions? Raise your hand.
No. How many people have a demo system, Savant demo system already? Okay, cool. For the people who don't, what I always encourage you to do is download the app, right? And you can put it in a demo mode It's a great sales tool. Like you can give it to your clients and say, hey, this is the system I'm selling. Download the app. It gives them a really good taste of what they'll get. And it's very intuitive. So I always tell people, download the app, get to learn it. The earlier, the better.
All right, so what we wanted to like show you here is kind of like, okay, so what's next? And really like our company slogan is like create brighter lives and more sustainable world. We're really looking beyond like audio, video, like what we can do with lighting, what we can do with energy around the house, and climate control. So we're looking at a lot more than your average, let's say, audio, video system. So let's just dive into this. We see a smart home as like a smart home that has every single system in the house into one single operating system. So yes, the audio and the music, some video, maybe your climate control, some lighting, but there are so many more things in the client's life that are very important. Networking, power, energy, solar. Combine that all, that makes it really a smart home. That's really what we want to make sure that we bring across. There's so much more out there. And I think it brings opportunity. Not everybody is interested in, let's say, audio. They might be like, I'll just make, I don't know, a JBL Bluetooth speaker for in the kitchen and I'll be the happiest guy alive. But here you can go in and like, hey, you know what? Maybe you're interested in lighting, you can start a surround system. Maybe you're interested in doing some security, so you can do some camera integration. Or the client's like, you know what? I have a solar system in the house. I even have a generator in the house. But with that generator, I can't really power up the entire house. What if you have a battery? You really have to be smart in how you use the battery. You have technology that you can get the most out of that battery or generator solution and really move I would call like the electrical footprint in the house from like one room to the other and maximize what a generator or whatever battery system can actually generate in the house. So it's very powerful. The clients are very, very much aware of this and looking for solutions globally. So that's where we are. Just not your entertainment system, but really for every single smart solution around us, combining them into one.
Yeah, I think Savant is more than just a control company. It's more of a technology company. That's kind of the direction we're going and how we're innovating new things and creating new categories for you to venture into, because coming out with a new touch panel and remote, I mean, there's no fun in that.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You gotta think outside of the box, right?
So if we just like look a little bit like more into this, we kind of like elements that we're looking into. We want a responsive home. We'll get into like what that means, but a home that actually works for you, that does things automatically based on an interaction. We want a resilient home. A home, think of energy, that actually works with you around environmental changes, for example, like your electrical grid going down. You need to have a resilient home to actually get you through those periods. But also like providing a long-term value. A system needs to grow with the client. We have a tool for our clients to use to actually the client can always upgrade their systems. And I think there's something that we're very much known for. Like we have systems that are 10 years old and we can still update them to slip to date. So we can try that as long as possible. But these things are critical, I think, these days in the client mind. So if we go into the first one. So we are about to be showing you guys, and there's some activity going on up to leading up to see here, Camera AI. Now, Camera AI by itself exists already for a while, but not the first one. But to combine it into a smart home solution is a whole different thing. So we can do things like facial recognition, license recognition, intrusion systems as well. I think we have a video here. Let me just show you what that looks like in our solution. This is recorded in Vegas, by the way, for the folks that have been there. So this is in Vegas. This is our system with any camera, doesn't matter what camera system. Show you what we do. So imagine a trigger goes off. There's a sense of like somebody got to the close to the pool, or maybe a stranger drove up to the gate at the house, and a scene goes off, your own or your client's scene. So not just hey, I got a notification, but something happens in the system automatically based on the trigger.
Turn on the lights, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Like if it's like, oh, it's Trevor. Trevor came up. Great.
And
hope not.
the killer cabinet goes open, music is playing, shades open up automatically. It's kind of like things are happening for the client, like the house or the system is working for the client. So that's really key. That's something that the clients are very, very much aware of. Security, and I see this in my own household, it's on everybody's mind today. People want to know what's going on in the house and want to be notified. So key element, and that's something that we're working on. You'll see within the next couple of months, some of these things actually come into market for you.
And they're coming to the user interface, or they're coming to us on the Lutron?
To the user interface. So if a client, I mean, you could be designing this, like setting it up, but the client then has like, hey, if this activity happens, I want this scene to trigger. The client has some control over that.
So we have a partnership with IC Realtime. That's our preferred camera company. So they have AI in some of their products. What we'll be able to do, for example, is they have license plate recognition. So think about a client coming to this gate, it recognizes his car, it opens up the gate, lights the driveway, unlocks the front door. You know, if it's not a license plate, it recognizes, you know, sound alarm, something like that. So they could do like license plate, facial recognition, like a pool, you know, like setting boundaries, that kind of a thing. I heard there's even like animal detection, even weapons detection. I heard.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, AI is something serious, and you know we're taking it seriously and trying to integrate with that stuff too. So that's coming real soon. So.
The other thing that's actually available today already, so maybe it's not necessarily known to you just yet, but lighting is of course a very big thing in people's lives, and we all sell light control systems, I think. But I think another thing that we do extremely neat is, and what I use at home as well, is a thing called daylight mode, maybe also known as circadian rhythm. So really kind of like in a simple way saying like bringing a light, outdoor light experience inside the home. So think of it also this way. Like in the mornings, like outside light experience is like, it's dim, it's not as bright, and it's warm. It has a much warmer tone to it. Let's say roughly 25 on the Kelvin. But during the day, it gets brighter and brighter and brighter. You need your sunglasses, especially out here, because it's so blue and it's so bright. And then during the night hours, it goes down again. And you get that kind of like that bell curve, like this curve here. We can bring that experience into a home. Now, if you've got like tunable fixtures, like some of these here are actually tunable fixtures with color, we can change the temperature of that bulb as well. But I'm even using this system at home with regular fixtures, or even with like a smart mirror in the bathroom, where I have LED strips in 0 to 10 volt control. And during the day, in daylight mode, in the morning, I should say, it actually comes up only at 25% brightness. It is so bright already in the morning, I don't need full brightness. But if I walk in the afternoon and I turn on my light from the keypad, that light on the mirror is actually at full brightness. So you can even use it with like non-tunable light fixtures. It's a very good experience. I use it for as well. Another personal experience that I think you might want to try at home as well is you've got an open floor plan, friends come over, you have those tequilas and all that stuff, a little beer to chase it down. But the lights automatically get like a little bit lower during the night. You've probably been in a restaurant at some point where like, you're sitting in the restaurant and the lights just go down. And it's a really strange experience, like it gets you off guard. If that goes ever so slightly, it's a very comfortable experience. So what that looks like in real life, and this goes back to like a little video here at the Experience Center in Las Vegas. So you might recognize one of the bedrooms, right? So let me see if I can get it. So what happens is that we've got sunlight coming in. Let's see if I can get it. Yeah. Is it go? Yeah. So the sunlight is actually like is full on right now. You see it's starting to actually set a little bit. And light experience starts to change. You can see some of the pictures are off right now. You'll see that they're gradually turning on and creating a really, really nice, comfortable, warm experience. In this case, we're actually using tunable white. They're also full color, but tunable white. So we're gradually changing it from, like, say, let's say 5,000 Kelvin to like a 2,700 Kelvin. That's super comfortable. If I can point you guys out again, like that whole master suite with the temperature changing, it's fabulous, right? It's a really, really great experience.
Bathroom and the closet.
Yeah, the closet areas. Yeah. So your CI lighting is one of them. But if you've got, I'm going to be a little bit careful, so I would say try it out. But if you've got a Dmx controllable fixture, or a 0 to 10 volt, that is just tunable light, that's a possibility that we can
actually for the European market. We just finalized the DALI interface with the Lutron system as well. So we can even do DALI with Lutron by controls, not the fixtures.
Okay.
No. Well, actually, you guys can probably get Capture, right? You can probably make that work.
Yeah, it is working.
Actually, if you have this with the Dmx controller driver, or for Capture with Polaris, we actually do it.
We have full integration with it.
Yeah, that's the full integration with Capture.
The only one that actually has full integration.
That's true. Yeah.
And with the Dmx controller, you have the secret.
Yeah, we do. We have light strips, so we have our Dmx light strips, so you can do it as well, or some bulbs as well.
And
so there's a lot of ways to get decorative lighting in.
Like in one other presentation, I think him that he asked about if we have a power outage, most of our country have it.
Yeah.
How long it takes for the system to recover back to the color that we have in at a specific time of the day?
Oh, so that's actually not that long. So it's basically all it is that the host has to kind of like get back up and running again.
Imagine that the host is in a UPS, so it is always on.
Yeah.
The only part that goes off is the strip and the Dmx controllers and the power supply.
So the coordinates of the bulb, for example, like the temperature and if it's a color, it's all stored on the host. It's synced also with the cloud. So as soon as the host can talk to the bulb again, it's sent back on. So it's, and if it's the host that goes down, it comes up again. It's just the host getting up to speed, and we'll send the command out again. That's not that long.
Trevor?
Yes.
In the case of the circadian, for example,
Mm-hmm.
we just had Lutron coming in, and I was asking for a strip, and they said they don't have it on the roadmap.
Oh, okay.
Can we get, for example, Ketra and the Savant strip working more or less
Just
together?
experience with that, I think.
Yeah, we actually encourage that because that's showing the power of what we can do. Where before we rolled out our integration with QSX and Ketra, we weren't the first to do it. We're the last, right? And that's by design, because the goal, what we wanted to do is, let's say you're controlling Lutron, right? And Ketra, you want it to feel like you're controlling Savant Light. So some of the features that you could do with Savant Light, like the true image and scenes, we can now do that with Ketra. So what I've been doing is encouraging dealers to say, hey, if you're into Ketra, you don't want to use our lighting, all right, but this is what we can do. We can enhance the Ketra experience by adding some of our lighting. So you could actually have Ketra, some Savant bulbs, some Savant strips, and to the client, it's just a lighting system.
One system.
It's just one system working together.
But this is using Savant, not using
Exactly. You have to use us in
work with DMX.
right. So we're kind of like just controlling all the different manufacturers. So.
It's kind of like your audio experience. If you have multiple sources,
Right.
You make it for the client like it's a sponsor.
So if you do a scene, you could have the scene trigger Ketra and our strips and our bulbs.
And have you done things like, for example, if we have like a playroom, for example, we have strips that would work with DMX. Can we open a mic and have them like dancing, like the things that?
Not today.
No. Those are RGBIS.
Yeah.
I know the strips you want. You want to do like a light show.
If
Ours
you
are
open,
just-
for example, if you use Philips Hue and you open the microphone from your your phone, that's it. They start moving.
So
Our strips hasn't gotten into our DMX strip yet. I know it's not really helpful today for you folks, but the sync light strips will have them in a couple of months or so. And eventually that will travel over to the pro light strips as well. But it's a bit of ways for that. I'm going to just say this, right? It's not like we got a lot of requests for it on the website. It doesn't come up too much. But I see it a lot. Like if I do it, what I did.
Awesome, right?
I'm sure it's going to happen. It's just like it's a little bit new for the pro side and not enough requests yet.
But there's a part for example, since survey is all about the 3 and 4 years ago, and the new owner just happened to be there, staying with the hotel, not only like have some fire show or
that's one of the pros.
that's but they will also like sound and also lighting that syncs to the sound. So if anything could come around the ones that would be the most good product. So I don't have to lost my edge.
Yeah. We're more residential. I know exactly what you're talking about, and a lot of that is DMX controllable. Like think about, I first got introduced to DMX when nightclubs, the lighting, like all that is all controlled. So that's more.
I'm aiming towards DMX with Kodo
Yeah.
All right, we need to say a little bit on
Yeah,
that. So let's keep going. Great question. We'll be around for a little bit. Hey, so I mentioned AI on the camera side, but we also are in development of like guys like ourselves. We have offices in development of AI networking. So smart networking systems that grow with the client. But I mentioned earlier, like one of those areas, like a resilient assistant that grows with the client. Clients are not always in the same room with their phones or with the remote controls. And here's a system that actually will enhance itself based on the experience. So if it sees like, hey, let's say your remotes are dropping out in an area, it's able to kind of like repair itself or model itself to like greater control in certain areas. So also a system that will be able to notify your events. So downtimes, for example, maybe there's like too much time to connect to the device, DNS issues. It can actually notify you before the client even realizes that there's a problem on the networking side. So think of that as well. Right now, a lot of times we're guessing, right? Like what happened? Oh, my remote control lost connection with the access point. Yeah, don't know really how to troubleshoot it. Here are the tools coming to see this. And again, notify you already early on. Hey, there's a problem in the house. You need to start researching this. We're bringing this into like working together with a networking company. And we're bringing it into someone about management. So just on a high level here. So let's just get to the next section here. Let me see. So the other big thing is energy. It's a very big focus point in our company. You've probably heard a lot from us already coming around the energy solutions. Again, early on I said it's on everybody's mind today. I myself, I like to have everything on the grid. Get geothermal for the heating and cooling, get my power from the solar, put it in the battery, and then I go off battery. So let's just talk a little bit more about this. That's the
well, it all starts with the goal here is we're trying to make every electrical panel smart. So we have these modules that could sit into a standard home line panel right now. And basically what that allows us to do is we can monitor the energy on those loads. And it pretty much is the foundation to a much bigger play, which is, hey, if you have customers that have generators, for example, right? And I think Trevor started by saying, hey, typically when you deploy a generator, you kind of have maybe a certain amount of loads, what that generator could handle. And typically that decision is not done by the customer, right? It's the electrician going there, oh yeah, let's put the fridge on here, this on here. And when you lose power, the customer might be like, hey, I want to power something here, but it's not available. So what we're doing is by utilizing our modules, we're creating virtual critical load panels. So pretty much saying we have access to any circuit in the home, right? And we can make decisions based on certain scenarios. So for example, we could have a default scene when you use power, let's say out of 30 circuits, you have these 10 by default, right? So you could have a situation where, okay, we lost power, it's probably day 2 now, right? Or day 3 or 4. And the laundry room is not on that critical load, that essential critical load panel. So we could do things like say, hey, switch from essentials and let's go to laundry time. And what we'll do is you'll shut off some of the circuits that we don't need during laundry and freeze up the circuits that are for your laundry room. And we could do our laundry and then switch back to another scene if you want.
And the client can do that?
From the app.
Yeah.
Same
Right.
app that they're using every day.
Same Savant app. So that's kind of like the foundation, because by doing this with the load center, then we could go into generators, we could go into solar, we could go into battery backup, but it starts here. And we encourage dealers to do that, because for the price point right now in our store, we have a package for $3,500 and you get 31 circuits. So it's a great starting point to have those conversations. I encourage people, if you're doing a generator, you need this, right?
My problem right now is the footprint, because I have double the size of the panel.
Or you could create a sub panel.
Or a sub panel.
Right.
We see two options here, like you
Yeah,
buy
you
a
could
quick
do
more
either
space, you
one.
get another panel, or you buy another $350 panel.
And keep
But
all our
this-
modules in that panel.
It's much cheaper than a dedicated panel. So if you do like there's a couple other brands do it, it's a proprietary panel. This is not proprietary. This
Right.
is an electrical panel.
Yeah, and with those other solutions, with those other solutions too.
You're gonna need it anyway.
Right.
If you have a generator, you're gonna have a critical load panel. That load panel goes away. So we're just taking different kind of space. On top of it, these modules give you energy management, so now you can see what you're using. Like I can go in my app and see exactly what I'm using on every single circuit around the house at any given time. There's something else that comes up. You guys also let you blueprint. Same modules also come in lighting modules. There's a lot of functions built into the module.
And the cost of the module, the average 20 amp one is $300, and it could be circuits. So $150 a circuit. It's manageable, right?
Yeah, so here we're showing basically like how Savant basically is like that one single smart control system that brings all of these elements together. You got your solar on your roof, you got the generator or the battery back up on the house, then all your electrical sources in the house. We're bringing them all together into one element. Not that every single piece has its own app. One single app that the clients know already that can control their entire energy footprint around the house. And like Steve said earlier, like you can move it literally through the app for the scenes, move it from one area of the house, say the kitchen, into the family room. Very easy to move this around so they can maximize that battery, for example, that they have in their house, without even thinking about it in many cases. So just keep that in mind. We have special educational materials for this on the university. So if you like to really know a little bit more about it, it's call on us. Call the Polaris team, for example, or
We do this thing, we do Zoom calls and consultations. Let us know what you need.
So to give you an idea of something that again we're very known for, right? The user interface. We do the same thing on the energy side. Really easy to view the user experience. And also, the user experience is very personalized in this case. These tiles here, a client themselves can move these around. So if they want to see the flow of the house, first thing you can literally hold the tile down, like you do with the C button, move it into a different position. This is personalized by the client. Every client can make it their own personal experience. And then each one of these displays shows you basically like what is happening in the house. You see like, hey, the grid is feeding the system, or are we feeding the grid back? We can see like what every single circuit in the house is using. This is very interesting because you can really see now, hey, you know what, I'm really using a lot in, say, an area in the room. Like, what is going on? Phantom loads, for example, like it's something that I became aware of in my house. Like I'm draining, using a lot of electricity in rooms, and I'm like, but there's nobody home. Like my daughter is gone, and yet it is like using energy. You actually get an idea of like the phantom loads in your house that are consuming electricity at any given time.
Or we actually had a situation where a client realized there was a spike in his utility bill, and we were able to pinpoint it and realize that his well pump was going bad, and it was spiking up the consumption. And just because that well pump was on one of our modules, we were able to identify, hey, there's something wrong. We could see it with a refrigerator going bad, compressors, so it adds more value.
So the other thing that we've brought already on the market, I think some of you might be aware of this, we have a subscription model called Essentials. We've made a couple of changes to it, and I think I might have even made a note this somewhere. I forgot. But like notifications, just so you know, notifications and remote access is still part of any standard smart system. So that's not included in the essentials program.
We listened.
It wasn't known everywhere, but I want to make sure that you understand, like, everything that you are used to today is still there. So what we are working towards is like kind of like the more advanced features that they simply cost money. We need to figure out a way in the industry, time to make sure that you get paid for your service, that we can pay for all the reprogramming that's going on there, and we need to work for ourselves towards a subscription model. And what you're going to see over a period of time, especially the next 6 months, is that we're going to be offering, I'm going to say again, being a little sarcastic on ourselves again, because it's been a little while, getting more and more tools back into your hands, like actually really sell some like really advanced feature sets. Let me just skip this because I'm already being warned that we're out of time. So we'll skip this. But one thing that's actually very powerful is already today available is the backup and restore functionality. So say those type scenarios, and we have the availability to just very easily get somebody up and running with a newer host. Or maybe a crash, maybe there was like a lightning strike on the house and shoot, I got to do everything all over again? No. It's already backed up for you. With this system, you can now quickly restore the system.
Yeah, think of it like the Savant iCloud, right? You lose your iPhone or your iPhone died, you don't have to worry about losing any data. You can just pull it down from the cloud.
All right, so what's to come? Yeah, I just skipped a couple of slides. And, I think what we all want to know is like what else is to come, right? So I think you know the guys here, System Monitor is on the MacBook Pro, MacBook Air. But right now we are getting very close to like making it available in in the Smart Cloud. So now remotely, or at any given time, you can go into the cloud and actually see a system like you see say, locally in the house in System Monitor. So those tools are being carried over all into the cloud. So then you can go on your iPad, I have the same thing in my house, I don't always want to grab my laptop, on your iPad, wherever you are, let me check on this house and get System Monitor. We are working towards getting notifications, like there's something offline that wants connection to a device to get you notifications. So those are the things that now really start to move forward with this program. So stay tuned here. You're going to see in the next couple of months again some of these examples. So what I wanted to show you, or what we wanted to show you on the slides here, is that we just pointed out here, we have newer in-wall touch panels coming faster with DSP capabilities. I think we just heard that they're shipping in July.
Yeah.
Something July timeframe. Same 5-inch, same 8-inch touchscreen. They have new audio capabilities built in, and these will allow us for one other thing that we really need. Is intercom. I'm not seeing on this slide yet, but intercom. Out the panel, from the phone to the panel, so intercom is coming to the solution as well. We got the image right here. So intercom, you'll see this at CEDIA. A couple of things that we are now in alpha on, it's actually development, is a full-blown in tune integration, Amazon Music, also Spotify Hi-Fi, and it looks like we're getting close to doing alpha of Apple Music. This is still pending a little bit, but I think by seeing it, so for example, that this will be in beta. This is going to be in beta in a couple of months. Apple Music comes to play as well. I'm sorry? Built-in, full service. So Spotify, we all know is Connect. That's the only way it's allowed. It's just it is what it is. I actually use it a lot that way with Spotify Connect. I kind of like it. I really dig it because I have my Spotify Connect card. I go outside around the house and I just play it. I take it with me. But Apple Music is fully integrated with search capabilities. Same thing with Amazon Music. I don't know if it's popular in your market, but here in the US it's become pretty popular. So some big releases coming actually. All right, so what I wanted to highlight is we've got in the next, it's a bit of a boring slide, but we have an ambassador dealers. We have a couple of, I think they left maybe, but ambassador dealers. We have an event in San Diego on the 27th and the 28th. But don't worry if you're not an ambassador yet. We also have a virtual dealer summit August 4th. So you can join us on these days and see exactly what's coming up. So there's going to be more, and we typically show these first thing at the summit, and then we go live to CEDIA. CEDIA's end of September in Dallas. So please join us. If you're an ambassador dealer, come to San Diego with us. If you can't make it, please join us at the virtual summit, and you'll hear more and more about what's new to come. Any questions? I think you had discounts? No discounts today.
Sounds like a little price increase. On the restaurant, you are working with square feet.
Yeah.
Have you, on the roadmap, do you have anything being?
It's a little early, but we are trying to figure out.
Because all the electrical things are going to the beam.
I just had a whole meeting about it last week. Yeah, we're trying. I am really trying, I can tell you this, because I need it badly. But even here in the US, in Mexico, we see more and more on dim mill. I mean, Lutron is all dim mill, but it's more and more common. It's the global standard. So,
because, for example, thinking of a multi-door.
All right, guys.
No, I'm answering a question.
Okay. If we have a DMP, we can ask, for example, for a local manufacturer to include it on the normal thing, and then you can kind of off and on and have automated at least at the general point. That could be very useful.
It's like I said, like it's in development. We're definitely pushing in a big way. Yep. Cool. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Minutes.
Ay, no, las donas, no las
Yeah, I know.
Ahí era esa que está rellena, creo.
¿Tú crees que parece la gorra?
No, la próxima. Ya se acabó.
El dueño lo dejó por ahí. Yo creo que el dueño de ese eso lo debería. Los perdimos a todo el mundo.
Suerte.
La próxima. Cuídense, buen viaje.
No bajé el otro.
Let me bring people back.
Listo, seguimos. Seguimos con el espíritu.
Nobody's been sitting here since 9 in the morning. How are you? Nice. You've been sitting here since young. Ya sentí esto. He was with all of us yesterday. So you have even though you've been in Texas still? Oh, okay. You know, one part,
Ya lo teníamos fijado. Fuera por un.
Is it Seth ever? Is it Seth that works over there?
he has now, I don't know, like 45%. Probably half of it. They're everywhere from Latin America. Mexico, Argentina, a bunch of people. So he told me and said, you want to be on the show? What? Your show? You know, he had like a podcast. Do you want me to be on the show? I say, I don't know. You always say, you know, every show and you talk and I just want to know more about information about that. Before we start, someone said to me, let me just say, you know, they have, you have a debt in what case? Hell, you have.
Yeah.
Why haven't you come and talk to me and say, okay, listen, things on our end are very different here. Even the way you do business here is very different from the way. No. You need to stay at me and then we will talk. And I'm going to fix that. And we'll work it out. I'm doing something better. I talk to him a lot. And I learn a lot from it. It's very powerful. I mean, people with a lot of important people. So that's the reason why I said to him. Well, I mean, I'm gonna jump over here, but it's great. He was gonna come, but you know, it was here to come. Yeah, that won't last that long.
I don't see it.
Man, te pusieron de verdad hasta la tiene el clicker.
Clicker.
Nos vemos. Cuídense.
Que tengan buen vuelo. Que lleguen las manos.
Gracias.
Canceladas.
Un placer.
Igual, cuídense mucho. Hasta luego.
Siempre los rascapailas aquí. Muchas gracias por eso. Los rascapailas son los mismos siempre. No sabía que iban a
Vamos a tener que cambiar de horario. El orden de...
Le estaba diciendo yo creo que le mandé la foto del horario. Así te llaman en la escuela.
Cuando llegue la señora de decir, vamos a tener que sentarlo de coletita.
I'm going to be the clicker.
Sí. No, ya.
Aparentemente bien. Al próximo ahí el lobby.
Y que tienes también un producto.
I'm getting the dust.
Lo que lleva. Sí. ¿Lo pruebas?
Yo sabía que iba a hacer falta.
Bueno, sí. Eso es porque a veces un smart. Lo que no puede hacer los módulos
Michael, are we good?
We're good.
Okay. ¿Cómo estamos todos? ¿Cansados?
You're welcome.
También, ya con las donas, sí, más azúcar.
Sugar rush.
Sugar rush. Bueno, pues bienvenidos todos. Y yo me llamo Miguel Silva y Shannon. Y estamos aquí con Screen Innovations. Shannon es la de ventas y la internacional. Oh. Okay. Y yo me encargo de entrenamiento de la instalación. Entonces, yo tengo creo que casi 2 años trabajando con persianas y tengo más 4 meses trabajando con Screen Innovations. Y hoy vamos a hablar de, bueno, unas poquitas cosas de exterior y también de interior de persianas. Y si alguien tiene preguntas, algo de instalación o preguntas de producto, levante la mano, pregúnteme, ahí vamos a ver qué tengo. Tengo mucha información que cubrir. Entonces, vamos a ver qué tanto podemos cubrir después de 5 minutos, como ven. ¿Ya estamos? Excelente. Excelente, seguimos. Ok. Entonces, primero que tenemos es el Nano caja. Ustedes ya conocen ese producto. Yo sé que unos de ustedes ya lo han visto, pero algunos no. Entonces la caja, lo bonito de esta caja es la más bonita, la más chiquita caja de persianas que hacen ahorita. Las demás, lo que como están comprando la de Lutron es el doble tamaño, porque tiene las pilas y luego tiene la tela dentro. Nosotros podemos poner todo solamente en una caja con un rollo, porque todo motor, la pila que se carga, sea lo que sea, está dentro del tubo. Entonces podemos tener una caja bien chiquita. Esta se puede hacer hasta como 4 metros, pero cuando va más grande, se pone en caja más grande. Pero como quiera, eso todavía es demasiado chiquito. Creo que el otro comparado sería lo de Lutron Shape. Ese sería el tamaño del mediano de ellos. El de ellos más grande va todavía más grande. Ese es el más grande de nosotros. Entonces, este
¿Hasta
sería...
cuánto puede bajar la persiana?
¿Qué pasó?
¿Hasta cuánto puede bajar esa persiana?
Puede bajar hasta 16 pies, que sería como 4 o 5 metros. Entonces puede ser demasiado grande. También tenemos el roll. Sí.
Baja 4, pero ¿cuánto puede tener de
4.
4 por 4.
4 por 4, 5.
Ahí está, 15 a 16.
Sí, 15 a 16 pies. Pero metros. También tenemos opción de sin caja, serían con rollo. Entonces eso solamente lleva un soporte en cada lado. Y también tenemos varios colores que puede usar. Y este también tiene diferentes tamaños, dependiendo qué tan grande sea la caja. Lo más grande, pues más grueso tiene que ser el tubo para poder que no se caiga en el centro. ¿Sí? Ok. ¿Sí? Ok.
¿Existe doble pagado?
Eso es lo que vamos a ver lo que sigue. También tenemos un sistema dual. El dual, cuando vas a estar caminando. El dual es el sistema blackout atrás también de la persiana de dentro del sistema shear, donde uno puede ver para afuera. También no tiene que ser blackout, también puede ser uno que se llama light filtering. Y el light filtering lo que hace es que no puedes ver, pero como quiera todo deja luz para adentro, no se siente como está todo negro, ¿sí? Y con este sistema de blackout puede usar unos rieles en el lado, poder dejar el sol más. Este cajón de esa persiana es el mismo tamaño de un Lutron Shade solos, nomás solos en el doble. Entonces, el doble de nosotros es el mismo tamaño de un Lutron single. Eso sí, para mí yo lo vi muy impresionante. Sí. Okay. También ofrecemos un sistema que se llama couple. Y el couple sistema es cuando tienen un solo motor para varias persianas. Entonces, ellas siempre van a correr juntas. Es como si fuera teniendo un espacio bien grande y es más de 4 metros y necesita poner más persianas, pero nomás tiene una luz, un cable, algo así. Necesita, pero vamos a ganar espacio. Componiéndolas juntas, tan juntas, van a operar como una sola persiana. ¿Sí? Este sistema lo usamos mucho como en high rises. El otro sistema que tenemos es Pocket. El Pocket Shade es cuando va aquí arriba y todo se esconde. Y este se pone, tiene como un espacio que es como 5 por 5 pulgadas. Un cajillo arriba. Toda la persiana va adentro. Y todo se sale de arriba de la pared. Este lo estoy viendo bastante ahorita, especialmente en esos edificios que son que tienen como 16 pies o algo así.
Y consulta al momento de hacer mantenimiento.
¿Qué pasó?
Al momento de hacer mantenimiento. La fase que está abajo es parte de la cortina. Entonces.
Sí, sí. Nosotros también eso se pone después. Así es. Sí, entonces cuando necesitas hacerles servicio, se quita de lo de abajo y puedes agarrar la persiana por abajo. Ya. ¿Sí? Ok.
¿Cuál es la apertura entre persianas y persianas cuando colocas varias juntas?
Como una pulgada.
3 centímetros más o menos.
Como de 3 centímetros. Sí, sería. No es mucho, es menos del tamaño de un Molière que van en medio de las ventanas. Buena pregunta. Okay. También tenemos una opción que no sea motorizado. Entonces, si tiene un cuarto que tiene como una recámara que de un guest o algo así, que no sea de principal, puede poner cocina o también en el área, por una razón no se ponen ahí arriba también. Ese nomás se usa con unos de garra. No hay cadena o nada así en el lado. Todo lo más se jala. Sí, se sube para arriba. Le das todo chiquito y se sube hasta arriba. Pero se mira igual que la demás. Entonces, cuando uno viene por la casa, todo se mira lo mismo. Nomás la única diferencia es que tiene esta pieza de aquí para no agarrar. Y si está muy alto, ofrecemos este pedazo de aquí que puedes tenderlo para agarrarlo y también traerla para abajo.
Can you convert the manual to electrical in the future?
Yes, with the new box, you could take the guts out.
You have to change the
You
end
have
cap
to,
as
you
well.
have to do the end cap and put a new tube and roller in it, yes.
So, esa es la pregunta, sí. Sí, sí, pues, estamos hablando de eso. ¿Ok? ¿Preguntas? ¿Bien? Ok. Lo que yo he visto cuando yo he ido a hacer instalaciones de otros productos, la cosa que me han dicho más es lo que ve el cliente. ¿Qué ve el cliente? El cliente ve la fascia, ve la tela. Lo que ellos ven es este espacio que no está bien puesto. Siempre hay algo como donde va luz, se ve parte del soporte, no se ve bien. Entonces, el nanobox, como ven de allá arriba y de atrás, es solamente una pieza. ¿Okay? Y todo viene ya completo. Está todo en un cajón y con estas piezas de aquí está todo bien apretadito. Entonces no hay ese espacio que toda la... Yo he instalado por creo que más de 10 años y eso es lo que más tengo que regresar y encontrar diferentes formas para poder traer la pieza más dentro. Eso es muy fácil. Ya está, siempre va a ser una pieza. ¿Ok? ¿Preguntas? Ok. Este pedazo de aquí, de arriba, coge. Se llama un wood pile. Entonces, cuando se va por la pared, lo sella arriba. Porque usted sabe, cuando hacen el drywall, nunca está derecho. Siempre va a haber un espacito.
Eso no pasa en Latinoamérica.
Nunca pasa eso. Lo nuevo que hemos hecho con el Nano, ese es el Nano 2. El Nano 2 ahora podemos quitarle lo de enfrente para poder reparar algo. Más antes no se podía. Si algo pasaba, tendrá que mandarlo para atrás, para Austin, para poder reparar nosotros, o nos le mandamos un nuevo. Ahora es mucho más fácil para poder quitarlo. Y si un día, ojalá que no, si se te corta la persiana, tienes que desarmar para cortarla más chica. Sería más fácil.
Consulta normalmente las cortinas cuando quedan con un pequeño desnivel siempre se empiezan torcidas y bajan más.
Sí, y eso es algo muy común. Y por eso hicimos este sistema, porque puede quitar frente y usar diferentes cintas de pintar para poder enderezarla cuando suba. Okay. Sí, se llama telescoping. Y eso es algo que yo puedo enseñarle como reparto.
Que sería del inicio, ¿no?
Sí, y esta también sí tiene, o sea, sí tiene todavía, de caja chiquita todavía no, pero vamos a hacer un poquito más grande para poder tener niveladores adentro de la caja. Entonces, aunque la caja esté en la pared, puede tirar la persiana un poquito para que corra derecho en la ventana. Ahorita además están en 3.75 y en 4.75, lo va a ir más. La chiquita todavía no, pero eso va a ir, ya están haciendo. Tenemos diferentes formas de soporte. Ese es el normal. El normal soporte sería este de aquí. Solamente para colgar, nomás se tornilla aquí, agarra su caja y la cierra. Y es todo.
Ahí por detrás.
Sí. Ese es si quiere una por detrás, este es más por arriba y por atrás. Si tiene que ponerlo en una puerta o algo así en el que necesita que la caja esté muy apretada a la puerta, este se usa y para que quede bien.
Viene con las cortinas, las dos brackets.
No, tiene que ordenar.
Especifica.
Okay.
Y sí, tiene como una persiana que tiene un arco. Este se usa si quiere ponerlo adentro, porque puede ponerlo y luego usar el mismo sistema, engancharlo ahí. ¿Sí? Pero qué tan fácil es para poner. Súper fácil. Eso es lo que me gusta más. Bien rápido. A veces es muy rápido, demasiado rápido. Bueno, tenemos diferentes formas de comunicación y para poder ponerle luz a la persiana. La primera y la más popular va a ser la de pila. Y la de pila, no solo para cargar, con bichos, este es un cat de nosotros, solamente le da el cargador y se topa ahí y empieza a cargar solo. Cada carga va a ayudar como 1 año y medio o 500 revoluciones. Y luego cuando ya está lista, se la quita. Y me pregunta, ¿qué tal si está bien alta o algo así? ¿Cómo vamos a agarrarla? Ofrecemos una pieza con cada orden que detiene esta pieza de aquí. Y puede ser con un tubo que agarra como para cambiar una luz o una escoba. Una escoba. Yo uso la escoba. Y luego voy hasta arriba y me lo agarra sola. Y ya comienza a cargar. El enchufe va a tener diferentes luces, va a estar rojo, amarillo y luego verde cuando ya está listo para quitárselo. Okay. Entonces, va a durar como 4 o 6 horas para cargar. No más. Entonces, cada año, creo que yo me han llamado porque se le olvidan cómo cargar las persianas porque duran bastante la pila. ¿Sí? Ok. ¿Preguntas? No. Ok, entonces esa es el más común forma de poder darle luz a la persiana. La otra va a ser con un cable.
Creo que no tiene pila, pero el control remoto.
Este no tiene pila.
Sí,
ese no tiene pila.
Ese se cargó.
So, la otra forma de poder se llama por el Janus. El Janus, esto es muy interesante. ¿Ustedes han usado esto? ¿Han visto esta pieza? No. Este puede no nomás ponerle luz a la persiana, pero también puede comunicar con la persiana vía el cable. Puede ser de cualquier cable, puede ser de cable de 2, de 4, Lutron, FreshNet, Cat 6, no importa. Ese se puede usar. Si usa Cat 6, puede poner el R45 a este lado. Si no usa Cat 6, puede usar el Phoenix en este lado. No, y puede poner cada 8 persianas o 8 motores, puede usar un Janus. Se pueden poner en el rack, no problema. Se van lado por lado, puede poner 16 en 2 U's.
Integración.
Integración. Este es para integrar también.
No, pero ¿con quién?
Con quien sea.
Por medio
de... no importa. Pero nomás es para poder comunicar. Necesita otra pieza para poder ponerlo en el sistema. El gateway. Eso es lo que vamos a dar. Sí.
Antes de que sigas, veo que el bajante de la tela siempre está hacia el fondo. ¿Reversible? Es reversible.
Sí.
Se puede pedir reversible.
Como le necesite. Cuando está midiendo y está viendo el trabajo.
Sí, veo que hay algo que topa.
Sí, y es el mismo cajón. La única diferencia está abierta en el frente en vez de atrás. Okay. Entonces, y ese es de todos los tamaños. Entonces, sí, no hay problema allí. Ok. Este es el gateway, el Troy. Eso es lo más nuevo que tenemos ahorita, pero lo que es bonito de este con cualquier sistema. Agarra la información del Janus o de la Tahoma, que Tahoma es los Zigbee, y agarra de los dos y lo hace como uno. Entonces, ese es el que va a usar para Savant, para Lutron, Crestron, Q4, cualquier sistema que están usando. Este es el gateway. ¿Sí? Puede ser hasta 512 diferentes motores, controles, porque agarras todo. No nomás agarra los motores, también si tiene un control en la pared, también lo va a agarrar. Entonces, si yo quiero usar un control de la pared, como para uno de Somfy, que usa para subir y bajar la cortina, ese también lo va a agarrar. Yo puedo decirle, te puedo decir, yo cuando pucho este botón, quiero que todas las persianas suban. Este es el que lo programa. Entonces, no necesitan un sistema para usar esto. Puedo hacer todo otro usado.
Otra consulta. Pregunto ahora. El premio.
El premio.
El Troy, ok. Él integra estas que son inalámbricas.
Sí.
Y la manual y la cabeza, perdón.
Sí.
El otro, que son cuando tú pides o pones la orden, tú escoges si la quieres inalámbrica o no. Y las inalámbricas son solamente batería o también es de 110.
Sí, también tienen de 110. Sí. Y low voltage. Tenemos las 3 opciones. Okay. Y cada una el Troy puede controlar. Con el Troy, para controlar las que son de pila, tienes que tener otro gateway, pero ese gateway de información todavía te va a pasar. Okay. Sí, se llama Tahoma. Y esa es una pieza que hace something. Okay. Pero nosotros la vendemos. Okay. Entonces sí, vas a estar bien. Okay. ¿Más preguntas?
No.
Ok. Nosotros usamos el Zigbee. ¿Por qué es tan importante usar el Zigbee con persianas?
Brinda estatus.
Sí, y también no pasa tanta información. Porque a veces cuando uno usa el RTS o el RF, manda mucha información. Y Lo bueno con Zigbee, puedes mandar la información para atrás. Entonces tú vas a saber dónde está la persiana.
Te da el feedback.
Sí, te da el feedback. Entonces en la aplicación que viene con Somfy, bueno, que viene de nosotros, usted va a poder ver dónde están mis persianas ahorita. Esta es mi casa mía. Ahorita. Y yo puedo ver todas mis persianas están abiertas menos las de mi recámara. Yo puedo hacer y puedo cerrarlas de aquí. Por eso es tan importante el Zigbee, porque uno puede usar cuando sea y te da la respuesta que sí yo fui donde me mandaste. Yo le cierro aquí y va a ver que también va a enseñar la persiana bajando la aplicación adentro. Y esto es la aplicación de Sound. Y toda esa información agarra el Troy para ponerla en el sistema de ustedes. Entonces, esta información pasa para cualquier sistema que tiene. Entonces, vas a ver de la
el porcentaje que tiene apertura o...
Sí, así para que no tengas que decir, no, sí, cerró mi cortina o no. Van a decir.
O si quieren hacer una escena, a las cortinas a la mitad.
Así es, así es, porque tienes control de 1 a 7. Sí. Sí, eso es cierto. Nosotros ahorita somos los únicos que usan Zigbee de Somfy. La otra gente que usa Somfy no puede. Solo usan el RTS, que es el normal Somfy. Nosotros somos los únicos que pueden, de todo el mundo. Ok, y luego a veces me pregunta gente que qué pasa si nomás yo estoy usando un cable para de bocina, que solo tiene dos cablecitos dentro, no sé cómo se dice de tipo. 2 filamentos.
2 hilos.
2 filos.
2 conductores.
Sí, sí, estoy aprendiendo español todavía, tengo paciencia. Bueno, lo que me preguntan es si puedo usar esos cables porque no quiero usar pilas. Porque es mejor, no tengo que cargarlo, ¿sí, no? Pero todavía quiero usar la tecnología de Zigbee. ¿Qué hago? Bueno, tenemos un motor que también puedes ponerle luz, pero usar el Zigbee también. Entonces no tienes que hacer la comunicación directamente del cable. Puedes usar, o sea, si yo tengo un cuarto, tengo 2 persianas en las puertas tiene que ser pila. Tengo 3 persianas en la recámara o en la ventana grande, tengo yo mi cable ahí, no quiero que jalen igual, porque no quiero usar el sistema, puedo usar este de aquí para poder ponerle luz a esas persianas. Y no está caro.
Hablaste de que Troy te da estatus y la de Zigbee te da estatus y te va a dar estatus.
No, ese solo va a poder.
Bueno, perdón.
Entonces,
sí,
en vez de usar
interfaz.
no tienes que usar el Janus, que es demasiado para nomás ponerle luz a las persianas, de precio y también es demasiado de información. Usas el Kratos, que solo pone poder.
Y Janus también da estatus de porcentaje.
En el Zigbee te lo da. Sí, sí. Así no, yo tengo mi casa mía. Entonces, toda mi casa yo usé porque yo no quería cargarla porque son muy pocos. Y no que sea en la casa. Pero otra cosa es que yo subo y bajo mis persianas todos los días. Tienen time scenes, schedules. Entonces, por eso yo lo sé, porque no quería que se me descargara. Okay. Cuando están vendiendo, ustedes ya han visto yo recomiendo bastante comprando esos para poder, porque a mí cuando yo era dealer, me ayudaba bastante para llegar a un cliente, abrirlo, ellos pueden ver todo, puedes explicar todo lo que expliqué yo con este kit. Y tenemos uno de exterior y uno de interior. What are you running right now?
800.
Otros tipos por eso.
When you place your first order, you get each one 800 for each one, and then when you place your first order, you get a credit on that order, standard order.
So, of course, because you know.
So basically free.
Okay. Makes sense? Okay. Preguntas.
¿Van a sacar en algún momento algún sistema que ya venga integrado todo el sistema, o sea, el control de los buckets, el control para las persianas, etc.?
No puedo decir nada.
Okay, let me ask.
He wants to know if there's a system if there's going to be something like Janus that has the ability to do Zigbee and 45 all in one without having to have it to home.
Yo tengo una pregunta. Las garantías del motor.
Sería 5 años de todo el producto. Los motores de Sunfi creo que son sí, lo hicieron de compañía 1973 y no ha cambiado bastante de Sunfi desde ese tiempo. Entonces los motores de Sunfi, la verdad, son los mejores de persianas. Pero la garantía de nosotros es 5 años. Yo he trabajado en persianas que pusieron en el mío 1980s por ahí. Y lo que con esos trabajos, la tela se está rompiendo, pero los motores siguen trabajando. No, esos son, la mera verdad. Desde something. Yeah. They're that good.
Pero las telas sí dijiste ayer que eran de 25 años, ¿verdad?
¿Qué pasó?
Las telas, la garantía era 25 años.
Sí, esa es la vida de la tela, pero la garantía es 5 años. Pero la vida de la tela es como 25 años. Sí.
Sí, durante.
Sí,
porque por experiencia casi todas terminan amarillas. 6, 7 años decolorándose o ya no se pueden limpiar o se despegan sobre todo de los contrapesos.
Lo que yo he visto es que depende de la marca, pero la marca que yo he visto más es de Shearweave y de Piper. Esas yo he visto que sí duran ese tiempo, porque hay varios trabajos que son de exterior y yo voy a, 10 años después, no encuentro a alguien, yo voy a arreglarlo y la tela sí como que se mueve un poquito, pero todavía está maciza. Depende de la marca. Piper, Mermaid y Wilson son los que cargamos las demás, la mayoría, y esas son muy buenas. Ok, ahora vamos a ver cómo poder medir. ¿Ustedes son instaladores también?
No, son los jefes.
Son los jefes. Bueno. Ok, entonces también. Sí entiendo. También ofrecemos entrenamiento para instaladores. Y ese entrenamiento puede ser en un trabajo de ustedes, en su país, donde sea, me mandan a mí para poder yo enseñar a gente cómo instalar, medir, hacer todo.
¿Puede ser virtual también ese entrenamiento?
¿Qué pasó?
¿Puede ser virtual?
Sí, puede ser virtual. Y yo soy el que hago ese entrenamiento. Y sería como 2-3 horas en lo más pura instalación. Ok, para medir tenemos diferentes formas, inside, outside, y sobre el frame. ¿Sí? ¿Ok? Primero, cuando estamos midiendo adentro, siempre recomiendo obviamente medir medio y abajo, y luego uno aquí en medio. La pregunta que siempre me preguntan es, ¿cuánto yo tengo que quitar cuando yo mido, gracias. Sí. Cuando yo mido adentro. Sí. Lo que yo digo es que no le quite nada. El sistema de nosotros le quita 1/8 de una pulgada para que todo quede adentro. Si usted le empieza a quitar de la vida, va a quedar demasiado chiquito. Y es muy difícil para poder crecer una cosa. Es imposible. ¿Okay? Entonces nosotros le quitamos el sistema.
Ahora, ¿qué pasa cuando tú tomas tres medidas, o sea, un promedio? Porque muchas ventanas, digo, en México no pasa, pero hay algunas que pueden llegar a tener panza o algo.
La mera verdad, lo que yo hago es que yo mido lo de arriba. Por eso dice la foto. Porque yo siempre voy a medir donde va a ir mi persiana. ¿Por qué voy a medir en medio si no mi persiana no va a ir allí? La tela no corre del tamaño de la caja, tiene los espacios. Y con ese espacio es suficiente que va a correr entre la ventana. La única forma que, cuando la ventana está tan mal, tú lo vas a ver. La vas a ver inmediatamente cuando vas al cuarto, vas a decir, no, esta ventana no va a jalar. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? La ponemos afuera para poder cubrir toda la ventana en vez de ir dentro. ¿Okay? Pero uno ve, si se ve bien, toma tu medida de arriba y eso es donde va la persiana. Entonces, esa es la más importante.
Cuando va dentro del espacio de la ventana, ¿qué fondo debe estar para que la caja?
Bueno,
imagínate que 5 pulgadas,
¿no? 3. Sí, esa caja es 3 pulgadas para que esté bien en el... Sí. Eso es difícil a veces, porque a veces si coges una tela bien gruesa y tiene que ser la caja más grande, entonces va a salir un poquito. Entonces sí, 5 sería para preocuparse, claro. Pero
la medida te la da cuando entras al configurador de ese tamaño de case.
Así es. Entonces, como tú metes tu medida, tu tela, esa te dice qué tamaño va a ser la caja inmediatamente. Ok, cuando uno ve una ventana, voy a imaginar que, bueno, usted sabe cómo digo, lo sabe aquí, ok. Lo que la gente no, siempre, cuando yo estoy midiendo y cuando a veces tú llegas a tu cortina, mientras tu mirada de la medida, de atrás a ese lado, y llegas al salar y está muy apretado. ¿Por qué? Porque
de repente.
Así es, exacto. Y eso es lo más común que la gente no ve. O sea, imagínate, esa es la ventana por si estoy viendo para abajo. A veces corre así, corre arriba. Entonces la presión va aquí. La presión corre. Tienes que dar tu medida de frente y atrás. Y todo el más chiquito. Ese es donde yo veo más problemas cuando uno está midiendo. Es lo más mide uno y no reconoce que la ventana está más chica por el frente o más chica por atrás. ¿Sí entiende? Ese es lo que yo he visto que realmente la mayoría de gente es lo que cuando el primero está haciendo eso, cuando el primero está haciendo medidas, todo, es un falla. ¿Sí? Ok. Cuando está también venido, sacando las medidas, mira abajo donde va a ir la persiana, porque a veces cuando está haciendo una puerta o algo así, hay unos baseboards abajo, no se va a atorar. Ahí sí, y obviamente eso, porque si es un trim que está más de 1 pulgada grueso en cada lado, se va a quedar fría, no va a pasar hasta abajo. Puedes ordenarla que esté más grande de un lado del otro, o más chiquita en el medio, para que caiga derecho y no se atore, y la caja esté a la distancia de arriba. Así nada, para que no tiene que tener una persiana chiquita que no cabe en la ventana. ¿Sí?
Pero la pregunta es...
Solo la tela. La tela la ponemos. No sé, la fábrica de tubos, el mismo tubo, el mismo tamaño, nomás la tela.
Solo se mueve la tela.
Así es. Y nosotros lo hacemos. En el sistema puedes ordenar así. ¿Ok? Preguntas. ¿Cómo estamos en tiempo?
Bien.
Ok, ya. El otro forma de medir es outside mount. Y el outside, obviamente, es cuando tiene una ventana que está bien chueca o algo así, o el cliente no quiere que tenga nada de luz en los lados, quiere que cubra todo, puede poner cortina afuera para cubrir toda la ventana. Y lo que yo recomiendo es, mide donde la quieres, pone 3 pulgadas más para poder asegurar que la tela cubre lo que estás buscando. ¿Ok? Listo. El Kodo System va a medir 1, medio, 2, 3, es 0 que sea. Lo que yo hago es pongo una silla, le marco una línea en cada, para poder asegurar que está todo en el medio. Y luego agarro mi medida total. Y esos 4 números, medidas, tienen que estar igual que el total. Si no es igual, y fallé, no se me fallé, pero tengo que hacerlo de nuevo. Sí.
Perdón, ¿cuánto es el margen de pulgadas exactas que le das?
3 de cada lado.
3 de cada lado.
¿Cuánto dejas por ahí? Como 10 centímetros. O sea, 10 centímetros de cada lado.
Sí, como 3 centímetros de cada lado. Sí, donde se quedan. ¿Ok? ¿Preguntas? Ok. How are you doing on time?
We have 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Ok. Ahora vamos a hablar de Zen. Ok. El Zen es la línea de exterior. Lo bonito de la línea de exterior es que parece bastante a la Nano, pero es de afuera. Este es el único sistema que ya viene hecho para ustedes. Entonces, la mayoría de gente que tiene que poner los soportes, el rollo y luego la caja. Y luego, y este es lo más solo, se puede poner por arriba. Ponen sus soportes. Listo, ahí está. Y la caja se cierra, tiene tornillos, o también se puede instalar de atrás, no tiene que instalar una pared. Y eso es todo lo que lo agarra. Y luego, entras el rollo, con los canales y sigues. Esta se instala bastante más rápido que las otras exterior que yo he hecho. Las demás daba como 4 o 5 horas por persiana. Esta 2 horas, 3 horas por cada persiana. Entonces, es bastante más rápido. Y obviamente se mira más bonito porque no tiene nada de redondo.
Porque Lutron no tiene cortina de este.
No, eso es cierto. Los colores de las cajas.
Eso tiene un mantra.
Y si lo quieren custom made, sí, o sea, un color también.
Sí, sí. Y pasamos todo el hardware en la casa, podemos pintarlo todo lo que quieran.
Pueden ordenar todos los channels antes de que te manden la cortina, si no me equivoco.
Sí,
¿verdad?
si quieres. Mucha gente lo asesina.
We don't just sell it on time. So you can
También la mandamos sin color. Si quieres pintarla ahí, cuando llegue. Bien, la pregunta era si nosotros vendemos el riel antes de que tienen que comprar la tienda. Eso sí. Pero tenemos otro producto también que se llama el Pre-Construction Track, que es un soporte del riel. Ese puede ordenar varios y ponerlo en cada casa que poner, así para que uno sepa que va a quedar bien derecho cuando la instalan. Especialmente cuando tiene que hacer una instalación así, que va dentro de la pared.
Inside.
Sí. Okay. Tenemos dos formas de usar. Usamos también el cable, que eso sí lo veo bastante, donde uno nomás está bloqueando el sol, que no está tratando de ver los monstruos o algo así, nomás quiere ver el sol. Esa va a ser la distancia de la persiana. ¿Ok?
Es para el viento.
El viento, sí, para el viento, para que cuando corra la cortina no va para el otro lado, va a correr de
un sensor, si que ustedes tienen el sensor funciona el mismo something, ¿no? El que mide la velocidad de viento.
Sí.
Pero usted lo vende.
Sí, también lo vendemos. Todo lo que se compra el zombie también lo vendemos nosotros.
Y se integra al Troy o es así, ¿no?
Yeah,
No.
first do it.
La pregunta es si el sensor del viento se puede meter al Troy y la respuesta es no. Esa no da comunicación para atrás. El Troy no agrega la comunicación para atrás. Solamente recibe. Sí. Okay.
You would know that it would go off.
Right. También tenemos otra opción que se llama Open Roll.
Si tienes el sensor, pero está colocado el tensor lateral.
Cuando llega para abajo.
Lo fijas.
Sí.
Si tienes el sensor, a la hora que siente que está atorado, ¿se para o qué se para?
Sí, se para y sube para arriba. Sube para arriba 3 pulgadas. So, la pregunta era, ¿qué sensor tiene cuando está bajando? O si se tora. Si está bajando, ¿no?
Al contrario, al revés.
Tú pones a ver si para. Es lo que entendí. Si un niño, por ejemplo, se mete, si para.
Sí para.
No.
No, está anclado.
Cuando tú tienes los tensores de cable, y cuando baja la cortina, esa queda atorado. Si es muy fuerte el viento, solamente sube la cortina. O sea, estos sensores nunca se atoran, pues. O sea,
Sí, sí se subiría sola. Si es tan fuerte, tú vas a ver la cortina se va a querer subir. Pero esto tendrá que ser un viento medio fuerte. Pero sí se va a subir.
La guaya siempre está estática. La guaya está fija.
Cuando está bajando la persiana y hay una silla, va a topar y se sube para atrás para arriba. No va a seguir bajando y desenrollando. Esta pieza te va a trabajar con el Troy. ¿Siguió? También tenemos un estilo de pocket. Y el de pocket, lo que es especial de Screen Innovations es que se puede instalar de abajo. No necesita ponerlo por enfrente de un cajón. No necesita un cajón que sea como el tamaño del rollo sería como 7 pulgadas a 12 pulgadas. Uno nomás puede meter la mano, va a seguir un clic y es todo. Todo se hace por abajo. La otra gente tiene que poner uno y luego el otro se va por arriba. Este se va los dos. Entonces para instalarlos es más fácil y ese soporte es de nosotros. ¿Ok?
Cuando hay una falla, ¿ustedes envían el motor como repuesto o hay que cambiar toda la cortina? Hay una falla.
Depende de qué falle.
O sea, si ustedes envían el motor solo o tiene que venir preensamblado todo desde fábrica.
No, solo motor.
Solo motor.
Si necesita un motor, la pregunta es qué hacemos cuando algo falla con un motor.
Una cortina de estas falla es grande y cuánto la falla es de motor, Entonces, tú envías el motor para...
Sí. Entonces, solo el motor se lo sacas y pones el nuevo.
Okay.
Es bien fácil. ¿Ok? Ok. Ya hablamos de eso. Lo que tienen que saber es que ¿qué voy a poner en mi persiana? Va a estar en metal, en concreto, en madera. Usen lo que va a ser necesario para poder tenerla porque está media pesada. Entonces asegúrense que van a usar los tornillos que se puede detener algo tan pesado. ¿Ok? Lo que necesita para una instalación van a cortar los canales cuando lleguen al trabajo. Necesitan un serrucho para poder cortarlos. ¿Ok? Entonces no van a llegar al tamaño que la orden, va a llegar más grande. Pero se puede cortar. ¿Ok? Y todo esto de aquí debe detenerse. Y también lo ven con enchufe. Tienen que ponerle enchufe por la razón, porque puede ponerle directamente a la luz o puede ponerle un enchufe para la pared. Ustedes escogen. ¿Ok? ¿Preguntas?
You know, another thing, we only have 110 volt motors right now.
Solo nomás son de 110 de volts. Todos son de ese voltage, ¿no? Sí.
Pero sí tienen ya tienen 220.
Sí. Ok.
Pero ya se fueron ahorita.
Ok. Yeah. Okay. Questions? Okay. That concludes. We'll talk about metric for this too. For this one, fue inglés. My apologies. Switch me back. Esta medida es más crítica, que tiene que sacar varias. Es así, no como adentro, nomás mide dónde va la presión, ¿sí? Esta va a medir 3, 4, 5, sea lo que sea. Y a veces yo medí hasta 7 porque estaba en piedra y la piedra no estaba derecha. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando uno lleva canales, tiene que ir por los rieles todo el camino. ¿Sí? Entonces, esta sí, no más saque una de arriba, tiene que sacar todas y darnos la más chiquita. En el sistema, cuando está entrando, te vas a entrar 3 medidas.
¿La más chiquita o la más grande?
La más pequeña. Sí, la más pequeña.
Si no, no cabe.
Si no, va a caer, se atora.
Si no, cuando
porque va a morirse por la puerta.
Sí, cuando es inside.
Sí.
Cuando es inside en el marco.
Pero el sistema te va a decir, tú le traes las 3 medidas, te va a hacer que tienes que entrar varias medidas y el sistema te dice, ese es el tamaño que necesitas. Okay. Entonces, eso es algo que el sistema hace para ustedes. Otras compañías, tú tienes que hacerlo y si no está bien, dan ustedes. Para el exterior, that's fine. Para el exterior, mira dónde quiere la persiana, qué tan grande quiere la caja y asegúrate que vas a tener suficiente espacio para cubrir todo. ¿Ok? Como dijimos, no puedo leer en inglés si lo traducir. Sí, pregunta.
Perdón por lo que voy a preguntar, pero ¿qué pasa si nosotros te enviamos no 3 medidas, sino 5, 6 o 10 medidas? No importa, lo más que te podamos mandar. Y por alguna razón, cuando las cortinas llegan a nuestros países, no cumplen con el tamaño para poderla instalar. ¿Qué sucede en este momento? ¿Quién corre con esa responsabilidad?
Claro.
Y agrego algo más. ¿Qué pasaría si además de tomarte todas las medidas, nosotros te mandáramos fotografía del lugar exacto donde se va a instalar para tratar de como cliente tuyo, tratar de darte toda la información para asegurarnos de que no haya un error?
Sí.
Pregunto, si aún así hubiera un error en el tamaño de la cortina y esta quedara muy corta o muy larga, ¿qué sucede en ese momento? ¿Quién asume?
En ese momento sería caso por caso, porque no hay un proceso que sería como, pero si usted hace la medida, si usted da una orden, la respuesta fácil sería la responsabilidad en el que la medió y entró en la orden.
Shannon, when you place the order, you get like the drawings with the measurements to be like rechecked by the
integrator
Yes, you can.
and
Yeah,
talk to
you
the
yes,
to the client, right?
yes. You can print
Once
that
done,
out.
then it's
Yeah,
the
you
whole
can print
process
that
starts.
out. Everyone can look at it. You can have your installer go back out and check and sign off.
That's
Okay.
Time to delivery and production.
It depends. Right now, outdoor is 6 to 8 weeks, and indoor is 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
And in our flow tool, it will tell you to do those measurements.
Sí. Y también tenemos un servicio que se llama Design Services. Ese servicio, y ese son dos muchachos que viven en la oficina que obviamente hacen diseño. Tú le mandas las fotos, las medidas y todos, y ellos te ponen todos los números para ti. Entonces ellos te van a ayudar que asegurar cuando llegue va a quedar como debe quedar.
Ustedes son contratistas también. Ok. Voy a resumirlo bien fácil. Ellos tienen una herramienta que se llama Flow. Todo pasa allí. La que te pide, la metes en el sistema. Cuando tú le haces todo el proceso que te va llevando paso a paso, él te dice, ok, este es el tamaño de lo que tú me estás pidiendo. Te va a dar un dibujo con toda la información que tú le metiste porque ya hizo el cálculo. ¿Qué hacemos? Tú agarras ese dibujo. Si tú eres el contratista, tú mismo eres el que tiene que ver eso. Ok. Lo que tú le firmas aquí abajo es lo que él te va a mandar. Si eso no queda, cuando él te lo manda, esto fue lo que tú le mandaste. Palabras más, palabras menos. Por eso te pregunto si eres el contratista. Si es un contratista tercero, entonces este es tu contrato con el contratista. Si tú te equivocaste, ese problema es tuyo, no mío que fui que vendida. O sea, así es como funciona, porque como eso viene desde acá, ellos son precisos. Alguna vez tienes la oportunidad de ir a la planta, te vas a dar cuenta, eso es al milímetro. Alguna vez tienes la oportunidad de ir a la planta, te vas a dar cuenta, eso es al milímetro. Yo me pidió 15 les van a mandar una cajeta, no sé cuánto. Ya, eso va a funcionar porque va a funcionar. Por eso le preguntaba, la parte aquí crítica es quién es el responsable de la obra. Y por escrito todo, porque ellos te dan todo para que tú simplemente firmes.
Y la cortina más,
no hay que inventar nada.
La cortina más delicada. Eso, una recomendación, porque yo he vendido cortinas hace muchos años. Tú tomas en enero, toma la medida en enero, pero te aprueban en julio, agosto, septiembre. Tienes que ir a tomar de nuevo las medidas y es más delicado porque ya han empastillado el muro, ya han hecho algún trabajo de modificación. Entonces no te puedes confiar de la medida para cotizar, sino cuando ya vas a ordenar a fábrica, vas y tomas de nuevo medidas y casi que verificas si no va a sufrir modificaciones en el muro.
Okay.
Es una recomendación muy adecuada.
Sí. Ok, entonces eso responde las preguntas. Entonces, ya hablamos de lo que puede considerar y eso nos termina por hoy. Entonces, gracias por tenernos y si tienen preguntas, por favor,
show flow.
Mándenos un email. Vamos a hacer show flow.
Ella le va a enseñar la herramienta.
Ok. I'll log in. There wasn't a breakdown of it.
No, esa es esta pantalla. Esa es la solo.
Ese es el sistema que usamos para hacer órdenes. Yeah. So vamos a hacer una cortina. So, ese es el herramienta.
Come on.
Este va a ser el interior. Ponemos el cuarto, ponemos un nombre y le ponemos persiana. Entonces puede poner varias persianas en un cuarto. Pone qué tipo de cortina. Motorizado, manual. Va a ser de Zigbee. ¿Cómo vamos a poner la luz? ¿Qué color? Tipo de medida. La medida que va a traer 2 pulgadas.
Sí, todo pulgadas.
La tela que vamos a poner, tiene diferentes blackouts, sunscreen, light filtering, tiene varias telas que puedes escoger. Y te da el precio abajo. Y es el precio de retail.
1240.
Si eres dealer, te sale el precio suyo también.
Sí, el último.
Pero que le digo, o sea, así mismo como tal, hace un resumen y eso entonces usted lo puede presentar.
Cuando presenta el informe, lo sale, le puede eliminar los precios.
Sí, hay uno de. Sí, hay que tienen para con precio. Sí, sí.
Pero esa herramienta es a disposición de ustedes o está a disposición de nosotros.
Ese es de ustedes, ese es de dealer. Sí, es para dealers.
No dejables tu cuenta, tienes un acceso login y password.
Y está bueno.
Se guardan todos sus proyectos.
De interior o exterior. De interior sería casi son los dos porque es como casi 5 metros. Bueno, si tiene más preguntas.
So for example, you see the recommendations up there, so since I did a Zigbee shade, it's gonna recommend that I get this. So you're gonna need that if you're gonna do a Zigbee system. Yeah. So
Integration will also
well,
give you the advice.
no, if you're gonna, you have
Pablo.
to, you're gonna respond. It's just telling you, I can Zigbee, so I
This is just because
yeah, like sun sensor, yes. Yeah. But, you know, we don't just want all of that. You can program your things. So we have.
Ok. Entonces, si no hay más preguntas, le quiero decir gracias a todos. Gracias.
So in our demo kit, we do a top picks on fabric. We sell books, but we also do a top pick. So it's basically light filtering, e-screen, and blackout, and they're just popular colors, like designer colors. So you don't have to give your customer books.
You're always missing. Oh, yeah.
You're always missing. Yeah.
And same with the outdoor, we just give you this. And these are the most popular outdoor materials. And also it tells you on the back, you know, what the UV rating is. All, you know, all kinds of good stuff. You know, UV, micro, what do you call it? It doesn't mold, things like that.
Weather rated.
Weather rated. Yep. Getting in there.
Outdoor series.
Yes. Yeah. And then with SI Design Services, they can help you. So I have to give you access to it. No, yeah, I have my inside sales person. Yeah, so this. And
Por más.
Sí, señor. Gracias. Cuídese.
Gracias, viejo. Estamos en contacto por ahí. Sí. Te voy a escribir por el.
Ya estoy pidiendo permiso para residir.
¿Estás bien?
Está bien.
Con la foto del grafite atrás ya. Mira que tú eres famoso.
Lo más seguro ella se apunta.
La próxima.
Eso sí te molesta.
Mejor que vayan otros amigos y vayan a hacer otras cosas.
Colores de la caja.
Ay, the colors. Red row. They're right here.
Ahí van para no, iban para México. No, yo tengo la mía ya. Dale, sacate copia.
Uy, está muy bien.
Voy a hacer COVID Party 2.0.
No, como fueron 3 días, pueden ser. Ya cuando alguien ya me escribe el sábado que estoy con COVID, entonces ya uno sabe que ya el sábado.
COVID Party vamos a hacer Ricardo.
Sábado y domingo
Vamos a hacer
la va a vivir.
27 COVID Parties.
Ya ahí me dio 3 semanas, porque no me debería volver a dar.
A mí yo soy puedo hacerlo.
Como es candidato.
Susceptible.
All right.
All right, thank you.
I'll be right out. Ok, señores, aquí tenemos ahora a Terry Hayes de Auralex. Auralex es una marca que yo personalmente estaba buscando hace varios años por el lado de la música. Como saben, yo soy un músico y pues Auralex tiene muchos productos interesantes. Terry, talk to us a little bit about you and how you came to Auralex. Sure. While I get your computer rolling.
Yeah, there's that. Welcome, everybody. It's been great to be here with you guys. And I think Auralex is probably the newest brand for Polaris. So we're thrilled to be working with him and the opportunity to reach an entirely new market for us and increase sales throughout Central and South America. I've always been in either audio or music. I'm still a musician. And I was talking to one of the other guys this morning, and it seems like we have a similar path getting to where we are now. We were comparing how the pro audio side and the musical instrument side is so different than the residential and hi-fi and home line that really crosses all borders. So not only are has a product line that really crosses all borders. So not only are our products perfect for studios and musicians, but they're also ideal for home theater, hi-fi rooms, commercial spaces like churches, conference rooms, restaurants. Also ideal for home theater, hi-fi rooms, commercial spaces like churches, conference rooms, restaurants. The list goes on and on. It's an unusual product line in that, there's no limit. I mean, cables obviously can cross a wide range of categories, but you wouldn't use cables necessarily in a factory application. But our stuff can be used. We sell our products to manufacturers of golf clubs, ceiling fans. Our products are used in law enforcement in interview rooms when they're interviewing a suspect, so they can record the audio and have that be clear. So it's an unusual product that will definitely not limit you in terms of the types of and different types of clients that you can possibly approach with it. As I said, I'm a musician. I've also spent many years in the audio industry and the hi-fi industry, both at the retail level and also in import and distribution with extremely high-end products. So I definitely understand that market and how different it is from pro audio. So you have a couple people at Auralex who understand your market specifically. It's not like we're coming into this blind. Thank you very much.
So Art wanted to go forward.
All right. So let's give you a little bit of information about Auralex. We've been around since 1977, and we're based in Indianapolis, Indiana, so right in the Midwest. Our products are manufactured. 95% of our products are made in the United States. We import very little. We're based on value, really. That's the product lines. That's how the brand started. Because at the time, there was not a lot available in acoustic treatment. And what was available, you either had to be smart enough, knowledgeable enough about acoustics to make it yourself, or you were going to some very limited distribution companies who essentially were just making custom products.
Just Toyota Corolla. Toyota. ¿Nadie?
¿Qué color es? Gris.
Sí. Just
okay.
¿Y el mío no?
El suyo también.
So the options back then were pretty limited, and when you were looking at acoustic treatment, you couldn't just walk into a store and buy it. And this was the same for the hi-fi guys, just like it was for recording studios. It was a custom world, and there was nothing off the shelf. And obviously, if you're paying custom for everything, it's expensive. So Auralex was founded on this principle of making it widely available, have products that are easy for the customer to use, and most of them representing good value. Obviously, things have changed a lot. We were all talking out there today about how costs continue to rise. But I think when you look at acoustic treatment as a category, and specifically Auralex as a brand, it still represents an extremely good investment when you consider the huge impact on audio quality that an investment in acoustics will give. We're talking about recording studio microphones. You can have the best microphones, the best mic pre's. Same with the hi-fi system. Same with a home theater. You can have the best of everything, but if it's in a room that's substandard, you're really going to be limited in terms of what you can get from that. Auralex has always been a pioneer in the category. That helps because we were one of the first. But the brand, fortunately, over the years has grown to be one of, if not the most well-known brand names in the category in acoustics. We currently export to over 50 countries, Europe, Asia, and one of the big reasons why we signed on with to work with Ariel and his team is so we can really have some increased success in Latin America, Central, South America, and the Caribbean. One of the key things that I think has helped our success is customer service. And with acoustics, you're dealing with a product line and a subject that, it can be intimidating for a customer. It can be even, for a guy on the sales floor, or somebody working with a customer, not that it's so much intimidating, but it's like you wonder where to start. If you don't have a background in acoustics, it can seem like either black magic, or it can seem like, do I have to take a college physics course here to be able to recommend acoustic treatment? So with that in mind, we've always been about providing technical assistance to our customers, to our dealers, to our distributors, whoever that may be. If you visit our website, you'll see a lot of resources available to help you as a dealer and to help our team here as reps to be able to understand what to recommend to a customer. Our room analysis service, if you go to that link, there's a form on our website that allows you to fill out all of the details that we would need to know to provide you with some recommendations on not only which products we suggest, but where in the room they should be placed. The form is very simple. It allows you to upload. Yes.
Do you need to upload CAD files?
I was just going to say that you can. Yes. There's a link or a button you can click to upload not only those but photos. And a lot of times we don't need to see, if you don't have a blueprint or a CAD file or anything. It doesn't even have to be that complicated. If you're working on a restaurant, for example, you can just sketch out the room, just so we have the rough dimensions, because dimensions and the materials used in the room are really the most important thing that we need to be able to make a recommendation. Because most of those we're dealing with here, when we're talking about a hi-fi listening room, a home theater, those types of rooms, even though they may actually, from that standpoint, we still classify that as a small room. So a large room would be something like a gymnasium or a church, where the reverb behaves differently. In a small room, even this would be considered a small room in an acoustical standpoint, because if you clap, there's ambience in the room. You can hear the sound arriving later, but it's not so late that it's really classified technically as reverb. So if you were to do an RT60 in this room, it would reveal some things, but it wouldn't be that important in terms of making a recommendation. So knowing the dimensions of the room and the materials used is really crucial. When we get that information, this is what you get in return. We do an AutoCAD drawing that shows up in the upper left-hand corner a list of materials. And this was a project studio, so a home recording studio. And so we show in blue, we've got our M224 corner bass traps. If any of you stopped by our booth last night at MIA, you would have seen our B224. That was our fabric-covered fiberglass panel. So the M224 in the corner is a reverse mitered panel that fits nicely in the corner, because that's where we want to put our thickest absorption right there to trap the low end. And contrary to what some people think, a bass trap isn't going to suck the bass out of the room. It's just going to control it. So we want to reduce modes, and by putting the trap in the corner, that's where you're getting the most, you're able to trap the most bass energy. Because anytime you bisect a sound wave's angle of radiation, then you increase the bass by 3 dB. So you're getting a lot of buildup in the corner. So that's why we do those there. So we've got M224s in the corner. The green would represent our B224 panel, and that's the big gray panel that I had in the booth yesterday. So we can see them on the walls, and then this is where we would recommend some ceiling treatment. So it makes it very easy for both you and your customer to see what we're looking at. The more detail, obviously, the drawing that you provide gives us, it certainly does help us in terms of not having to redraw things later, because we're always working around. It's funny, we had this conversation so many times yesterday where sometimes, we go into a room and we think, well, we're going to do this and this based on, acoustical principles, and this will give you the best result. But so many times our hands are tied, whether it's an interior decorator who insists that this whole wall be glass, or whether we're dealing with sprinklers in the sense of in a commercial space on the ceiling, or maybe lighting. There's any number of obstacles that we have to work around. And so the challenge often becomes not how can we make this room sound the absolute best that it can sound? It's a challenge to simply get enough acoustic treatment in there to really do the job.
Can you cut the panels to place for some lighting or something like that?
You can, yes. We have instructions, I believe, on our website, in fact, to show you how to cut a hole out, for example, to do the recessed lighting. Yes.
Oh, you can do it on site?
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And then if you need, if in advance, you know exactly where the panels are going to be placed. Like, for example, the customer is working with a designer, and they've sketched out, you know, a specific pattern or want solid coverage on the wall rather than individually spaced panels. We can also do custom sizes. So our standard size, both acoustic foam and fabric covered fiberglass, would be 2 feet by 2 feet and 2 feet by 4 feet, typically in 1 inch and 2 inch thicknesses. Now, with foam, we have 3 inch and 4 inch as well. But I think for most of your applications, you're not going to be doing foam. So there's really only one panel in the foam line that I think has, you know, the aesthetics that a home cinema application would need. So that's what you do for the room analysis service. We get a lot of price per month because we offer this for free. There's no charge either to dealers or distributors or to end users. So as you can imagine, it's tough for us to keep up, but we do our best. And so we can't always guarantee a really fast turnaround time. So obviously, you know, the sooner that you can get something to us in the context of a project, the better. We've talked about our company. A few of the things that have helped our products to stand out from the competition still do, because there are obviously some companies out there who are well-known, good quality brands, but more and more we see a lot of direct-to-market acoustical suppliers. And many of these companies are selling purely on price. Most of them tend to have inexpensive acoustic foam with virtually no testing. It's oftentimes a lower density material that doesn't perform very well at all. So some of these things are the reasons that we've had success over the years. Not that US made is necessarily an automatic indicator of better quality. I mean, we manufacture in Spain for our EU market, and that's a very high quality product. But most of our products are US made, which helps many of you in terms of reduced costs relating to duty and imports and things like that. We've always prided ourselves on offering a product that is long lasting. Again, this probably applies more to the acoustic foam than it does to the fiberglass, but our acoustic formula won't oxidize and crumble. It's optimized for its particular applications. We use a different density of foam for the panels that go on the walls and the ceiling than we do for our isolation foam. If you stopped by the booth yesterday, I had an example of one of our subwoofer isolation platforms, and we use a different type of foam underneath that's designed to support and isolate to prevent bass frequencies from getting into the floor. So obviously that foam is optimized for that application, totally different than what you put on the wall or the ceiling. Safety is critical. So many of the cheaper brands, you know, have no ratings. Our acoustic foam is UL rated, and our Pro panels, our fabric covered fiberglass, is all rated ASTM Class A, as per the ASTM E84 test. So if you need to put something in a public space, we have all the protection you would need to be able to get that in that type of application. For a home, it's largely not an issue, but I think it always helps when you can tell your customer that this is a safe product. In terms of acoustical testing, as I said, many of the new to the market competitors who are selling direct and just really don't know much about what they're doing will put out numbers. And I don't want to disparage any of the bigger names either, but we found even some of the larger competitors are pretty stingy with test data. They'll come up with a number and it'll be the overall NRC. They won't break it down to what the noise reduction is at each frequency, you know, or they won't post the actual test result. We use River Laboratories, which is one of, if not the oldest, acoustical laboratory in the world. It's just outside of Chicago. It was founded by Wallace Clement Sabin. Have any of you heard of the unit of measurement called the Sabin? It's named after him. He developed it. Just like Hertz is, named after a person. So we ship all of our products up there to be tested, and you'll find actual test reports. We don't take the data from those test reports and put it on the website. You'll see the actual test report. So for most of our products, we have that readily available on our website. And this is what it usually looks like. So we're breaking it down to the big number that most of our customers in the industry is used to looking at. It's down here, the NRC, and at 0.75. So that would be the overall performance that you can expect in an acoustical panel. This happens to be for our 2-inch acoustic foam wedge, which is the stuff you see everywhere, the ubiquitous wedge-shaped foam panel. And you can learn a lot from these test reports. So the NRC would be the total, and it's based on the average of these frequencies. And so what we're looking at then, the absorption coefficient is actually the performance at each of these key frequencies. And so we can see with a 2-inch panel, it drops significantly as you get lower in frequency, which is obvious, because lower frequencies, longer wavelength, you need a thicker absorber to be able to do anything with those. Now, fortunately, if you're dealing with extremely low frequencies where the wavelength can be, as wide as this room, in fact, when we're looking at it, an extremely low frequency signal. Obviously, you can't have a bass trap that's 15 feet thick. So we can benefit from the fact that if we absorb a quarter or the half wavelength, we can start to control some of that energy. But this makes it clear how we can't really rely just on a thin panel to absorb the sound in the room, because the end result will be a dead sounding room with boomy bass, uncontrolled bass, where you're just taking the high end off the top. And that's not a good result. Another aspect of our products, which I mentioned earlier in my introductory remarks, is that our products are suitable for all markets. So whatever type of customer you are working with in your business, we will have something that will work for those applications. So if you get into doing any kind of educational work, churches, restaurants, clubs, in addition to only residential work. So there's a typical example of a home theater treatment. Now that's mixed foam and pro panels. These are our Sonosuede series, where we have the trapezoidal shaped panels, which are really home theater type of vibe. It's a faux suede fabric that we have custom made for us, and over a 1-inch fiberglass core. And all of our fiberglass is chemically hardened. Somebody last night mentioned, why don't we cover the back of our panels? For us, why don't we cover the back of our panels? For us, we always try to be as cost conscious as possible, and our panels, given the quality, are already pretty expensive. So we don't cover the back, only because it's not seen. And it would be, well, it looks great when you're getting it out of the box. That's the last time the customer's going to see it. But the fiberglass is chemically hardened, and so if you touch it, it's not like you're going to be seeing the fibers coming off. It's pretty much sealed up, so there's no concern there. So we're mixing that up with the Sonosuede panels on the wall, and these are foam bass traps in the corner. So there's no reason why you can't mix it up. A lot of it comes down to aesthetics, what the customer wants. That may not be a uniform enough look for some customers, but it gives you an idea of a typical home theater treatment. And then this is an older photo, which I probably shouldn't have used, because this shows a discontinued product on the ceiling. These are some fabric-covered diffusers that we used to offer. We do have an option for if diffusion is required. But these days, now with more and more channels of surround, the idea of using diffusion in a home theater is pretty old school, and I don't think you can count it very much. Typical application for commercial space. In this case, we're using a fiberglass core 2-inch fiberglass core, but instead of being covered in fabric, it's covered, in this case, I believe, in PVC. And so these are just large banners that are suspended, but they're supported on each end with these long bars, and then they bolt to the ceiling. And then the panel drapes down, which whenever you can introduce some air gap between the panel and the barrier, the wall or the ceiling, it increases your low frequency absorption. So that's a good way to get more low frequency absorption in a big space like that. So again, that's a perfect example of all the custom types of panels we have available. If you run into a job that calls for that sort of thing, we can provide it. We also make the baffles that you see that hang down from the ceiling as well. And those can be covered with fabric, nylon, PVC, all sorts of things. This series of shots is just designed to give you an idea of the wide variety of applications in which our products can be used. So we've got fabric covered fiberglass on the walls, and then also on the ceiling, and you'll notice they hang down from the ceiling. We have different types of mounting hardware. You can mount them directly to the ceiling. Sometimes you want to drop it down, introduce a little more low frequency absorption, or in this case, I think, to give a little bit of variety visually. By dropping it down, you add some dimension to them. And the panels that we offer that are for ceiling mount are specifically designated as cloud because we mount the fabric differently, so that over time you want to avoid the fabric drooping. That was obviously bad. So that's why we have cloud panels versus wall panels. They're the same acoustically, but they're constructed a little different. And then we use a screw-in anchor for that, so it's just a rotor fastener. Typical conference room application. 2x4 panels on the walls there.
Vintage conference room.
Yes. And then a typical church application too. So there, the type of treatment for a church will typically depend on what kind of music is being played. Obviously, if you're talking about an old cathedral where there are historical reasons, or because it's optimized for certain types of music, pipe organ, choir, those types of things, you wouldn't go in and absorb the heck out of the room. That would be counterproductive. But for a church that has contemporary music, we would approach that more like you would a recording studio or a rehearsal space.
There is a way to fit the panels without doing holes on the walls, because there are some, all over Latin America we have historical buildings.
Yeah.
To do a hole on a wall.
That's a tough one. I mean, the holes are going to be small because
impossible.
Yeah.
Not even with a nail.
I mean, we have an adhesive that's very strong that we recommend for our foam products. I don't know how certain I would be of doing that long term with fiberglass. I mean, one possibility might be if we were to mount some sort of a backing on the panel and glue that. Well, we could use a mechanical fastener to glue a plastic panel to the back of the fiberglass, and then that would give you a non-porous surface which you could apply glue to put on the wall. So that might be one possibility. I don't know. That's a challenge.
Yes, and we have very old 100 years first.
Yeah.
They have a lot of pieces with acoustical.
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything like that because they need to drill.
Right.
So
right.
Even the cables of the speakers are all over the floor.
Yeah.
They don't put anything on the walls.
I mean, we do have portable products, but that would be cumbersome. It would get in the way, and we wouldn't be able to put them up high enough to where they would really need to be. We have these fiberglass panels that are mounted in a base that moves around.
Okay.
So,
could be an option.
Then if they don't need them, they can store them somewhere else. If they had a reason to move them. So I had a bunch of samples at the booth showing a cross range of our many products. We have a lot of different solutions, ranging from our ISO series, which would be things like the speaker pads and the subwoofer isolation pads, absorption, which is obvious. That's 90% of what we do. Some of you inquired about kits because it may help you to standardize some of your offerings. And so that's certainly a great way to go. Rather than having to recalculate each time, you'll find on our website with our kits the room size in which a kit will work. So if you have a customer with a home theater and you need to do a quick quote and their room is a certain size, you can look online and see if that kit will work. If it's a little bigger, you can simply spec 2 kits for the customer. And then we can help later on in terms of giving ideas on where to put those products.
Sorry, I have a question. Do you have any, or do you recommend any software to design this kind of application in specific room? Because sometimes many dealers ask me about how they can design a product.
That's a tough one. I mean, oddly enough, we used to use various types of software. For large, or for most of the rooms we're talking about, it's mainly down to you just get to know, and that's how we work a lot of times. I mean, for big rooms, we have our own proprietary reverb time spreadsheet that we use, which I think I sent to the Polaris guys, so that you can use that. And if you want to share that with any dealers, feel free. It has a database of all types of materials that would be used in a space, but that's again for bigger rooms. For a home theater, a lot of it comes down to just experience and knowing what the room needs, the type of loudspeakers that are used, where the seating is going to be. I hate to say it like that, but we are working on a room designer. We've got a lot of money invested in it already, and I'm hoping that the end goal will be something that we can distribute and share with you that will not only allow you to make a recommendation from an acoustical standpoint, but even provide a degree of rendering capabilities so the customer can kind of see, what everything's going to look like. That's not ready yet. We're still working out some things, but it'd be quite simple. In fact, the idea being that you're working with the room shape, and as you move various components onto the wall, onto the corners of the ceiling, it shows immediately what effect it's having on the room in terms of the reverb time, even though, like I said, RT60 in a small space is technically not what you want to look at. But it's a good way to show, what you're getting.
I have that Excel template where you can put some materials, and that template provide the quantity on the number of products that you need.
Right.
I have that template, but okay.
But we're working on something like that for the types of rooms that you'd be dealing with mostly. So for home theater, or whatever, those types of spaces, and it will be a lot more comprehensive than the one you have. But I don't know when that'll be ready. So for now, unfortunately, the best thing to do is probably just use our analysis service. Send it in.
What would be the advice in order to, let's say, go and do an assessment for, let's say, a home theater, that we discussed yesterday. Nowadays, we don't have dedicated home theaters. Unless the client tells you, I have this X space and I'm going to do this. And as we discussed last night, it's very difficult when you have like an open living room and the kitchen and stuff to place some of this. Right. Would you recommend something like having certain types and stuff, products just in hand, just to try out? And because what I understand is that it's not an exact science, rather than let's see where we can, reduce certain situations that
we've had good success with a couple documents on our website that they deal specifically right now with like doing a home studio. We could probably adapt that into a very short and concise guide that would help you and help your customer to see what we're doing and what's involved and some basic steps that you could take. For example, in a smaller space, one of the first things I always do is look to see where we can get some bass trapping in the corner. So even without software, we know a small room, we know how it's going to behave. That's the nice thing. And a room like this, all the way down to an 8x10 small room, the sound is still going to behave in roughly the same way. We're going to deal with the same problems. We're going to have bass build up in the corners. We're going to need to, first and foremost, deal with the problems, sections that are going to be coming off that front wall behind us. We're going to want to treat that front wall. The side walls, depending on what's going on, if it's a hi-fi room with just 2 channels, you may want to leave the side walls bare because a lot of guys like that reflection off the side. It enhances the imaging. And then you're going to want some ceiling treatment but it works kind of, in my opinion, from the front to the back. So if you have a customer who has limited budget and they want to know where should they invest their money to have the biggest difference, front to back is where to go. And then you can add more panels at a later date. That's the nice thing about it. You can do things in phases. But we have, like I said, we have a document that shows basically the thought process that goes into treating a typical home studio. And I think we could probably adapt that to, I have a home theater. Where do I start? What are the key things? Let's not make it too technical for the customer, but here's the essence of it. So
you have that same document for 2-channel rooms, for example?
Well, that would apply for the home studio, because home studios are essentially 2-channel rooms too. Okay. So yes, you could apply that by all means.
Sí, eso lo pueden meter en la lista que pueda hacer como un add-on.
We have, for example, a small recording studio amateur one. We send him the drawings, and you can and suggest probably something with microphones.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that. We can do that with any room, really, whatever the function.
So we just have to tell you, for example, this is a recording studio?
Yes. The form that you fill out on our website will ask all those questions. It'll ask, first and foremost, it'll ask what type of home you're dealing with. Then, of course, you don't always want to absorb the sound. For you guys, the idea of diffusing or reflecting the sound is probably going to be less likely. As I said before, with the advent of Atmos and having more and more channels, we're really generally dealing with dampening the entire room. But where appropriate, we have a full range of diffusers. And we also have construction and isolation products, which are really important. If you're lucky enough to get into the build stage where you can do something to the walls, then if the customer says, 5 more minutes, okay. If the customer says, one of my goals is I want to be able to play my home cinema at a good volume level without disturbing other people in the home, then the only way to tackle that is to be able to get in at the construction phase, because there is no easy or neat way to do this. You're talking about construction, either ripping out walls or adding materials to the over the top, floating floors, things like that. We have all of those products. We have a lot of resources online that talk about how to do those things. Yes. Yes. Okay. Concrete's a little different, obviously, in that it keeps a lot of the energy in rather than flexing. So concrete has an advantage because it's only when you have a wall that flexes that sound can escape. So with a concrete room, actually, there's some advantages to the sound. You still have to treat it, obviously, because more bass is being kept in the room.
What we have found out in like the commercial spaces, for example, is that walls are not actually, unless they are, gypsum board walls or something, but it's mostly through the ceiling. For example, you have an aisle next to a boardroom, and you can see whatever it is.
Yes,
it's going on. So
absolutely,
something in that line. Do our RLX have a solution for that?
Yes, we do. Typically for a suspended ceiling like this, because what you're talking about is flanking transmission.
Right.
It happens in the floors too. That's why we have products that support the floor, so you can build a floating floor quite easily. In a situation like this, if all we could do was deal with the ceiling, we would actually get, if it would support the weight, we would roll out our sheet block sound barrier, which is a 1/8 inch thick loaded vinyl. It's a heavy material, a pound per square foot, and that'll keep the sound control. That you can roll out insulation.
What happened with the sounding frequencies in concrete?
Concrete, because a drywall or gypsum construction, typically it will behave like a drum. You know, you hit a drum and the sound, it makes it sound by the head passing the sound through, and it basically vibrates and reproduces the sound on the other side. It's like a kick drum or something. You know, tom-tom, you hear it, the outer head moves, and that's what pushes the wave forward. With a wall, a gypsum wall or a typical residential construction, especially low frequencies, will strike the wall, and the wall has some flex to it, so it moves. What happens then is that wave keeps going, and it reproduces it out because the wall's moving and propagating that wave outward. Now, with a concrete room, the walls are so stiff, you're not going to be able to excite the wall with a low frequency wave like you would a flimsy wall. So that's why all that energy is contained inside. So at that point, the challenge keeping the sound from escaping, then you still have to address the sound inside, though. We'll route through more bass traffic, for example. So these are just a few shots of some of our various product categories. Things like the ProPod for speakers, subwoofer isolation. That's a great way if you have a customer who can't do the full 9 yards with a home theater. Maybe they have their home theater is in their living room, and they want to make some minor improvements. They can't do construction. Maybe their budget is small. Put one of those under a subwoofer. Not only will their sub sound better, bass will be more defined, but it can help minimize how much sound gets passed through the rest of the house. Yeah, it's a small change. You know, it's not going to be soundproof, but it helps. And our absorption, I guess, the patterns and colors. Here's some of our diffusers. Those from China because they're made of bamboo. We've had to suspend that series for now because of extremely high duty and shipping, but we hope to be introducing some new products. There's the sheet block sound barrier that can be used in walls, on floors, in the ceiling for soundproofing. I'm going to have to fly through these last things. One of the things we're doing, trying to do more investment in our infrastructure and manufacturing to control costs, but mostly to introduce some new, more exciting products. We found that if Orlex has one fault, it's probably that we've not in terms of aesthetic design. And so especially in your market, it's probably that we've not been keeping pace in terms of aesthetic design. And so especially in your market, aesthetics are crucial, and we need to up our game and have things that look more contemporary and more variety. So we're investing in more equipment in-house, CNC. One of the things we hope to do is offer our molded diffusers in a variety of colors, like a carbon fiber type of plastic or a Ferrari red type of material, things like that. Always working on finding new suppliers, both for quality advantages and cost. Fortunately for us, we haven't really dealt with material shortages, so prices are rising, but we can get products. So nothing's changed there. Freight obviously is a big issue in our world because our products are very big and they're lightweight, so we're charged on volume. So we're always looking at different forwarders to help reduce costs. Some of the future directions, as I said, greater focus on aesthetics, some new materials. We're looking at doing things with, well, we've got our new EcoPrint series, which will allow us to print onto substrate, so you can have an absorber that looks like that. And that will be based on a PET substrate. So instead of foam, I said we're going to look at new materials. Instead of foam or fiberglass, we're looking at PET. But typically PET is, you know, you see it a lot in office buildings where it's really thin, and that's fine, but it only absorbs the high frequency. So the way we're going to implement PET is typically as a layer with other materials to increase the performance and use the advantages of PET, which are namely lots of color advantages, lots of color option, which we can't do with foam because colored foam is usually highly unstable. It will change colors. That's why we only do the 3 colors, because the ones we choose, we've tried others in the past, light colored foam doesn't work. It turns green and looks bad. So we're using PET to its strengths. Getting more home type products that use some of our studio foam line. While you're working on a home theater, you may want to investigate your customer's home office situation. With many more people working at home, you've all been on a conference call with somebody where they're in their home office and the sound is horrible and you can't understand anything they're saying. So we've introduced a very simple acoustic foam desktop absorber. It mounts on a stand so they can move it around. Very easy to use. Doesn't have to be attached to the wall. So we're trying to do more things like that to take advantage of the residential work trend. We're looking at things like vented products that combine, say, a hard finish with acoustic foam or another substrate behind. And of course, these are strategic. We don't just design those for something that looks good, because if you design it correctly, even though it's a flat surface, the ratio and the size of the slots or holes can actually allow this to diffuse sound. So we can make it very controlled in terms of it's going to diffuse everything above, say, 5K, but it's going to allow other frequencies to be absorbed, so you can more tailor the sound of the room. And as I said, aesthetics are important, so this is a much more up-to-date look than some of our other products. Not sure how much this might affect you guys, but we're working on a DIY panel, do-yourself panel that the customer can assemble. So a fiberboard frame and fabric, and we're not sure if we're going to sell the, you'd usually use mineral fiber insulation like rock wool. Most markets you can buy rock wool very easily, very inexpensively. So we may let each market source the substrate that you use. But so that's one product. Great alternative to somebody wanting fabric covered panels for a little better price than some of the pre-made ones. So a couple of resources, as I mentioned, we have the basics of acoustic, the sound isolation overview. This is what I talked about earlier, the starting point for you to be able to not only see how we typically treat a room, but to show your customer and your dealers how we go about that, so that you don't have to necessarily spend time, learning software or room that from that end.
From their website.
Yes. Acoustic 101 is another good tool. It deals strictly with methods to reduce.
From their website.
Yes. Acoustic 101 is another good tool. It deals strictly with methods to reduce sound transmission. So we talk about things like how to seal doors, how to deal with HVAC, all of those types of things. Anywhere sound can leak in or out. So that covers it. Just a short overview. I know there's so much more to cover, but we're here. I'm here as a resource at Orlex. So if you have any questions at all, please contact me. Reach out to RL and his team, and between the two of us, we'll be able to assist you with whatever.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. There we go. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Next up, we have Mr. Ryan Cedar of Magnitude Lighting.
Yes. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay.
Adiós.
Luego, va a ser eso. Pero, igual. Bueno, va a ser
Desocupados.
Siempre te he dicho, los racapailas somos los mismos. Siempre somos los mismos, los racapailas.
¿Qué son racapailas?
Los que están hasta el final.
Los
Porque está con la olla,
Sí.
Ahí va la botella y no va a ver nadie.
Me decía, "María, que se tiene que sentar todo el día, ¿vale? Muchacho.
No va a escuchar Juan Pablo.
Sí, no.
¿Qué pasó? Que la gente dice que acaba la escuela.
La culpa es no. No, la culpa es de Trevor, que hablo mucho.
Tenemos que seguir.
Ya mandaron los testigos.
No,
tiene que esperar.
You can start if you want.
All right. I'm going to start with appreciate Buenos Dias. That's
Buenos
Spanish.
días.
So Ryan's here with Magnitude Lighting. We are appreciate your time, guys. We are a 14-plus-year-old company. We originated out of Israel up until 2018. Now we're a fully U.S.-based company out of Tustin, California, which is about an hour south of Los Angeles. Our sales force, we do all engineer, research and development. Everything's done in-house. We do contract manufacture our products. 85% of our products is going to be built in Guadalajara, Mexico at Fluxtronics. And then the balance is coming from various locations overseas for some other products. So I'm just going to kind of give you some of the new stuff, some of the things. I got some samples here, and then do a quick presentation on the overall product line. So the first one here I want to talk about is our Otter, called the Otter. What's the Otter in Spanish?
Otter, like the animal?
Like the animal.
Nutria.
Nutria. Okay, the Nutria. We just launched this in March. This is a stainless steel landscape transformer. It's available at 50 and 300 watts. There's some really nice features here. It's a stainless steel 20 gauge IP65 rated. So this is a wet location product. This can be installed right next to the sprinkler system. It can be sprayed from all different angles. The interior space is going to be fully dry. This has been tested by UL. There's only two. Another WAC, I believe, has one, but we're the only ones that are out there on the market. And we feel that's a big advantage to have that type of option for those installations, especially on residential, commercial, hospitality, or has the sprinkler systems. Here you can mount these right next to it. Another feature here, installation-wise, the doors, you can take this off for installation. That is something that's available to you. Also on the door here, this is an automotive rubber seal. So this particular sealant, and then this latch, this extra latch, actually got us that IP65 rating. So with this sealant, so as Magnitude, we're all about performance, quality, and that's kind of what we're known for in the market on the driver's side of transformers. So we put a lot of effort, a lot of R&D into it, and see what customers that are looking for. So you got this door comes off. Another thing for installation is down here you got 4 screws, 2 on either side. These are connective screws where you can loosen these up and the bottom can drop out, but the screws themselves will stay in. So when you're installing it, you're not going to lose the screws if you need to drop off the bottom for any installation needs. Below here is neoprene plugs. So a lot of transformers that are out there has those metal knockouts. Once you knock it out, it's exposed. You might knock out the wrong one when you're installing it. Here, you just pop one out and put it back in if needed for any mistake that's occurred. That's the feature. If you're doing conduit, Here you can actually drop the bottom, lay this over top of the conduit, and then attach the top part to it as well. So another easy installation option. Also the terminal block here, as you kind of can see, everybody out there on the market has a flush and it's recessed in. So what we did, we angled it and protruded it outwards. Again, easy installation for the contractor. There's a really nice installation enhancements that were provided with this product. As mentioned, 150 and 300 watts. They're the same form factor. So what you see here is the same form factor for the 150 and the 300. We do have competitors out there. Once you get over 150, it's going to be from 12 to 17 inches in height. So real nice, easy to install. Thing that's nobody has out there, and this is another new advancement that we have. This here is a surge protection. This is a 6.1 kV surge protection. So what this allows for ground strikes, multiple ground strikes, power surges. This is actually going to protect the unit itself as well as the output light sources. So it's a peace of mind. Once you install this, you add this as it's an accessory. You're protecting the unit as well as the light fixture being installed. It's about a $25 adder, so it's not a huge thing for basically if you get an electrical ground strike, you blow out all those light fixtures. So and you have to replace it. So we feel this is a really nice advantage for this product. You can do, because it's IP, I don't have it on me right now, but you can do interior Bluetooth timers, wireless timers again. Because it's fully sealed, you can use an interior. Any questions? Good. All right. Next one here. This product here is our JB series. So magnitude. This is a customizable built-to-order product. So what we did here is make life simpler for the installer, for the design of the project, whether it be engineer or the architect, and the installation of the actual fixtures as well. So if you wanted to, we got 15-foot ceilings here. You want to run those remotely, the drivers, you can actually run the wires down into a central location, and this JB series would be here. Everything you see here is right out of the box. So if you need 96 watt drive, 20 watt drivers, we will build this unit towards that project. So this is going to save a lot of time, installation, labor, material costs. And I have it on my slide. I'll show you a little bit about that. We can handle constant voltage, which is going to be your tape lighting, your cove light, your linear fixtures, and then constant current, which will be more your downlights. So this is a product you can do. We actually, I'll show you. What do you guys think? It is UL listed too, so for inspection purposes, it's UL, so it's a quick check off as well. It's UL, so it's a quick check off as well.
Junction wells, installed circuit mount and e-walls, right?
Yeah, so the JV series can do interior, recess it into the wall. We have two versions: recess it or surface mount. So the main thing is, you have these lights. You got a mechanical room. You can install the wire in the roughing stage ahead of time into the mechanical room. When it's finished, you mount it to the wall, recess it into the wall, and then hook up all individual drivers to the wire. You can do single dimming or zone dimming. So the zone dimming would be you can each individual driver can be dimmed separately. We don't charge extra for that. It's the same exact cost. So you can choose depending on the project. Good. Any other questions? All right. Next one, I'm going to get into programming. That's what Polaris is for. They're well trained on this. But we also offer a programmable driver, constant current programmable driver. It's 0 to 10 non-dim options, but you can actually, you're getting downlights from overseas into your territories, you need a 120, 277 driver, constant current. You can actually program these to the actual milliamps that's necessary to power up those LEDs on that downlight. It's a range from 100 milliamps, this one all the way up to 1400 milliamps, and this is 100 milliamps up to 2000 milliamps. So these are covering, this will cover a lot of, pretty much every downlight, interior downlight that's out there. The form factor, so there are, people ask you put in the junction box. This will not fit in the standard junction box, but I actually have people installing on top of the junction box and feeding the wires inside the box. This can be exposed on the top side.
How many amps? Sorry, how many amps?
This one's 100 to 1400 milliamps.
Okay.
So the majority manufacturers I've seen from range from 200 milliamps to about 1100 milliamps for downlights. So it covers the whole interior downlights.
Okay.
That's out there.
And the cost of that one? MSRP?
We can provide you this information later.
Okay.
And then this is up to 100 to 2000 milliamps. And the voltage range is 3 to 57. So it's a wide operating window, it covers a lot. And it's this footprint and this footprint.
And that the dimming to 0?
0.1%.
0.1%.
Standard 1.1%. And then you can also dim to off.
Okay.
Or not dim. Whatever you got.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have a lot of on the manufacturer ends using this. As the Pure, I don't know if Pure's out of Miami, but they're selling into your territory. They have downlights. They're using this product. Very happy with it. Pure Edge. Just trying to think of some Coronet. I think it was an Italian company. Can't think of the name, but it was I don't know. Can't think of the top of my head, but. A lot of European companies are using this one because that's that range, that 120, 277 fits that, and then how you can dim it, the milliamps that you can program. You can program it to that single digit, so you can get exactly what the light output you want.
You have the 0-10, the driver 2 or
0 to 10.
That one.
Yeah.
If I want to I don't have that dimmer, I have the adaptive.
You have the phase.
Phase.
Yeah. Right now, this is what's offered.
Okay.
For
the
programming.
0-10.
For programming.
Okay.
So we do have. I'll get to now with the slides, but is there a clicker?
No, it's not a slide. I'm actually at your website. What do you want to see?
Oh, was it working? Oh. No, I was just gonna go through the slides now.
The slides are not. I can't project them.
Okay. All right. So what else? Yeah. So we do have like the CCT, I guess. Yeah, CCT. Our CCT is a constant current driver. It's fixed. We have that sample on the desk.
Okay.
So that's actually a fixed constant current. The milliamps are fixed. The wattage, everything's fixed there. So we do offer non-programmable, and that is phased in.
Okay.
And they're a little bit smaller form. It is a smaller form factor. So this here, the constant current, it's kind of like a hockey puck.
Okay.
So that can go into a junction box, and that would be that's 120 only and phased in. Yeah, Carlos does this. This is a 9-watt, 500 milliamps. So products that we're working on, we're always innovative. We're always listening to what's out there in the market. We'll probably have about 2 more fixtures by the end, two more products by the end of this year. We're working on another version of our programmable driver at a lower cost point. We're also working on a Dolly driver. We got a lot of feedback from Polaris and from other areas that Dolly's becoming big in your regions. Is that something that's you guys are seeing?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. What do you have like a percentage of
No, it's starting.
business?
It's starting,
It's starting, but either or, either you're cabling for 0 to 10 or that is the same.
Yeah.
So on the long term,
It would be a benefit to have something. Okay. Yeah, so we're working on that. We're working on, we're gonna have a product, a constant voltage product coming out in the next, we're working on, we're gonna have a product, a constant voltage product coming out in the next, it's on its way right now, so I would say in the next 6 to 7 weeks. It'll be a 3-in-1 constant voltage driver. So the driver itself will have 0 to 10 E and MLV all in one driver. So is he still? If you go solid drive? Yep. I'm good. I adapted this stuff. This is good. I had a lot of funny jokes on my slide too. So this is our solid drive family. It's kind of the workhorse for us for constant voltage. It's 120, 277, IP66 rated, so it is wet location listed, outdoor rated. Comes with or without the junction box. It also has some key features. It has a surge protection, similar to what our A-Flex has, and it also has an overdrive protection. So what that allows for, if you're running tape light or some cove, you know, and you have a 96 watt driver and you run it to 120 watts, it's only allowing for the LED drivers, only allowing for those LEDs to be powered at that 96 watts. So the light source will be a little bit dimmer, not visually noticeable, but you can nice and clean look throughout the project, and you're not going to affect anything with those diodes on the output side. So it's kind of well used with the higher end manufacturers that are out there. It's a great product with our new 3-in-1 driver to have on the shelf for customers, for contractors, because it serves a lot of different projects. So you just have for SKU purposes, you can have one, well, it's 30, 60, and 96 watts. So you can have 3 SKUs on the shelf covering all of those different projects, from commercial 0 to 10, ELV or MLV. So we think this is going to really be an advantage for this product. Dims down to 1%. Has another real nice feature, especially in your territories, with dirty power. So I've done projects with our E-Series product, which has been successful inside the lab in the Caribbean, and Ariel can attest to one project. Yep. Where everything was good, you put it on the project, and there was something going on with the power, and it wasn't that driver's not as filtered as this product. So he returned all the E-Series product. He returned all the E-Series product. He went with this product, and it worked great. So this is what he's using going forward. This guy's out of was it U.S. Virgin Islands?
British Virgin Islands.
Yeah. So this is a product that is highly filtration that it offers. So if you have trouble with the power surges and all that it offers. So if you have trouble with the power surges and all that, this is something that you can look at as well. So, any questions? I'll go with that. You can do the magnetics. So our magnetics, that's where Magnitude started. So this product's been out in the market for over 14 years. It's very robust. Go from 200 all the way up to 1200 watts. We have multi-channel options. It is NEMA 3R rated, so that can be used on the exterior applications for some landscaping. But it is a constant voltage, so for tape light, cove light, and that type of thing, this is a product that can be used for that. Go to E-Series.
Ariel, ¿por qué siguen haciendo magnéticos?
Porque hay aplicaciones donde el electrónico simplemente no es suficiente.
¿Pero es el mismo magnético de antes o es para ciertas... ¿Es el mismo de antes o es...?
Sí, es un driver con una bobina que saca 12 a 24 volts por el lado secundario. O sea, tiene aplicación todavía.
Sí, bueno saber.
Para, por ejemplo, cenefas de LED, se hace bastante
O de halógenos.
O de halógenos.
Unas luminarias halógenas viejas. Buen dato.
Esto es lo que Lutron no hace.
No, sino que no se
Lutron
consiguen
hace-
en Colombia por una normativa, no se consiguen, pero hay mantenimientos que...
Claro. Para eso precisamente. Sorry.
Bueno saber.
Is that positive?
No, no, of course it
All right, so the E-Series, still, especially in Mexico, it's being sold in Mexico, does very well for us in that territory. It's an electronic driver. So going back to those magnetics, the magnetics works with MLB triac dimmers. So Magnitude decided, let's get a higher performing product out there as a driver. Runs 5 times cooler, minimize the form factor. So we devised this E-Series product. So this, even though it's an electronic driver, works with MLB triac dimming. So again, thinking about the cost of the project, you got an electronic driver priced at the same price range as the magnetics, and you don't have to jump up to buy an ELV dimmer, which is $30 to $40 more on the project. Here you can go with that simple Lutron DVCL 153P, which is, I don't know if that's something you guys use, but in America, that's every distributor has that on the shelf. It's roughly about $25, $30. That's what they're using with this product here. So again, brings down the cost. It runs 5 times cooler than the magnetic transformers out there. It's dimmable. It's NEMA 3R transformers out. The listed version is NEMA 3R. And then we have this, the blue version. That is an IP67 product. It also is UL listed for signage as well. So that's another avenue of opportunities to use this product. If you have customers working in the sign industry, this driver is UL for painting.
J-Box for that?
I did the J-Box.
Okay.
You do the Easy J.
Okay.
Scroll down set. I mean, we just leave it there. That's good. All right, so the Easy J. So I showed you the JB series. The Easy J, I call it like the little cousin, little bambino. This one is actually where this JB was customizable. This is actually, everything's pre-built as you see here. So we offer it for 12 volt. We offer it with 2 or 3 60-watt drivers. That's the E series. Or we do it with 24 volt. We do 2 or 3 96-watt drivers. So this could be 3 96-watt drivers. This one is only surface mount. But the idea, again, is you're doing a kitchen, you're doing a little media room, that type of thing. You can install that, hide that in the closet, put that in the basement. And that's kind of where this would work. This is a great product to have available for those projects, for those small running tape light, puck lights, cove lighting, that type of thing. So that is the Easy J. Should I get to these? All right, what else? What else can we do here? AC. We can do AC. Yeah. So sorry jumping around, but we got the AC series. So people that are still working with halogen or even the LED landscape, we do offer the AC series in a non-stainless. So this is the stainless landscape. This is more of the powder coated black finish for you. So this is it's available, multiple wattages, and it's our magnetic family. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. We offer that. What else we got on that scroll? This is our great website, easy to navigate. We'll do link drive. All right. So the Lin Drive, this is another constant voltage product. It goes from 20 to 60 watts. The features on here, scroll down. I think that actually shows it. So some of the features for this product is it's constant voltage. You actually don't need a box. You can feed the wiring. If you're working with Romex, you can feed it right into the terminal blocks. This product has up here on either end is the terminal blocks. You loosen up the screws, you feed the wires in. So that limits material costs. It's 120 input voltage only. This one is electronic, and again, this works with MLB triac dimmers. And then also with no grounded is needed as well for this product, and it dims down to pretty much 0. It's a very nice clean look, clean dimming profile. All right, and good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, so we got a lot of new products. Again, about two families coming out this year for the future. I did have that image. You saw that little, what was that guy? Above and beyond, right? The future. So we're coming, next year we're buying out roughly about 4 new families. So we're always being innovative, always listening to what the market is. Going back, we also have on our website, if you go to resources. So if you go to our resource area, a little bit to the left, scroll down, we have product support and literature. So all there is all electronic literature. And another thing that Magnitude does that we don't know many others do out there, our competitors, we do compatible dimmers. So for the E series, we have 6 to 7 pages of actually dimmers we bring in. We test them. We put them on. We advertise it on our website. So if you're doing a project, you got to find out what dimmer works with that type of driver. You can go right to our website and see it. You can print it out. It's PDF. You can print it out. So that's something we do. Crestron, ILS, 2 controls companies. We send our drivers out to them. They give us an approved list of drivers that goes with their system. So that's also advertised on our list. Those compatibility sheets are always live and active. So if there's sheets are always live and active. So if there's new products coming on the market, you reach out to Polaris. They'll let me know. We'll again bring in the dimmer, and then we'll get the test and add it on there. So that's something we do. How far away can I put this from the actual light source? We do have a voltage drop chart that you can go right on our website. Depending on the gauge of wiring and the wattage of driver, that will give you that understanding of how far away you can place this or any type of remote driver application. So lot of helpful things on there. We got videos, installation videos, YouTube videos on here. We're a very accessible company. We're only about 40 strong. Matthew's he's the head of tech and support. He's been with the company 9+ years. Feel free to reach out to us with that. Polaris is going to be your main contact, but more than happy to fly down and enjoy your countries. So, but any other questions, anything, feedback that you guys have, things that you're looking for? I know back there, Dolly's starting to grow. Selected somebody else yesterday. Yep, Dolly's huge. Any other products that you guys need in the field that on the power supply side that we could look into for the future?
What is the price promedio and one driver? Promedio price.
0.1 line output drivers. You have it?
1% dip? Yeah. Well, the A-Flux, solid drive. Solid drive, actually, we advertise 1%, but it pretty much goes off. Nice.
¿Qué promedio de precio? Standard price?
For the solid drive, I'll get it. I'll get you the price.
Minimum load, the solid drive.
Solid drive, no load. No load on the solid drive. Yeah, samples, that's another thing. You guys, we know certain markets, what's going on down there. There's some, brownouts, dirty power type of stuff. We're more than happy to get you a sample and again, test it yourself before, we create some orders from that. But we're ready to go. We appreciate, your support. And,
thank you, Ryan.
All right.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right. It's a wide awake now.
Go Viking.
Might as well. All right.
Who?
What do you have?
Birds. Eagles.
Por aquí con nosotros está ahora el señor Darren Ward. Él es el CTO del hotel a nivel mundial. Él es el que toma la decisión de qué productos vienen, qué productos no vienen, qué sale, qué no sale, qué va a estar disponible, qué no, qué fuente puede usar, cuál no. Así que es una buena persona. El hotel tiene varios equipos nuevos que vienen, tiene equipos existentes que son increíbles, como la serie Mickey. Para aquellos que están en el mundo de hi-fi o que quieran meter en el mundo de hi-fi, la serie Mickey es increíble. Teníamos aquí, yo hasta lloré la primera vez que lo escuché. I can click for you.
Again?
I can.
I can stand here and click. I don't need to stand here. You all right?
Yeah.
Do it. We're going to point here.
Okay.
You ready? All right. Ariel said I have 40 minutes. I told him I could do it in 30, so now it's a contest. Right?
If you have a Cuban coffee, you can do it in.
Yeah. Just keep bringing coffee. I told Ariel there was a Modelo when I came in, and so I'm going to do this because he comes me a beer when I'm done.
We have those here.
This is why I love here. Yeah, I missed this last time. Like I said, I missed the whole bar scene. I am a beer fan. My hobbies are not up here. I'm fighting brew pubs, and I love taquerias on the beach. So that's two things. If I can find tacos on the beach, I'm great. But hey, I'm going to run through it. Thank you. I know it's been a long day and it's been a lot, but it's a great opportunity to be here. Love Polaris. Love to be here. The team has been fantastic. We're 2 years into this. We've only been working with them for 2 years. We have turned this market upside down. We have had the support like we have never had. And I am an engineer, and I love working with engineers. This is why we get along so well. We've got business minds behind it. So I'm going to run through and talk about the future of the products, what we're doing. But to talk about the future of Rotel, I need just a few minutes because our future is based on our past and our history. We're a 60-year-old hi-fi electronics company. So this was a business started in Tokyo, Japan in 1961. Great history. Mr. Tomoki Tachikawa, he started an OEM factory. He was not an audio guy. He was an OEM factory building products for other audio brands. He did that for 4 years. And then he said, I'm really good. I've got a great factory. I've got a great team. I've got great processes. And he started his own brand. So Rotel was actually started 4 years after he started his business. So here we are today. We're celebrating. We're happy. We're thrilled. 60 years. Not 60 years of business, that's cool. 60 years of audio business, that's hard. 60 years of family-owned audio business. Still today, 100% Japanese family-owned audio. So the same family owns the business. It's managed and ran by third-generation family. And it's something that we're really proud of. So when I look at Rotel, rather than talk about it, I'll just show you a bit of this. This is really our past. This is really who we are. It's where we came from. The heritage of the business, starting with the original factory. Super cool. That's Tokyo. This is what we did. These are our factory. We had baseball teams. We had ping pong teams. Like, it was everything that you can imagine. It was Japanese tradition and history. Today, we're a global business. So we've expanded far beyond our roots. But we still maintain that heritage, that passion, and the discipline from the very first day. So we talk about celebration, history, the models have changed, the technology has changed. It's really been great to see the company grow up, and that's cool. But we still have the same commitments. We still have that same dedication from the original founder. And the processes, year over year, generation after generation, really defines and refines the company of who we are, what we stand for, and what we're trying to accomplish. And it's very cool, right? I'm very proud to be part of this great family, great people, and just an amazing culture. So this is Rotel. It really is the business. So what is the brand? Like, what are we trying to do? What are we trying to accomplish? The people say, well, what makes Rotel as an audio business? What makes it special? What makes it different? What are you trying to do on the way the music is presented? It's really two things. The engineers look for transparency, meaning they want the music to sound like music. They don't want it to sound like something that they create or color the music or change it. They want it to come through with a transparent and a genuine and an authentic.
So they're choosing the parts in the different circuits, testing and changing and trialing different capacitors, or resistors. The transformers that we use in the products, we build them ourselves in our factory. It's a lot of work, winding transformers with a lot of steel and a lot of copper, but it's all really important. And all of that is what drives the company to really reach beyond ourselves. We're reaching to do something better than we've done, always improving, better sound, better performance, and we're thrilled, and we're flattered, and we're very humbled by the number of awards that we receive year after year, product after product in the generation. So as we go through the products, and I'm not going to run through them, but I wanted to put these in here because we'll make sure you get this presentation. But one of the real defining moments for us. Anybody know Kenny Shiwata? Is this a familiar guy? Fantastic. Fantastic. Absolutely. Ken truly is a legend. I was an audio genius, but beyond that, Ken he's an artist. And he had passion sense. He loved music. He loved art. The clothes he wore, the way he expressed himself was so just full of life. And when I talked to Ken, I said, would you like to help Rotel create, engineer, and tune our products? He was thrilled. He's got Japanese culture. He said, I've been to the Rotel factory. I know the family. I would be thrilled to do it. I'm honored by this, really. And it was really intimidating because he's so good. But he came to Rotel, and we worked together. There's a great video that talks about Ken and what he did. Ken sadly passed away in 2019, just as we were finishing the projects. But we named the projects the Tribute Series to honor him and his life, his contributions to the audio industry, to music, and really for Rotel. So for us, it was a massive opportunity, and we learned a lot from him. His technologies went into the Tribute Series of products, but we also learned so much. We roll that into the other products that we built, into our integrated amplifiers, into our CD players, into all of the products. What we learned, the way he tuned, the way he adjusted the circuits was fantastic. So our series of products starts with the 14 series. These are the step-in products. So they're really the entry-level products, but they are far beyond entry-level performance. They really give a real, genuine Rotel representation of products. Starting at about $700, you can step in to an integrated amplifier. This is an all-in-one. Connect your turntable, connect a CD player, proper pair of speakers, and drive it with pride. Stepping up in power and performance, adding CDs. CDs are great. CDs are still selling. Our CD sales are going up. We still sell more. Literally, year after year. It's a great format because it's a tactile vinyl. We have phono input, so we connect the turntable to these. We love vinyl. We love that feeling of holding something in your hand. Digital music, great. We love that too. So all of these technologies really help build and become part of the experience. So going from the 14 series, now you step up into 15 series. Bigger, more power, your products, and stepping up in terms of price point. So 14 series, up to 15 series, integrated products. The old school separates products, which are fantastic to provide better and higher performance and have different sizes of amplifiers to match the different sizes of systems. So 14 series, 15 series, again, CD players, separates components, a big array of integrated amplifiers, and then standalone power amplifiers. So it really is Rotel. That's the business. That's who we are. So now we're really happy to have custom install market. We love distributed audio. But what we love about distributed audio is we love it to be Rotel. So we have just launched 2 products. These are custom install amplifiers. So they're multi-zone amplifiers. And it's a it's all Rotel. Okay, tell me when. Okay, so this is 40 pounds of love. It's 48 pounds of love in this box. So, oh, is this for me? This is for you. Yeah. Of course. I love you. Slow down. Yeah, I know. So it's 48 pounds of Class A beat, the big Rotel transformer, linear power amplifiers. And why did we do it? We feel that it's not fair when you're in a multi-zone system to shortchange the music. You can have a multi-zone audio system, but we wanted a multi-room music system. So this is Rotel. It's based off of the technology that we engineered for our big power amps. The big Rotel transformer in the factory. Big Class A linear power amplifiers to be able to drive real performance power. Bigger speakers, better sound, genuine music. Is that a shot of espresso?
Yes. Special espresso, it's clear.
I love coming here. I'm gonna keep talking.
But fast, you gotta really fast. There we go.
I fast forward.
That's fantastic. Yes. So there's two. The C8, it's all about custom. Rack mount in the box. It also is very comfortable in a home theater because it's all Class A. It's all that Rotel, genuine, strong strength. It's all part of the package. We have a C8 Plus. So now, same amplifier, only bigger. So we double up the power. We also add digital inputs to the back. So connect any digital streaming source. And now you've got multi-room, high-performance music system in 4 zones. Please.
Okay, question here. So it's 8 times under 50 watts at 4 ohms. How much is going to be at 8 ohms?
This is going to be it's 100 watts, 108, 150, and 4.
Is it 2 ohm stable?
Yeah, very stable.
2 ohm?
Sorry? Yeah, it is. Yes. It drives way. It drives really low impedance. And this is why. So when we talk about 2 ohm stable, this is why, right? Because these are power reserve capacitors. They're massive. It's the same technology we use in all of our integrated amplifiers. So we didn't take any shortcuts. These output transistors are the same output transistor style, design, engineering that we use in our audio products, in our big amplifiers. They just took this product and scaled it down into a 2U native rack mount chassis. You don't need spacing above or below. It's been the standard. The way it vents, the way the fans are thermostat controlled, it's a fantastic amp. So
how many amps are you
noise? Sorry, the fans are 5-speed, variable control. And I just read a review, hasn't published yet, it's coming out next week. The guy said he drove it as hard as he could, he never heard the fans. And I drove it as well. And I had to turn them on manually using the production process to get the fans. When they're on speed 5, they're noisy. And if you really have to use those, but it's made to make sure if you're driving it that hard, those fans are going to run at 5 different speeds depending on the temperature. But they are absolutely silent. They're all normal conditions. Another question?
How many you can stack?
1,000. And look, it's engineered like this. This front panel is about 2 mil taller than the chassis. So when you stack them, you've got 2 mil on the top and 2 mil on the bottom. So there still is space, but it still is only in exactly 2U high. And the way the vents are coming in, the air is going to come in between that 4 mil clearance. And it's go into the holes here, and it's going to flow through and come out the back. So stack them and rack them without having to say space. Super cool. To be honest, that was 2 years. We spent 2 years just on thermal management. The amp's been sitting there, and they created different heat sinks. Different heat sinks. More aluminum, less aluminum, bigger hole size, different fans. Did they blow in or should they blow out? It took 2 years. It's fantastic. They're just great amplifiers, but they're just so solid. And then you talk about CI, custom install, right? Free wire, English connectors, they lock. The speaker terminals don't fall out. The wires aren't shorted. It's built and engineered like this for maintenance-free, worry-free performance audio. Cool? We all right?
Yeah.
Super cool. These just launched. We're about 6 weeks in. They will be in the market in August. So like if they're on the boat or they're going to be on the boat this month, they'll be in August. So
Still manufactured in Japan?
Sorry?
Still manufacturing in Japan?
All of our manufacturing is done in China. So our factory is in China. So we've got our own factory in China. Actually, the factory was in Japan. It later moved to Taiwan. And then we moved into Shenzhen, China. And then we built our own factory in South China by Macau and Hong Kong. Yeah, everything. All right, CI. 2 CI amps, the C8 analog only, the C8 plus with 4 digital inputs. So all of the inputs and outputs internally are also matrix, so full inputs. So all of the inputs and outputs internally are also matrix, so full matrix in. Why is it matrix? You don't need another matrix switch. Take all the sources, run them in. Less switches, less cable, less rack space, better performance. Every time you can take out a cable, every time you can take out a component, the performance goes up. The setup is all done with the front panel. So there's a front panel and display buttons. The buttons are used to select which source you want. Set the volume per source. Change the tone control. There's no DSP. There's no monkey business. It's an analog amp. Bass and treble, fine. If you have a zone that's a little hot, bring the bass down a little bit. You want to juice it up a little bit because the speaker doesn't quite have the performance, lift the bass. But the EQ, there's no EQ. So we really control in the amp those kinds of functions to get the best performance and the best audio.
Does it have balance? I didn't see very well. Does it have balance?
No, RCA amps and then digital. Right. Yeah, so no balance. We do have balance multi-channel amps, and that's here. So this is a 5-channel XLR and RCA, 200 watts per channel, 120 watts per channel, and then 6. We have a 4, and then the 2 A's. 4, 6, 8, and 5-channel amps for multi-room or home theater applications. You all right so far?
Yeah.
So it's a great multi-room amplifier. It also is a great small commercial amplifier because the controls are here. So if this is sitting in the front house, in a bar or a restaurant, it gives someone at the front the control to select the A, B, C, D source to go to any of those zones, and it can be done in this amp with the front panel. So
Can you control volume as well?
you can control volume as well, and you can set the max volume level. So if you get a late night and the bartender maybe is sampling a little too much, you can set the max level so they can't exceed that level. So in the setup, you put a max per zone. Yes. So it's completely controllable from the front. IP, RS-232 controls as well. So it integrates directly with control systems. Very simple, like ASCII-based text controls. All right?
Yeah.
Super fun. I'm not kidding about the 2-year part. It was a crazy project, just getting that heat sink where we knew we could get the performance we needed. So we're going to step up now from 14 series, 15 series. Anybody seen the Michi products? Michi?
Not personally.
All right. Michi is a Japanese word, and it means road or path. Launched a Michi series from Rotel back in the 1990s. Rotel was very happy. We had great products, but the engineers wanted to do something even better. So they launched a series of products. They're iconic. They're those redwood side panels. And it was a Michi series. So we went back, and the engineers, again, they really wanted to do something better. They knew they could do something better. So we created a series of products and really a technology platform to lift and elevate the hotel to a whole new level. We did it for 2 weeks. One, we were better. That's fine. But really, it was a project. We like to sell products that are better. That's fine. But really, it was a project to create a different engineering technology platform that was just better, that we could scale, that we could use anywhere we wanted. So we used this as a catalyst. It was a reason, really an excuse, to just spend time engineering something better. And when they came out to the end, we created a fantastic new power supplies, some transformer technologies, and built circuits that we then integrated into the Michi P5, so it's a standalone high-performance preamplifier, and then a stereo amplifier, and a monoblock amplifier. So we had these 3 products that we launched about 2.5 years ago. It was an amazing success, just great products, great value, great performance. They're big, and they're beautiful. So it was really a statement, and it helped Rotel, because now we're able to say, yes, we have 14 and 15, and we've got a premium set of products, Michi, to really lift and drive the brand. Hold on 1 second. Really go well. So it was fun. And as soon as we said these separate components, the market very quickly came back and said we wanted integrated components. So we went back to the preamplifier, to the amplifier, and we took the best of those circuits and we created an X5, 350 watts power amplifier. Massive. It's frightening. These are about 15 pounds each, right? So you've got this thing. I think the total weight is about 115 pounds in the box. It's an incredible amplifier. Great integrated amplifier. So digital ends, and it just drives. So not only is it beautiful, and there's a reason it's beautiful. What you're seeing is you're not seeing wires strung everywhere. They're going to pick up noise and cause distortion. It's an amplifier that's engineered and designed not only to be beautiful, but separate the components, keep the power supply away from everything else. These are high power. These are really low power, away from everything else. These are high power. These are really low power sensitive circuits. Separate them, but still give that life and put it into a single box, best of technologies. X5, the X3 is just a smaller version of that. So now 200 watts into 8, 350 into 4. So you've got amazing performance. We still use as much as we could, it's just in a smaller physical chassis. So lots of source inputs, the ability to drive and connect all your sources, analog, digital, high resolution music files from a computer. What's not in the box? There's no streaming in the box, right? Why? Because I don't have any expiration dates to put on the back. What happens to streaming? That was AirPlay 1. Well, now it's AirPlay 2. Right? Well, that was the old streaming, and now it's the new streaming. So there's no streaming because they're timeless. They're products that really should and could and will last forever. This kind of technology really is there in fit and finish. So,
live and separately, have you thought of a quality streamer for those apps?
Now we're getting to where are we going next? That's a great question. So, but that's the next slide. So here we are, right? So we have a P5, standalone preamplifier. You pick your power amplifier, monoblock amplifier, massive, scary amounts of power, right? You start talking about kilowatts amounts of power. They're beautiful, right? They're just so elegant, and they're so simple, and they're so clean. And I love different brands. And I just got back from the Munich Hi-Fi show. It's scary over there because there's some really unique, that's what I'm calling it, unique styles. But this is so elegant and it's so simple in the design. 2 integrated amplifiers, 2 amplifiers with a preamplifier. But what is Michi? What does it mean? What's the definition? It's a path, it's a road. So yes, there are things we are continuing to invest in Michi, and it is really just a path. We will continue to engineer and develop here, and the streamer very much is on our list of things. A source, right? How that source and what it would be is really part of our strategy and our plan. So, good question. Your question again? What are we going to do next? All right. This is confidential until next week. All right. So I'm asking you, please, no Facebook, no Instagram. No pictures. No pictures. You can take pictures of me, just not the products. All right, fair enough. So this really is. This is going to be public next week. This is our diamond anniversary, 60 years. So when we're going to do. We can take a picture. We can take a picture of this. All right. So 60 years. So we wanted to do something special. It'll be tomorrow. So for 60 years, but I didn't want to do an anniversary because anniversary is what, 18 months, right? And then it gets kind of silly, like anniversary version, you're selling it 5 years later. No. So Diamond anniversary, that's 60 years. So we are launching and announcing the Diamond series of products. These products are our 60th anniversary celebration. What we have done, we've taken the Michi technology, we have taken the latest DAC technology, we have engineered a set of products that are here. These are products. If you know Rotella products from 20 or 30 years ago, this will be perfect fit. The products today, a perfect fit. Where we going in the future, it's a perfect fit. So Diamond is our newest and the best technology. This is the best set of products that we've created in the Rotella line. Not quite to the premium Michi line, but certainly the best Rotella products. And it's very fitting that this is our anniversary set of products. So integrated amplifier all in one, using the best of. This really is a Michi X3 engine. So it's a Michi power supply, Michi amplifiers, and then the latest DAC technology that we just launched for the new Strotel products put into the same box. Fantastic. We also need a source. Okay, so an easy source, what is it? And we're back to CDs. CDs are great. So we wanted to engineer a premium CD player. So we created a CD player and we auditioned 4 different manufacturers and 4 different DACs, one by one by one by one. If you come to my house in Cape Coral, I'll show you. I have 4. There's 4. A Wolfson, a TI, an AKM, and we settled on an ESS Saber DAC. Saber. It's a really cool word, don't you think? I think Saber, right? It sounds really high-tech, Saber. But we chose that DAC to try because the paper specs were fantastic. Distortion, really, really low. The noise floor, really, really low. Channel separation, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the paper says, right? It has to sound good. We put it in, we tuned it, we adjusted it, and the engineers were able to create a CD player that was actually too good to be a CD player. So 9 months ago, I stopped the production. They were going to go into production in 30 days. I shut the project down, and I re-engineered this product to add digital inputs because it wasn't fair to have a CD player that was so good without being able to connect your computer to stream high-resolution music files, MQA files, DSD files. Connect your streamer, high-resolution, coax, or optical, and use this DAC to then connect to whatever amplifier or preamplifier that you wanted to connect. So this set of products is the most premium CD player. We've been making CD players for 30 years. We've got 32 models of CD players. This is the best CD player we've ever created, and it's also the best DAC circuit that we've ever done. So different DACs in the 2 products. They sound very different, and really the opportunity is use the DAC and the separates component to get that sound stage and that real genuine resolution and just the presentation and the feeling. The way it just kind of pulls you into the music is really where we come up. So they're great, great products, absolutely fantastic. So these are launching, they'll be in the market and be here in about the same time, kind of August. Same time as the CI amps. So these are actually on the boat. I think these are shipping next week. So they're both going to be here in time for the season and for the fall. But it's great. Why are they great? Because they're great products. But really, the story behind this, why? What did we do? What was the real reason and purpose behind the diet? Is fantastic to tell that story because it really supports the brand, the message, and the technologies. So I brought this also. This is not so heavy. This is new for Rotel. Now we're back to your question, what about streamers? We don't have products with these. So what are we going to do about streamers? What are we going to do about wireless? This is a really early peak. So when I talk about the technologies, the things that we're doing, this is an integrated streamer. This is going to be in the fall. So you're seeing it here. And I don't show this very often, but Arrow said we have to show 3 years of roadmap, and I can go out and almost get to 3 years. It's an integrated streamer, so an integrated amplifier with built-in streaming. And now we're talking about Google Cast and AirPlay 2 and about Amazon Alexa Music. We're talking about high-resolution streaming and computer audio and digital inputs and analog. And so it's an all-in-one box. Room ready, not room tested, room ready. So it's a room endpoint as well. Yes. So this will be out. Yeah, so this really is an endpoint. So wired or Wi-Fi connected, and it's really a room renderer endpoint. So I might need another one.
No worries. We have that.
So I'm going to use that streamer, and that can serve as a DAC.
It's a DAC, but it's not your best DAC. It's not the best DAC. The DAC's here. So we could. So it's really, so it's so this is really the end. It's an all-in-one, right? It's It's going to be about 120 watts driving into 4 ohms, right? So it's going to be 100-ish to 8. Great drive, great performance, all Rotel. A big Rotel transformer, big Rotel Class AV amplifier, the design, the circuits, the separation. It's all in the box to have everything you need. A nice graphic display, so you can see album art. So this is the target price. We think it's going to be about $2,500, but it's a performance all-in-one solution. Connect the speakers and you're done, and it's only the beginning. Right? This streaming technology we will build. We continue to evolve, continue to look at other Rotel products. What are we doing? How do we bring this in it? I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. We've got new power amplifiers. It's going to be really busy. Any questions on any of this? Any questions? Sorry, questions on any?
I think we need to ask a question because I got lost on it. I understood about the integrated amplifier here with the streamers. But what happened to the other two? To the anniversary pieces that you have there?
Yeah.
Are they going to have a streamer also?
We are just getting started. Diamond series. So the answer is yes. We will create more products in this industrial design. Right? So it's in both colors, beautiful, right? Black and silver both. It's gorgeous, and we're going to create more things in this. So if I were you, and if I were looking, yes, a streamer only, and yes, a bigger version of this streamer. Yeah, those are all things that we will be releasing.
So it's going to be a third piece added to the Diamond series.
Yeah, this is going to be more and more. There's 3 already, and there's a 4th coming. There'll be more Diamond. So we'll have a streamer eventually. This chassis. We'll have a bigger integrated streamer in this chassis. 2023.
Okay.
That's it next year. Yes, coming.
But you're gonna be. Are you looking into just having a streamer?
Just
the
a
only
streamer.
thing that it does is stream, right?
Streamer is going to be
Just
in
stream.
exactly this minus this. Take out the CCs. Put in the streaming. High resolution, same fantastic back power supply. Because this is amazing. This the way the music here. So we'll take out the CD, add the streamer, and you get the first.
I'm sorry, we're saying the thing is that it's good because it's 3, 4 years, 5 years, whatever, you can just change that piece.
Yeah, pieces, right? Because suddenly, because it's fine, you're gonna upgrade something. You're gonna upgrade something. I upgrade my phone every 8, and that's why we didn't put it into some of the bigger pieces, right? Because it's fine, you're gonna upgrade something. I upgrade my phone every 18 months, right? And it's $1,000. It's stupid. It's $1,000 phone goes right into the my house, right? So if you're changing just the streamer piece, whatever that is, it's fine. It's getting better and better and better. Yes, but not throwing away your hi-fi kit because the streamer expired. That's not cool. No, but that's what's happening today. Question, please.
How can I turn off and send music for Spotify with other interface?
For sending the music? Yes. Any, whatever the app is, so whatever the source. There's no app for this, whatever the source. So if it's a Sonos box, it's going to be Sonos. If it's any other streamer box,
We need a third-party control system in order to control matrix capability.
O sea, sí necesitamos un sistema de control como estaban, por ejemplo, para controlar que si tú tienes 2, 3 fuentes, podamos hacer toda la parte matricial.
Porque trae matricial.
En el ejercicio que hicimos del día 1 del audio distribuido, aquí le poníamos un ZIPA, por ejemplo, de Savant, que tiene su audio de salidas, entonces ya podemos manejar las zonas, los diferentes volúmenes.
Yeah, we did an exercise on day 1 of using this amplifier as a system with a Salon streamer and a Salon processor in order to have class AV.
very simple control for
Power output for the integrated.
very simple control for
Power output for the integrated streamer.
for the streaming amp. It's This is gonna be 80 watts in the core, and about 120, I think 120 of the, sorry, 80 watts in the 8, 120 in the 4.
Okay.
That's the last spec that I saw.
Okay, 80.
All right, are we done? Okay, great products, great roadmap, fantastic. We're in good shape, but we need to do things to help build the market, awareness, all the things. So not only are we investing in the products and the technologies and the roadmaps, we are investing in marketing, social media, Facebook, YouTube, right, Instagram. If you've seen, subscribe to the Rotel pages, if you don't, because this was a big thing. We flew over to Italy, went into Italy, brought in some of our key dealers, the distributors, and we spent some time talking about what is Rotel, what's the message, what are we trying to accomplish, how do we communicate this? These are some of the things that came out with, like, what's the color? What's the color of Rotel? And what does the color mean? And where do we use the color? What's the message of Rotel? Intuitive, timeless, precise, passion, precision. We talked about, again, color schemes. Where do we use the color? How does it look? How does that communicate to a customer? So these are all things that we're working on now on the marketing side to support all of those things. So the website, the resources, RS-232, owner's manuals, those are all things that we're building. We know the product roadmap is fantastic. We're happy, we're thrilled, we appreciate what we've been able to do technically, and we promise we are going to support that on the marketing side to make it easier, to drive that business and feed you what you need. So if you need things technically, we want to know that. If you need things from the marketing side, we also want to know that.
Are you still doing all this in Spanish? Okay.
We can. Yes, I'll send this over. I'll send exactly this presentation over, and we can do it because we've got the websites in Spanish.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything and all of these things. Yes, for sure. But Instagram, right? We post Instagram 2 or 3, 4 times a week. We've got great followers. Facebook, great followers.
Do you have fitness models? Because we have fitness models that follow us.
It's 2 minutes. So here we are. This is Rotel. 3 things. Quality. The quality of Rotel products since that first day in the factory has never wavered. It doesn't matter where the factory is. We follow Japanese manufacturing standards. Still today, we follow the original Japanese quality standards in our factory. That's what the management does. That's what we follow. Performance. We're all about performance. No shortcuts. That doesn't help us. We go back to our roots and our heritage, Class A/B. It doesn't matter if it's a high-performance amplifier or a Michi product or a CI amp. Performance is key, right? It's music. It's expression. That's the life. That's the message of the brand. That's the value. We don't try to be the most expensive. We're not trying to be the cheapest. We're not trying to get the business that we don't deserve. The value of Rotel has always been just that, value. Good value, build quality and performance. So these are our messages. This is really who we are. And it comes down to this, right? Our commitment is amplifying sound and elevating life. That's the brand. That's Rotel. That's the message that we want to send. And that's really what we've been successful doing for 16 years. And our commitment is we're going, right? And we're going to keep going. And we're accelerating that pace. We're just building on the leadership of the market and the goodwill.
And they have stock.
That's a really big one.
Yep.
And we have stock. And we have stock. So this is really back to the family business. When there's a disruption, the family puts money into the business, not pull back. So great stock, good support. Okay? Question?
Thank you, Derek. We need a picture of you. What's the one?
Taking this home?
All of it.
Not enough.
Si puede solo, si puede solo, que ya otra vez.
Not enough aguardiente yet, so still a couple of shots more and maybe.
Darren is like a rock star.
That's right.
Thank you. No, really, thank you very much. It's great to be here. This is fantastic.
Hey, man.
This was a lot of fun.
I'm sorry you have to wait a little bit.
Ah, no. I'm local. I'm the local. You want to hold it? Yeah. Okay.
Be careful. Be careful.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
And you're up.
Abre maletero. Somebody punch Darren.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, thank you. I love being here. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, you gotta start.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is to get you a little bit looser. The Colombian rum called aguardiente.
Where's my beer chaser?
You can do a beer chaser too.
Oh, that's delicious. Damn, that was good.
That's a lot more where that came from.
I'm gonna switch you.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. Oh my god, and there's candy on top of it. I'm gonna have a good time.
Okay.
Why is everybody back there?
We're afraid it's a long story. We're afraid of you.
Oh, wow. Come on. Okay, so I have a question. I only speak English, unfortunately. I'm very sorry. I did the present. I did have my Spanish-speaking wonderful team with the presentation though in Spanish, so I can show it in Spanish and talk to it in English. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but still, I want to. That's easier. I just want to make sure. Look at that austere cable. Whose clicker am I stealing? Look.
I don't know. Will it turn all over there? Hold on.
Oh, you were like, we were chicken dinner, my friend.
Hay café ahí, Rafa.
Oh, the beer tastes even better than the shot.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I like going last. So what's that? Okay, what's everybody's name?
Giorgio.
Okay.
Sebastián.
Okay.
Tomás.
Tomás?
Amigo.
I know
I know.
One month. Okay. Andres, we met yesterday briefly. Yeah. Good people. I don't know who you are.
Mark Anthony.
Are you looking at me? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Awesome.
Pedro.
Hi.
Amigo.
And amigo. I don't know, you're like the furthest away. We met yesterday. If anything, you should be up here. Because he's sitting in the back.
He's like a cat. He wants to be on top.
Are you sleeping back there?
Yeah. Just a little bit.
All right.
And there's no cameras here.
There are no cameras.
That's true. That's true.
So you're.
Well, that's right, because you're recording, right? Okay. So yes, we agreed Spanish presentation, which means I'm totally gonna wing it. Yeah. That's hot.
What happens? Hold on. Go where you start. I'll get this fixed.
But I need a clicker.
See if I can get.
Okay, so I don't necessarily want to repeat anything yesterday that Ariel went through, but how much you guys know, not know about us here?
The amplifier company.
Say again?
The amplifier company.
Do I have a what kind of company?
The amplifier company.
Yes, I do. I have a power and cable and a clean company. Okay, perfect.
Exactly.
Not clicking?
I can go through.
Are you sure? You want to be my clicker?
I'll be.
Wow, you're kind of a nice clicker. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay, perfect. So, okay, let me tell you guys a little bit about me and background. I hope I don't repeat, but I think yesterday I heard some of it. So you guys know I've been in this business for 22 years, 23 years. The majority of it was literally if I wasn't in the cable, power, and clean space working for a accessory manufacturer. I actually worked for Avid, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with Avid, but Avid was acquired by Ingram Micro. They were the largest CI distributor for integrators in the country, and actually I opened up the Canadian division for them from scratch. So I'm the one who kind of went through
got all the partnerships that we wanted with our partners to bring them up to the Canadian market, understanding what those integrators needed, and opened up those showroom locations, as well as set up the platform so people could come in and work off different things and demo and test product, and then in turn have what they needed at pickup or shipping, depending when they needed it out at 2 locations. So what does that mean? I'm very, very familiar with this space. The reason why I set that up this way is because I left Monster, which is where I was at for over 15 years, it's almost 7 years. It'll actually be 7 years on August 7th. And the only reason why I remember that day is because it was my birthday, and it was my birthday present to myself. I've been gone for almost 7 years. When I left, I did not say, ooh, I'm coming out of Monster and I'm going to create another home theater accessories company. It was actually the opposite of that. I actually went into consulting, and I was helping brands come to market and do it right, depending on the channel, where they wanted to be globally, to understand how to regionalize, because one of my biggest frustrations, hence the reason why I put together a Spanish presentation, even though I only speak English, is that if you don't understand who you're talking to and what that looks like and what it means, you're really doing a disservice to yourself and to the brand, right? So, I was doing that for other brands, doing that for other people, and we were doing it on the commercial side, we were doing it on the consumer package side, everywhere. So half of our target business for what the consulting business that I drive, we do commercial stuff all day, every day. So like panels, we just started a company that does panels for Google. So all of the new Google Meet platforms and panels, our company makes for them on their behalf. So we understand those space, the team understands all of that. So 4 years ago, it'll be almost 4 years, 3.5 years ago, a bunch of people at CES, we were showing off our different brands at the show. And a retailer from Florida, no joke, came and said, our accessory business since you left has been in the toilet. Okay, we need you to come back and build the culture of what it is to attach. And I said, thank you so much, but no. And they're like, wait, but you're the only person we know that could do it. What if we gave you all of the information you needed to be successful? So what if we gave you, for retail, the right lengths, the right margins, the right expectations, what the customer's looking for, and then you do your thing on top of that? And I said, well, honestly, I have a business, so no thank you. Okay. And he's like, well, no, because I have my integrator friends who are saying and are needing some more, especially on power, because no one's inventing on the power side of things. I've got other retailers all over the world, and we all kind of have gotten together and think you should do this. And I was like, no, no way. I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So no joke, for 6 months after that CES, and I'm talking Middle East distributor, Australian distributor, who do both commercial and integration as well as retail. And they were like, here's the data, here's the information, put it into your machine, check it out, see if it could work, right? And serve it back up on a silver platter, that's right. And so we went through the model, and sure enough, it looked not only good, it looked amazing if we could pull it off. But it couldn't just be with retail. It had to be a major part of it, but the only way to get the name and the brand out there with the people who opened the doors for me were to go in with retail. And then always in mind was, what do I need to do for the integrator? How do I need to move this along so I can get technology moving and shaking in the right design, and then step into the integration space the right way? Because I walked and worked for many people who did it right and who did it completely and totally wrong. Right? So I was very nervous about how that was. So we get out of the gates. We actually do okay. Honestly, we do great, but the tariff thing kind of like burdened us a little bit. So then we went into a pandemic, and I thought we were getting company, so I was never even going to get the chance to go on the side thing. And sure enough, the opposite, as we all know, happened in our space. The business exploded. So out of the gate, we've done very, very well. So about a year ago, I came to Ariel and said, listen, it is time for me to have the conversations, to start having the conversations. I have a couple products in the mix right now that could work, but I want to be very clear. I know I did secretly make them and build them for custom, but I want to start putting together the right people in the room to have the conversations about what is the right product, how do we be relevant to the integrator, so when we come on the scene, we do it right from the second that we step onto the gate, just like what we did for retail. And so Ariel said, I'm in. So let us work and let us some of the best integrators out there, as well as distributors, and as well as people who like make product in the custom install space, to start to build through what that looks like. Okay, it is not ready yet. However, it will be ready for 2023. It's not ready yet to pretend and present, but what I wanted to do is walk you guys through where we've kind of been, where I think we're headed for custom, where I'll show you some things that could be some immediate wins that you guys could start playing with. And then from there, through Ariel's help, get everybody involved in where do we go, what do we do, and what do we build. So I don't know if some of you met with me yesterday, but like, somebody like, oh, we do speaker cable, let's just say. I'm like, great. You happen to do 16.2 and 16.4, and then 14, who was on my board, is running that as a target with all the major hotel chains as an example. So we're just playing around. And so I make sure as I go through this, ask questions, push me into the CI conversation so you guys know what's coming down the pipe. I'll explain, and what I need to have, be vocal about it. And so that's what our goal is here to work on together and to kind of expose you guys to, as well as tell you a little bit more about us. Okay, is that cool? All right, so the brand itself, part of where now it comes back to, if I was going to do this, I was going to do it my way. So I think I've been in the space long enough to know what's the best of technology and what I bring to the table. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to invent a new technology, or well, yet. But I do know how to take the best of technology out there and put it into an unbelievable package, and then make that package look gorgeous for whoever is seeing it. If it's you, the integrator, if it's the end user, if it's other people in our industry. So our tagline, which in Spanish, I will slaughter if I say it, but in English is more than expected, is really what I'm hoping. If you touch our product, you see our product, you unbox our product, you just even go look at our website, our content, everything is about us. You go, wow, that was truly more than I expected out of what's there, especially for the value that we're bringing to the table. We are not commodity, but I'm also not over the top expensive. I'm in that sweet spot of the middle that is good value at an awesome price, where someone says, wow, I would step up and spend more for that. Okay, so that's kind of who we are and what we're rooted in. And I already kind of went through this whole thing of like how we started, how we got into the business, the mission of who we are and who we're trying to address. But the one thing, and it's so awesome to see, because the few of you that I've spent time with, that I saw images on your Instagrams and stuff, design of the home is changing. It is all about sexy as hell from head to toe. The lighting makes a difference. The system makes a difference. So the only thing about our space is that usually it's ugly, it's ubiquitous, it's plastic, it's boring, and nobody cares about design. So yes, there may be a lot of amazing technology, but no one's including that other piece. So our goal is to bring those two worlds together. Other little fun fact about me. Before I ever tripped into tech, and I truly tripped into this business, it was accidental. I was in the Bay Area. I wanted to work for a .com. And it happened to be for the gentleman who runs all of Roku TV today, his first startup that, by the way, burned. Like burn, crash, you name it, etc. It was called Replay TV, and it was the rival to TiVo, if you guys are familiar about Anthony's background. Yeah. So I worked for Anthony. I like tripped into business. That's who I started working for. I was in fashion before. And I was in fashion when like Tom Ford took over Gucci. So those of you who have watched House of Gucci recently, 94 was the year. That's when I started. Simple but elegant. The best materials you could do that would last forever, not only from a use perspective, but a style perspective, rooted in exactly what we wanted to bring to the table for design. And it has 100% set us apart. I've done things like, even with our packaging, I took the time, especially for retail, to make something kind of beautiful and stunning. So if you have a showroom, unbelievable unpacking experience in a showroom. And the little details I made, I turned around and like, just as oh my God, I'm so honored. Tom Ford redid his cosmetic packaging, and it almost matched exactly what we did, but different color tones. And I'm like, yes, I am on it from the design perspective. This is fantastic. So that's kind of what we're rooting in, and taking and looking at those two worlds and bringing them together. What was all that? I really understood what they were wanting. So it's interesting because we're all in the home right now. Everybody wants their style of taste and fashion now to, basically to extend to their home and to their car and to their second home or their vacation home or whatever it is that they do. It is rooted in their style. So when you sit down and you talk to somebody about how this kind of extends that piece of what they want, it's a very easy question to have. And because of that, we've had 3 immediate wins out of the gate. The first was we were the leader in 8K and Ultra certification for 8K out of the gate. I'm insistent on that. It is something that I absolutely take pride in that a lot of our industry doesn't care about. And it's what allows them to go down and do that cheap pricing because they're not taking the time to certify and be of that standard. So our 8K cable out of the gate just skyrocketed.
Sorry, I don't know what 8K is.
So 8K HDMI cable. So sorry. So the 48 gig certification for Ultra certification that HDMI.org puts out, all of our cables have that standard as an example. The second thing is power when it comes to anything. And what's interesting about power is that when I went to go look at what was happening in the power space, chassis power, which is all of the rack power that you guys use right now, there's not a single major brand, might be some little guys, but major brand that's innovated in that space for almost 10 years. And then what's worse is if you open the box to see what's there, there's maybe a third of it has got componentry and the rest is empty. So there's like absolutely not a lot there. So I said, I want to take the best of that space and bring it into strip power and allow the consumer to get that best. And then when we go to chassis, we'll reinvent, right? And then clean, we took a different approach and decided to do something neat and bring antibacterial into the story in 2019. And then we went through a major pandemic. And all of a sudden, antibacterial solution was awesome, and you can use it on your iPad and your iPhone besides your TV. So all of those things just kind of like bubbled up and helped us explode. But when you look at what I'm saying here and you go back to how this design is done, there's just 5 core things that we care about, right? I care about the most innovative technology that you can find and bring into a product. I care about the design of the brand, like I mentioned. It has to be reliable, right? Especially if you go install something of our product and it fails you and you have to go back out and you have to fix it or whatever, we have let you down. It has to be reliable that you can count on it no matter what. So that's a very big deal for us. It has to perform and do it at the right level. And then we do provide a lifetime guarantee because if I can provide reliability and I can provide performance at those high levels, then why not be able to put your name on it and say, yep, I guarantee. So that's kind of rooted in everything we do. One other thing that I very much care about, and it has come to be something, a platform that we're standing on, but it didn't start that way, it was sustainability. I started doing research on packaging in the beginning, and plastic, for those of you guys who don't know, is the #1 most used material in everything that's out there that's shipped and presented at retail. Yet it is the most expensive to recycle. Of the 80% of the goods that are in plastic, only 9% gets recycled on a daily basis. And that's because people will sticker it, put stuff on it, and then that gummy stuff that's there that you have to remove, it's so expensive to do that and take the time to do that, they'll just throw it in the landfill. So we went back and said, let's do paper, let's use recycled paper, let's really kind of have a different approach to what this looks like and do it in a more elegant way. Let's teach them they can reuse the box. When you guys are out, use it in your offices, use it in the trucks, right? Just make it so it helps to organize. So that's some of the things that we do. We challenge our factories every day to do things better. Because I have 2 kids, and I want them to have like somewhere to be that's not falling apart and burning up and everywhere else. So when you create a brand, you're going to provide a little bit of that drama into the mix. So if I can do something to make it better and be the voice for that, that's actually something else that we're trying to do. So just a little something I bet you guys might want to do. All right. Now let's do the fun part. Let's get your product. Next. Next. All right. So my goal, our focus is only on the home, right? Not focused on anywhere else. So I want to make sure that if you're going to do something in a home, the home theater room is taken care of, the bathroom is taken care of, the kitchen is taken care of, the bedroom is taken care of. We care about all of it, right? So when you see what we're making and where we're going, you'll have the ability to do that. All right, so cable, #1. Next. Okay, we make 3 cables. Super simple. I have 2 4K cables and 1 8K cable. Because when we started, 8K was not as strong. So we started with the best, better in 4K, and now we've added in an 8K. It'll morph more towards 8K as we go. But a couple of standards and things that I wanted to do with the HDMI cable that even at our entry level was super important to me. Here, I'm going to come over here so you guys can see it. Okay, so obviously 4K cable, certified, premium certification, 18 gig, all of that, right? That basic standard that's there. The reason why I did it on the shorter lengths, not for your guys's need, but for the consumer, they were to buy it and take it out of the box, and you have a directional cable, and they don't ever read instructions, ever, because by the way, I don't ever read instructions, ever. And they plug the cable in the wrong way if it's directional and getting a signal, what do they think is wrong? The TV's broken, whatever. So we actually made it where it doesn't matter which way you plug it in, it works. So that was part of the reason why we did that. I also, this is not a cable to go in wall, but it's definitely a beautiful looking cable that can be on a rack, a stand, wrapped around the back of a mount, etc. The reason why it's made with this woven armor is two things. It's got Kevlar in it, not only in the actual outside, so if someone were to cut through it or whatever, it's hard to do. So when honestly, if you are, even though it's not CL3 rated, if you were to pull it through a wall and use it, the wall will, cut it up and put dents in the plastic. But more importantly, the reason why we did that is because it's super flexible, because we're using a stranded copper, not a solid core. So for those of you guys who understand, and I know this is a lot on HMI, but just about every brand out there makes a solid core copper conductor. The reason why they do that is because copper is expensive. Copper is continuing to get more expensive. So they use a single copper core, right? Because it is cheaper to keep costs down, but they need to use oxygen-free copper for the best conductor. We said, you know what? I want a stranded cable, and I want lots of copper conductors in there. And the reason why I want that is because it gives me flexibility to be able to bend, move, etc., all of that stuff in the cable. So
is it still oxygen-free?
It is still oxygen-free, my friend. Yes, absolutely. So good question. So I purposely did that for the flexibility of running it through walls, running it around stands. Honestly, my biggest frustration ever, and it's at my house because I haven't changed out this TV yet. But like when you go to install a TV and the HDMI cable is so damn thick that when it comes out, it makes that arch, and it's very hard. And so people will take the time to try to honestly take duct tape and tape it to the back of the TV so it doesn't come out. Yet the back of the TV, if you guys know, is got that cool, funky pattern on it. It's got a little bit of design to it, right? Samsung's being one of the biggest ones out there that has that straight lined edge. Well, guess what? Tape doesn't stick well to that, so it puffs out all the time. It drives me crazy because it's those little things where, well, why don't you just think about having the ability to wrap it and still be sure you can pass the signal? So we have that. We use gold contact conductors on the inside teeth. They're the thickest out there at 15 micron. We obviously have the ability, because of the 4K premium certification, to do arc. The design of the cable, it's super thin, super tiny, easy to be able to multi-stack off of a TV, on the back of a receiver, in a rack, etc. It's the oxygen-free copper. Yes?
Considered a shorter length cable?
So we have. So what I want to do on the custom side is I'm going to obviously make a PVC, so you can run it through the wall, make a plenum, so you can go multi-floor. And then what I want to do is exactly what you're saying in regards to the cable, where I do half a meter, and then a meter, and then go that way. So you can do it on a rack.
Yeah.
Is that why? That's why you're asking for it, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's 0.6 meters you have to do for signal capability without screwing up. I think if you go smaller, it actually degrades this. It's not good for the signal. I think you have to be at 0.6 is what data shows up there.
No idea.
Yeah.
But the thing is that at our markets, actually, we do not. So you have it in mind. The U.S. market is very different to Latin American market. So we do not run things through drywall because we do not have any drywalls. We have no
even better for me then.
What we do is that when we have to drive things in there, we have to do it in conduits.
Okay.
They're usually PVC plastic conduits. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not sure the CL3 is something needed. Even better for us is that you keep the cable.
But just make you a shorter length. Oh, it's so thin.
But the thing is that if you do the CL3, it's not gonna be thin.
No, correct, because you need that thickness of the plastic that passes. Right.
But we don't need that.
Okay.
What we need is to make it thin so that we can make it go through walls that are being retrofitted.
Size of my pinky. I wish I had brought the cable with me. Here. Do you have one? I didn't bring it. Yeah, just grab one. I'll show you. It's really small. So a couple things. The other cool thing about the stranded copper is it actually allowed me to make the copper size of the actual pipe itself half the size of any other HDMI cable out there. So it's thin, and then I made them re-engineer the way they laid out the chip because I want the tiniest head you could possibly have for a connector. I was adamant about it. Because how do you reinvent a signal of an HDMI cable? You can't. So it's functionality and better design to give you better functionality out of the cable.
Is it very complicated for you guys to have angle connectors?
So here's what's crazy. He'll bring it. I purposely didn't make angle connectors because everybody I've done data from, I could, but everybody that shows me data, it's very minimal sell-through. So what I did is when he brings me the cable, I'll show you. You know, because of the fact that it's stranded, because you don't have to worry about bending that solid core, you can get more than 90 degrees on either angle of any side of the cable. So here, perfect. It's taped. Please,
brand new, baby.
Yeah, this is brand new. So just so you know, at retail, so people don't steal, I stick this little tape down here so you don't know how to freaking open it. So don't go into a store and steal product. Okay. So, all right, I don't want to take it too far. So number one, with the stranded, right? Allows me to have that flexibility that you can't have. If you compare this is an 8K one. If you compared this thickness to any other K, it's half the size, right? A little bit longer chipset here than I have on my 4K, but I can't help it. That's the only way to get that 48K pipe. But remember I was telling you have the ability, that flexibility of the stranded, to be able to go any way you want. Now, if this still doesn't work and I need a right angle, yes, I could easily make a right angle. My only fear is every time you add a connection point in, the chances of you losing signal or something happen, it just causes drama. So I tried to make this, and this is absolutely reinforced at the thickest point. I mean, it came down a lot to go in type of thing. Like that's how I had them redesign it. So, you want me to send this around so you can play with it? Sure. Because I know how to put it back. Okay. So you can see that. Now, my 4K cable is half the size of that. The connector and the thickness of the cable. And I know that cable is half the size of any other 8K cable that's
the one that you had yesterday on the table, right?
Yeah, so some of the little ones that I have on the table. Yes. Okay. The other two things that I just wanted you to know, obviously the lifetime guarantee and everything like we talked about. Once I got past the 2.5 meter, the only length that I could get certified past 2.5 was 3.5, the 12-footer. Honestly, retail wants it, so I'm gonna make it. It'll come out this fall. But if I went to 5 meter, honestly, I needed an active chipset to be able to run it. It's not been the most reliable solution. As great as I was hoping that it would be, it's not. I'm actually going to switch over everything 5 meter to an optical and go into that route next. And so obviously for the custom world, I'm going to do 5, 10, 15, 20 meter, maybe even 30 meter that I can get ultra certified. I'm already working on what that looks like. When we sat down with the focus group, they were like, go fast, we need it. So we're already working on that. And I would do that at 5 meter or higher. Okay, and I don't know if you guys have played around with optical yet. As you know, it's like really thin. Connector's a little bit longer, but the actual optical cable itself is super tight. Oh, it's fantastic. It's the coolest technology. Honestly, I cannot wait to go there because it is the best technology you can find in regards to what, because optical, as you guys know from the audio days, optical is unbelievable. It's a great technology.
Yeah, but what about the benefits that we have the flexibility?
Oh, you'll still have it. You'll still have the flexibility. Yeah. Yes.
I just saw that because of the weight of the cable. It does not create.
Hablo.
¿Qué?
Es el translator.
Yo
la línea muy bonita, es muy pensada en retail, pero también tiene una línea más integrada.
She picture my cable plugged in the side of the soundbar, and it's popping at the reinforcement point. To actually
Esto genera extra costos.
Yeah, can't take the stress. Actually, I do. It's in.
Esto genera extra
Okay, so a
costos.
couple things I want to show you. So number one, this is what's so crazy. I know this is a retail store, but I love showing this picture. Same box, same box, same TV. Okay? Our cable on one, somebody else's 4K cable, not certified. Look at the color difference in her skin, in the blacks, in the actual brightness of the thing. This is a picture off my iPhone. I took it directly off the show floor. Right? Dramatic when you don't have that certification in place. Okay? So that's one thing I wanted to show. Yes.
They were discussing something here about
Yeah, interrupt.
Yeah, they were talking about this is probably elevating dealer cost because it has all the retail packaging on it.
So that's a great question. So the answer, so I'll tell you that number one, I actually don't want that to be waste on a truck. So I'm actually more thinking about it in the sense that I'm going to use for a truck a basic, simple plastic with the information on it, blah, blah, blah. Or I may even do paper because I really have a hard time with plastic. So I might end up doing a paper, but you know, those cool thicker
Nice
papers,
paper, yeah.
pulp that is beautiful. Actually, that plastic insert, I'm in the process of changing it to a pulp that's so soft to the touch. It's awesome. Anyways, that's like the crazy stuff I do on site. That box though, from what you think, based on my scale of what's there, is actually extremely cheap to make. And it is super for the unboxing experience and for what it needs to do at retail. It is actually changing the conversation where it's worth every penny for retail. But for custom on a truck, that is not even like, it's not even functional. Let's just talk about the functionality on the truck, let alone the cost. When we make the actual paper insert for it, if there's a cost saving, I will pass it on. That's not how it works.
And you should give those options because I'm the other way around.
Because some people
I
want
would
for the show.
want
You
to
have
show
them.
this
Yeah,
to client when I
absolutely.
open it up. And I'm
Absolutely.
like, this is
Absolutely.
looks like freaking jewelry.
So I have integrators that use both. That's in their showroom, and then when they say, when you bring in the other, I'll have the other. We're gonna do both all day, every day. So.
Little bit of both could be
Because I know that the client doesn't need to know. They see the cable, it's the same thing that you show them in the store.
Yeah. It's
$300 for this vinyl.
Okay, so take a wild guess. So that's an 8K HDMI cable. So if those of you are familiar with 8K HDMI, it's not cheap. Good HDMI, ultra certified is not cheap. Okay, that's the 1.5 meter. Okay, with the box, everything, etc. It's $99.
Yeah, I can sell something on
Yeah.
they're gonna buy it.
And you do whatever you want, right? Correct. Remember,
As long as a customer cannot find it in Amazon.
Correct. And or okay, so here's the deal. Yes, I do sell here on Amazon, but I manage it. I do it. I'm the one who ships out of my facility. It's not in Amazon. I ship like vendor fulfilled. So it's more from an education standpoint. I'm never discounted online. Never.
Okay, so discount price, I mean, with the online price, I misread the price.
So if you went to Amazon.com right now and looked at that cable, it's $99.
Okay, what's the price for us?
So cable, well, it goes through distribution, so I don't know what his worked out, but let me put it to you this way. When I'm looking for retail.
50%.
Pero lo importante, yo creo que lo importante es que una de las razones que estábamos, una de las razones que estaba haciendo como parte de este board que ya mencionó, es porque eso que ustedes están diciendo de la caja fue algo que le comenté a ella. Y lo que diciendo de la caja fue algo que le comenté a ella. Y lo que queremos hacer es que haya una caja para el propósito del display en las tiendas y que aparte hayan pedidos de productos, paquetes de plástico o en papel en el caso de ella, para que
Y en la bodega.
Que no vas a hacer nada o parar en la bodega y se va a llenar de polvo.
Claro. El costo de importación de una
también
caja.
adicional.
Let me put it to you this way. We did homework to make sure whatever the competitors are so it's apples to apples.
Normally, when
Yes.
you're doing high-end AV,
Yes.
okay, the customer, he's sitting right there while you're doing it.
Mhm.
Because he saw like a new toy and he's
Yeah.
looking at the unboxing. So, yo entiendo perfectamente el tema de que obviamente es muy importante que tengamos una opción en bulk, que nos cueste chile, sobre todo nosotros que tenemos que importarlo, porque ocupa espacio, ¿ok? Y pesa más. Pues trae por peso, la mayor de la parte. Pero debemos tener esa opción de...
No, las dos opciones van a estar.
Exacto, nosotros podemos ponerlo, porque yo te lo digo. Yo le abro eso a un cliente a la gente.
Pero pero está bien para que le vas a dejar para conectar el PlayStation, por ejemplo, pero si vas a poner 10 en un rack, tú necesitas que se mire así, ¿me entiendes? O sea, si vas a usar 10 cables RCA dentro del rack,
eso depende si el pan está sentado. Eso depende si el pan está sentado. Que la mayoría de las veces el pan está sentado. Cuando tú estás trabajando, de nuevo, no cuando tú estás trabajando, sino cuando tú high-end AV, tú estás metiendo unos amplificadores, tú estás metiendo bocinas, la gente está ahí como un niño con un juguete nuevo.
Este es el listado de precios. Vas a ver el cable que ya estamos mostrando, que es el que tiene ahí de 1.5 metros, es el cable de high performance. El que está ahí.
Through distribution, he's giving you an unbelievable deal.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's fine.
Yeah, unbelievable deal.
55.
Wow. That's awesome. I want to be a distributor by then. Okay, thank you. Is that helpful? Yes? Sign you up right now for HDMI?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, who asked me about the reinforcement point on the cable? Look, this is in a real store. This is at a con store in Texas. So I don't know how familiar you are with retail. That's at a con store in Texas. Literally, our trainer went in to train. He went to go see what it would look like on the back of the receiver to be able to plug in. And no joke, this is how it's sitting there. Right? So that's where I'm really excited about the design and everything we did with the product to show with the woven armor how it doesn't cause that, which is awesome. Okay, next. If not, we're gonna be here forever. I feel so. Okay, here's what's cool. This is a new Samsung 11. The newest one that they just came out with. Okay, it's tighter. There's no way a thick HDMI cable is coming out of this with any kind of DC. I'm very excited about it. Okay, now how do you upgrade from the 1.4K to the next 4K? I made it for retail, so you had a good price point above a commodity price point to be able to go there. It's got great features in it across the board, but it is not what I consider the best cable you can make for 4K. This is the best cable you can make for 4K, and I'll tell you what the difference is there. Number one, the thickness on the contacts is more than the entry level. Number two, I have silver oxygen-free copper in those cables. And for those of you who understand how signal works in a cable, the best cable you can ever have, and I don't care what anybody tells you, and I worked for somebody that said the opposite for years. You need gold in the connector, you need oxygen-free copper in the center, and you gotta put silver plated on that copper in order for the highs not to like actually emit out and to keep the EMI and the RF noise from coming in. That is the best cable on the market that you can get. Our 5 series is what brings that. We also have this link fit connector. So when it goes in, if you're on a retractable mount or any kind of situation like that, it's gonna stay with just a little bit of pressure. Sure, you can pull it out, but in a normal moving of the mount, etc., it's not gonna pop out. So that was that's another huge one that we did. And then that's it on this one. So it's 3 for these, right? So it's the thicker here, it's the silver plating, reading this in Spanish and doing that, and it's the link fit connector. So if I'm you guys and I want a cable that's going to be there forever, oh, and by the way, we just had this tested again. It's even sending the 8K signal, even though I know it's an 18 gig cable and it's shorter. Not past wherever HDMI.org decides to take 48 gig. But if you had to and you knew at some point someone was going to replace that TV within the next probably 5 to 8 years, this cable is even just badass for that too. Okay, but I wouldn't sell it that way. I would sell it for 4K. Okay, so that's the difference on the 5 series. That silver plating being the big difference. Then the last cable, which is our best, is our 8K cable. Slide. 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 Next. Here's the differences on this, and that's the one that you guys are passing around. So it is a little bit thicker because it's a 48, and the connector is a little bit thicker. Now, here's what's cool about this. I went up to 30 microns on this versus the 15. What? By the way, why do I care? Right? Why do you care how much gold plating is on the inside teeth? Does anybody know? I'm a geek, so I know this, but like I'm just curious. Okay, it's actually gold. So for those of you who wears a gold ring here? I'm assuming some of you are married and you probably have worn a gold ring in your life. Yes? Do you guys notice that when you wear a ring, the gold right here over time will rub and get thinner and thinner? Really? Okay. That's because gold, though it is an awesome conduction point, is soft and porous. And that if you don't have a thickness enough level, air gets in. Well, if air gets in to a gold contact that goes directly to a copper cable, guess what's going to happen, right? So the reason why you make it thicker, and most people flash it, so you don't want that. And I'll tell you why. Even some of the better guys out there flash it, and you don't want that. How many times when you're even just installing the cable itself, do you take the HDMI cable, put it in, bring it out, put it in, bring it out, switch it to a different input, run it over here, in, out. Oh my God, I gotta look at this. You are wearing down that gold. We're not talking gold on a ring. We're talking like thin layers of gold flash. So at least 30 microns will get you there forever. Why I totally say on a 5 series and a 7 series, you want that thicker, especially if you're in a retractable mount situation, right? here you are. Someone's moving the TV, someone pulling it out, someone shifting it around, right? What's happening? It's rubbing. So you want to have that thickness in there so you don't ever get the air. That is the detail. I don't even know how to explain it. Everyone's like, why is someone? That is the level of detail that we are crazy about that we go to, that you wouldn't even care if you were a customer. But trust me, if you're an integrator, you care, because if you have to go back out because the cable died on you, you're pissed. Costs money. So those are like some of the things that we did. And then obviously because of the AK certification, this is really, you were saying, I heard someone say about the PlayStation, this is the best encoding on the fly for 8K that you can get for both video and audio out there with our 8K cable. So if someone has a console that's a PS5 or the Xbox, you know, the Series X for the Xbox, this is absolutely the best cable that you could want to have in that system. Okay. Ta-ta-ta. These are the features. You guys are just the 60 frames per second and do all of that. And I already talked about that. Ta-ta-ta. Next. Okay. We do make an optical cable. So for those who have to go into an older system with an older receiver and you still want great audio, this optical cable is awesome. It is a dying technology though. So not sure, but it does have that gorgeous woven kind of thing, and it's super flexible as well, even though it's an optical. I wish I had one here because remember how you're saying, how does it work with the flexibility? I've had audio of all the things too, and you know, for me, I've been in this business a long time, and I knew they were going to pick on me because, like, who's the punk think that she can make a home theater accessory company? Picked this product as one of the best 50 products made, especially when it comes to fiber optic. Like, they love it. It's awesome. But I will tell you, we went over the top. And to even charge $59 retail US is probably not what I should have charged. It's probably a $100 fiber optic cable. But in order to be in retail, right, this is where you kind of like lose your money. But it is awesome.
This will work a lot when on our side of business. A lot of the TVs are they need to send the audio to the matrix.
Yes. Yeah. So and this would help with that.
Yeah, we use the optical audio.
And it's truly one of my favorite cables we've made. It's awesome. I wish I had one yesterday. It's so flexible, yet the machine made ends. It's a gorgeous piece of art, and it sends an audio signal too.
That's an extra.
That's an extra. You get the extra.
Yeah,
with it.
exactly.
Yeah. But it's really awesome. If you can hit the next slide.
Liquor.
Yeah. So this is just a quote about like what we do and how we do it. And, you know, just we care. This is like that detail that we go to. So that's all. Okay. Next. All right. I make a couple other audio products too. So I do make an interconnect. Click. I make a subwoofer. And I make a, this is the oxygen-free copper that we use in it as well. But my favorite part, when I talked about this, the core versus the hair, right? So that's good. Go to the next one. Okay. Do you guys see the teeth on the inside here? Right? Okay, so I came from a world where the thing was on the outside and you screwed it in, and I was there and witnessed pictures of earthquakes happening, the units falling out the front, and the cable hung on to the unit where it didn't hit the floor for dear life. Like, that is real, legit stuff. But on the outside, it's ugly. It's so funny. I walked outside, however you're setting up whatever the outdoor speaker system is, the interconnection you used, knocked that off. I was dying of laughter. I actually have it redesigned where it's on the inside. So it still is a beautiful gold polish look on the outside, but the teeth are on the inside where you still kind of get that kind of bang for your buck. So super. That was a cool. That is something I guess. I mean, not that it's a big innovation I did. We do make speaker cable for simple setup on your own. Not for you guys, but I am, as I mentioned, testing 500-foot spools and then the 16 for 1,000-foot spool in a different country right now for speaker cable. And then eventually I want to do like a Cat 6, I believe, is really what's the most desirable one out there, et cetera as well. So this is coming. But what I'm the most excited about, besides our speaker cables, if you go to the next slide, is our bananas are the sexiest bananas on the planet. So if you can get one more, there's that's the
so
thing. Okay. These are by the way, these will do 10, 12, 14, 16 gauge cable, anybody's cable, not just mine. I only make a 12 and a 14. But these, you would run the cable through, strip it, and then it's got teeth, and you push the copper down on the other side. The teeth are there, and then it's not a press, it's a screw on. So you screw that thing on, it holds down tight, you're not getting any air to come through to hit that copper. So these, it's so funny. Someone begged me to make this. I'm like, who uses this anymore? They're like, please just make it. We probably sell from this retailer alone about stuff. So there's a desire for a better connector out there, and nobody's looking.
Yeah, the thing is that they keep on stick very well to, and some of them even have to develop it.
Agreed.
There's you can see them.
Yeah, right here. You need to change these, by the way.
We do.
Okay, just making sure. You know, you're doing business with a brand that might make some great ones for you. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's talk about power, because honestly, internationally, I don't get to talk about power a lot, and I do with you guys, which is fabulous because we're all at the same time. Okay, I had the most here. This was really tricky. If you can go to the next slide. Went back. Okay, I'm really proud about this. CNN does a review every once in a while of products. We just had this come out maybe like 3 weeks ago, and they literally came and said, unbelievable product. Here's what happened though to the story that you guys will kind of be like, wow. So one of the things that's happened with our product, besides the fact, and you'll see we have the ground and you have jewels, is that if you go to a place or a residency where the ground is not working, right, or it was never set up to be a grounded facility, the lights won't turn on. Totally accidental how that happened. So sure enough, the lady who wrote the CNN review goes to send the product to her house. She goes to plug it in. She says, 2 of the lights aren't coming on. They're like, okay, how long have you been in your building, or how old's the building? She's like, oh, it's like, I don't know, 50 years old. Da, da, da. I'm like, ooh, okay. I think it's not grounded. She's like, no, I called the guy. He said it's grounded. I said, let me send you a $10 little grounding device from Amazon so you can plug it in and see what happens. Sure enough, the entire building is not grounded, right? So dangerous. So she was like, not only am I winning a lawsuit because of you, I'm going to write whatever you need me to write in regards to this article. So this has been we have just gotten a lot of good press about this. It's really been a wonderful product for the value of what's there. Okay, if you hit the next one. So again, I mentioned I started selling this originally. If you go to the next slide, it was easy to take the best of technology and put it into a strip. And I'm happy to open this to show, right? So all of the componentry for not only the actual unit here, but also for the USB charging, the C and the A that you'll see, as well as you guys notice all the MOVs and the level of MOVs that we start, and then that coverage of what is a Kapton material, so it doesn't catch fire if that heat is taken up in the energy, etc. So there's a lot of meat in this thing. If you pick one of these things up, it is heavy. It is heavy for a reason, because it's really all chassis power in a strip. Okay. Right, so we have 2 different levels, 5 series and a 7 series, 6 and 8 outlet. Couple things from the design perspective. As you see, we use this like beautiful brushed aluminum. And then what we did here is this plastic part allows me to switch out for any country. So I can switch it to Euro, I can switch it to UK, and still use the brushed aluminum, so it really makes efficiencies for me. And then this is super easy to change out too. That's number 1. If you notice, the outlets are really spaced. I did that on purpose. So yes, I know, right, because of the size, and if you're plugging into it directly, you have the ability to go and do either way. Same woven armor cable on the outside here, right angle, so you can go in and not waste the top. 3,000 joules. So let me tell you, 3,000 joules will probably get you 5 to 7 years in most cases. I would say most of the power that's on the floor, I was just in a Brandsburg yesterday, 1,000, 1,300. So the fact that we're 3,000, we're really at chassis level, and 4,000 for our 7 series, which will last you a really long time in a strip. So that's actually kind of difficult to do in a limited amount of space. We do have a component guarantee. It's 5 years for the 5 series, and when we get to the 7, it's 7 years for the 7 series, and it's unlimited. I don't care what you plug into that thing. What's ever plugged into that thing, if it fails, I will replace everything that's in that, if it fails. If it does its job, it's great. I'll give you a good example. We just had a warranty claim. It's freaky. By the way, it's very freaky to get warranty claims after you sell on the set. He sent back the unit. We tested the unit. The MOVs weren't even used. Like they were brand spanking new still. Like we took it apart. So then we said, hey, what happened? Tell me how you had your system set up. So he set up the entire system, and he decided to use Ethernet for HDMI to be able to do that and run it through from the router directly to try to get a better signal. And when the lightning hit came in and it went through the router, anything where that HDMI AK was set up, it went out but it didn't allow it to go into this, our power unit didn't allow it to go into the system. So anything that was plugged into the system that wasn't connected through AK survived, kind of thing. So so it was pretty freaky to walk him through it. And he was like, seriously? And I'm like, yeah. So we're like, here's a $100 thing you could buy on Amazon to protect it for the future. But like, he lost his like dental receiver. He lost a lot of stuff, but he wanted to like plug in the Ethernet to have that better signal directly in it, and he didn't protect it. So on our new chassis power, we're actually going to add that so someone can have that capability too. But we talk about it all the time. Modifiers. I don't know what it's like in Latin America. I'm assuming it's probably just as bad as it is here. Now, granted, you guys might be better because we seem to not want to take care of ourselves when it comes to the grid. But there's a lot of deaths and fires every year because of this. Okay. Slide presenter. Next slide. Okay. Pure filtration. So this comes from my roots of you plug something in the wall. You want to make sure. Oh, here. You turn it up. We wanted to make sure that you had the best filtration possible. So here, go back. So the way that we talk about it for our 5 series, you plug it in, there's like a force field that comes down, nothing comes in of EMI or RF noise. How do you know that? Well, this next video. Yeah.
No, the remote is low power.
That's Savant, by the way. I'm just saying.
Yeah. We all got that right.
Here.
No, we don't.
What if I make it bottom?
Seguimos. Lo que viene.
So I want to show you how the filtration works. So this is a noise sniffer. It's a generic thing where it shows you how much noise is coming off the line when you plug into the wall, and then when you plug in our unit, how much noise decreases. I'm probably way past my 6:30 times that.
Don't worry, nobody else is coming.
Right.
We're here. That's it, boy.
Yes.
Aprovecha la audiencia.
That's right. That's woman's hand.
So on the other hand, there's something called a noise sniffer. And you can see it's got an LCD on the front. It's also got a speaker on the back. And so that's, I can see and hear the noise. It's on my power line right over here. So let's plug it in, check it out. In fact, not only will you hear noise, you're probably going to hear some radio frequency interference as well. Let's try it out. Plug it in.
This is Sacramento.
That is some pretty nasty power I got here at my house. By the way, it's very typical. I go to your house, anybody's house, I'm going to run across something very similar to that, if not worse. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the Austere 5 series surge protector, plug that in, same outlet, turn it on, and you see I get my 3 indicator lights. Tells me that it's powered up, tells me that it's grounded, tells me that I've got dual protection as well, so all's good. And now what I'm going to do is we take that noise sniffer, plug it in, and we'll bam, check that out. Reading now. No noise, no radio frequency interference. Austere pure filtration.
Okay. Not for your main home theater. Use it in every other room in the house, right? What? Like this is such a no-brainer. Unless you have a home theater system that's not like complicated that you need a rack, this is like the solution. It is awesome. Yes.
So, I mean, because I do understand that making a rack version of this is more complicated, and control element also is going to be more complicated. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be down the road because it's CI, right?
Spring of 2023, but yes.
Right.
Okay.
So now, how can we have this? Oh, so we're going to have a rack mounted in the spring. Oh no, then we're fine. I just was,
But you can have this now. So what I suggest is my integrators that do well with this, they put it in the other rooms of the home. They don't do it in the main system.
No, but I'd like to have, I mean, for example, sometimes the thing is that there are 2 ways to do home automation systems, okay? Mm-hmm. Or you do them in a rack, or you do them in a structure media enclosure.
Correct.
It's vertical.
Correct.
So, I mean, one way or another, we like to, have this thing.
Do you know what my integrator did? I had a small like cabinet space that I wanted to work it. He ran everything in the rack. He took 2 of these, literally put them on the back of the actual rack itself, and plugged everything into the back of the rack.
Yeah. Okay. Something else.
Yes.
The length of the.
It's 6.5 feet.
Okay. That for our situation, sometimes that's going to be too long.
Correct. Too long? Oh my God, you're kidding me? I have people say make 8 feet. I'm like, I can't.
No, but that's when you have it on the floor. But
So,
when you're doing
so
integrated
what if I
solutions,
gave you a solution that had no cord whatsoever and just went right into the back of the thing? Would you like that?
Yeah, but you have to sell the cord so that it has the quality to do the filtration.
Oh no, I can solve your problem. Give me 2 more slides and I can solve it. In August, by the way, we're making it right. Okay, so 7 series has 4,000 joules. The 5 series has 3. Next. Okay, here's what's cool now about the 7 series, which was just so much fun to make. So not only do you have the pure filtration on the entire thing, I have isolated banks, which you only normally find in chassis. So on a 6 outlet, you always have 3. On an 8 outlet, you always have 4. Video, audio, sub, gaming, done. No EMI interference of the other products, bringing it back into the system. So for a little bit more of a complicated system, this is awesome.
Like for a room, a living room or something like that.
Yep.
Are you gonna have one that has more separation?
So meaning space. So we have taken. So yes, when we make our rack, we will. I'll have it way more space because I can. In regards to this, I will tell you though, we went and took every freaking huge, massive transformer you could find and plugged it in. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we deal with things that are not usually professional things all the time.
Okay.
So these DIY things that we find at clients'
Yeah,
houses, even the ISP router, it's pretty flat or whatever, but it's wide. That's crazy, and you cannot connect, for example, that with.
I think you'd be pleasantly surprised. They look closer than they are. We specifically spread them. So we call them smart fit. They are definitely more spread out. And to be honest with the ones that you're talking about, you put towards the ends, right? Is the other thought. But it is as good as I could get it and still fit everything in the same. This bar originally was probably about this long, and I told them, oh, no, absolutely not. So yes.
Sometimes I found useful when they are rotated, the outlets are rotated 90 degrees.
Yes. Yeah, so what we did here was we did them opposite of each other for that reason, right? So you had more space at the top when you plugged it in. We are looking at the rack ones to do one of these like this way. So, and I'll show you how I did that on the one that you're looking for. We played around with that too, just to see. So yes, I agree. But we'll this was our first run at it. We've gotten actually a lot of good feedback about it. But yes, I'm still looking at all of those other things because we know there's more that needs to be done. All of them have C and A USB charging. These are all just regular 2.4 amperage, so pretty fast charge for what's there. This is a PD. Does everybody know what PD or GAN charging is?
I know.
Okay. So the fact that I have a PD 45
That's a lot.
in this puppy that will allow you with just a simple USB-C cable to charge a laptop, an iPad Pro, you name it. I've now just given you 13 additional devices that you can, or on the 8 outlet, you now have 13 devices you can charge, and on the 6 outlet, you now have 11. But this on the 7 series changes the game, and we'll do more and more.
You should do one of these.
I'm trying. I want to so bad. Like, wait, you're getting ahead of me. That is so what I want to make. But we are very big believers in GAN charging. For those of you who are not familiar, it is more efficient, super less energy, strictly with a cable. All those big, huge transformers that you're trying to find a place for and a home for disappear. All you need is a skinny little C cable to make it work. It is the future of where we're headed. So we started playing around with this in 19. When you see our new stuff, I actually have a smaller device. It's got a 45 and a 20 in it, like right out of the gate. We're gonna have, this will be literally, this is how you know someone's really interested in understanding what's happening with power. And it's nowhere that I can find it.
What we usually do is like something extra for the clients when we do whole homes that are automated. Is that, well, right on top of the next tables, right? Then we would put a 2 GAN, okay? One is gonna have a keypad to control the house, and the other one is gonna have outlets, connected outlets, okay? And then right now, what I use is or I use Levinson or Legrand, that have power delivery in them with that. But the thing is that those only do that.
They only do 20 watt, and it's only for an iPhone.
No,
You can't use a bit more powerful
they
devices.
do have 30 watt.
Oh, they have 30, okay,
or
but it's
35
still,
something like that.
yeah.
But
That's
anyway,
not a laptop though.
No, but what I'm telling you is that if you're able to create something that is not only the fact that it's USB power delivery, but also it's a surge protector and a line filtration in one little thing like this.
I'm close.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
No, I'm super close. Hold on. Okay, you talk about gaming. Yay, cool. Okay, you ready? This is it. Oh, no, you need to see this one first. Okay. This is my gift to the CI world to say I'm coming, but I'm not quite here yet.
Yeah.
So this is a simple wall power, goes right on the back of an outlet. So you take any one of these outlets, boom, right there. Okay? Super spaced, 4. 2 on this side, 2 on this side. Video and audio filtration on this guy. So plug your video stuff on this side, your audio stuff on this side. If you're using it in the back of the TV, etc., you have the ability to separate the noise so you don't have EMI and RF noise. 45 watt and 20 watt, separate from each other. So I can charge a laptop and a phone at the same time and no difference in the actual connector itself, with the A being a 2.4 for anybody's legacy. This will still charge any C device, but for a PD20, that's a phone in 30 minutes from dead. In a PD40, it won't heat up the devices because of the energy efficiency. It's literally a charge energy efficiency. This puppy have the PD20. So this is like if someone just wants a phone by their bedside and the ability just to charge it fast, etc., or in a home office. This is great for that. And then I also made a 3, which is just really, I mean, you have some of this because you may have like a Roku unit or a Google Home unit or an Apple TV. Yeah, well, not Apple TV. You have to plug in Apple TV, but it's Google, Roku, any of those guys where you just plug right into the C or the X. Chromecast, thank you. And then the 2. Now, here's what's crazy.
I'm not pretty sure that by next year you will be needing the USB-A.
It's more for legacy, and then once it kind of dies, I'll roll it. No, I will tell you, people still use a lot of A.
Yeah, they still haven't, but like you
It's
can
changing.
have a C cable that goes from C to whatever you have.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, that's why I only have one. It's just there. Now, here's the other cool thing about this device. I don't know if you guys noticed. Entry level for this at $79, 2,500 joules, 3,000 for the 99, and 3,500 for the 7. So pretty significant for a little 4-outlet guy doing its job. I'm very excited about this. This is coming in August. It's literally on the line right now for production. I was showing yesterday, I have some video off the line of what's coming, and it is sexy as hell. It's so good looking. These renders don't even do it justice. Okay. And then my last baby, which is my Clean and Protect. This is the antibacterial solution that I'm talking about that has no harsh chemicals. So if you go to the next slide, the worst thing in the world you can do, which most people do, is they use Windex and paper towel. That is like ammonia with sandpaper on any device. So you want to strip a coating, you want to cause problem on your device. That's what every human does. That's why it's so important actually to leave Clean and Protect. And for an integrator, we say it all the time, just give it as the gift. Right? And then you get them hooked.
Are you able to provide the like a custom with the company logo or something like that?
So it's funny. Okay, so it's funny you say that. So we've been working on that. Will you go back a slide?
Because
One more.
I mean, it's
Okay, so there's a couple things I can do that depending on the quantity, we can play with. Number one, I could put a very cool like logo, joint logo, whatever that's here. Number two, when you start to do a certain amount, I can imprint a cloth with your logo on it. But you have to do like 1,000 units at a pop, which is the problem. I'm working to find a smaller factory that's a little bit more nimble, but until then, 1,000 is the smallest I can get. But I can even put the logo in the cloth.
Okay, so what about
Yeah, it'd be really cool. Yes.
what about for because okay, but we can work because the thing is that here it's pretty easy. Taking that to the Dominican Republic, that weighs a lot.
So let me put you this way. I haven't even figured out how to do it from China yet to blend it and stuff here. I'm still shipping water with some great chemicals in it. So I haven't figured it out yet because it's still cheaper for me to make it in China and ship it. Is that almost impossible? It's still cheaper for me to make it in China and ship it. Is that not insane? Like insane. I just
even with the price of the shipping.
yes. So isn't that crazy? So unless you guys know of some magic factory in Mexico where I can leverage NAFTA in this scenario, and I am open, right?
Sometimes it's in the roadmap, but it's not there yet. For 2.5 years, we won't have it.
But I mean,
But I would switch tomorrow if
I could hook you up with the Dominican Republic.
Okay, well let's talk. Seriously, I'm open. I'm dying to figure out how to do it. Do you think it doesn't kill me to put water on a boat and how much I'm paying? Here's the deal, and we redesigned this bottle. So our very first bottle, somebody knocked it off. It pissed me off. So then I recreated a new bottle that's my patent that nobody can knock me off. Okay, and we did better things for the environment. Like
You seriously tried it? You seriously tried it in Mexico, and you were not able.
I cannot find anybody.
Okay.
To water it down.
No, it's not to water it down. I got to get the concentration out of China. I need someone in Mexico who can basically take the solution back, figure out what it is, and make it. That's what I need. The factory that's making the solution for me in China, they're not telling me what they did.
Oh.
I'm having it tested. I showed that SDS testing shows it kills bacteria and all of that. They will not, in fairness to them, we're in a tariff war, right? Us lovely Americans decided to go do a tariff war in China. So they're like, I love you. Why? Why would I give you what the solution is so you can go take it somewhere else? So secretly, I'm like, here's the solution. Go figure out what it is and make it.
I thought that you created the product and then gave the
I told them I wanted. So I'm not an engineer. I have to go to. I'm not an engineer. I have to go to other people to say I want an antibacterial product. Make it for me. Great. Here it is. Fine. I'm going to test it. Make sure it does what it's supposed to do. It does. Awesome. Can I have the solution? Drop dead. We made it, not you. I'm not an awesome solution. I know it kills us, but it really is for what it is. And Apple did me the biggest favor in the world. You know, they're making just that microfiber cloth. We didn't even get into the cloth. That's awesome. If you see, it's double-sided. It's microfiber on one side and polish on the other. The reason why that is that way, microfiber cleans the dirt, but it leaves moisture. So that's why you get streaks. If you flip to the other side and use the polish, it absorbs the moisture. That's how you get a crystal clean thing. Thank you. Thank you, Vanna White. You're perfect. I appreciate it. So that's actually that cloth itself is worth probably, Apple's charging $20 for it here, and it's just the microfiber.
You have this app.
I know. I'm not Apple yet. I'm trying. It's a way better solution. So. Okay. That's really it, by the way, guys. I mean, there's a couple other slides that I had to show the clean, just so you knew, but that's really us, right? So we have our one clean solution, 2 power solutions, 6 and 8, with the new one coming, and our awesome cable line. So again, it's very, I cannot stress enough, it is very retail, but as you can see in my passion in presenting to you today, there's a lot of CI heart in what's here to be able to go to the next level, and I did that on purpose.
That's a great strategy.
Yeah, thank you.
It's,
Thursday evening, you would be so excited about cable powered. So, any questions that you haven't already asked? That was really awesome and very interactive, and I loved it.
Any other questions?
No?
Where are the demo free samples?
Talk to Big Daddy over here. Sugar Daddy's got your back.
Le diste aguardiente a los presentadores. Van como organización. Claro, para todo el
So that's a huge compliment.
You mentioned that like 4 times. I want to do it. I want to do it.
I don't want to do it, yeah. Well, if I'm going to go in, but if I'm going to go in and do it, then I'm going to do it as classy as you can possibly do. So thank you. That's good.
All right, Dina, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank you. Bueno, gracias por estar nuevamente. 3 días intensos como lo prometimos. Espero que haya sido agradable para ustedes y esta información. Y nos vemos en unos meses.
En unos meses. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? Van para allá.
Sí. Así que vamos a Colombia, vamos a Panamá.
A México.
Luego lo vamos a
Sí,
ver.
asómate para decirlo.
Volvemos a Panamá.
¿Verdad que el señor salvadoreño se iba a dejar tirado a los dos hijos, a sus dos retoñitos y se mudaba a Medellín? A sus dos retoñitos.
Tenemos un poquito de aguardiente.
Sí, pero este muñeco a los 40 años ya no puede, por lo menos tiene que dejar un día de por medio. A los 40 no se puede.
Ay, ayer decías que tenías 25.
Sí, caray. Ayer me sentía como de 21, cabrón, pero hoy me siento como de 80. Si no te estamos
Pero conecta.
¿Para qué conecta? Es que yo me conozco. Yo sé que eso es una reconexión.
Exacto, pero ya se acabó. Pero ya se acabó el trabajo. Ya se acabó.
Para vos ya se acabó. Y tengo que recoger todo eso. Ya mañana tenemos reuniones a las 8 de la mañana. Pues hay que empacar todos los demos. Hay que arreglar la bodega. Armar una mesa que va ahí. Ahora, si se quieren quedar entre todos es más fácil. Exactamente, no me quedamos cerveza. Mira. No, pero no es decía cansancio, decía.
Déjame ver si ya tengo algo. Vengo.
Pero agarrado aire, freno.
¿Una zona no está sonando? ¿Pero por qué? ¿Por conexión o por qué?
Ya nos habíamos visto, pero igual gusto.
Checa los RCAs que armaste para ver que estén bien armados. Porque si estás usando audio.
Los puntos de
va a mantener esa diferencia.
Digamos, el modem del
That's not even in the MySpace space. Like I was working with someone space, Lineage,
¿Qué servicio de
y yo creo que por eso hago otra cosa.
Yo usaba uno,
pero si uno lo pone acá, más bien
yo creo que sería bueno
se lo suelte ahí para adelante.
Sí,
es un intercambio de porque si te das cuenta
bueno, funciona.
Bye, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope you have a nice trip
I did. It was
and
great.
enjoy your.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Y eso es lo que yo pienso que ese espacio o ese tiempo puede ser 1 hora, 2 horas o entre medio del día, 1 hora de la mañana. Pero ese intercambio de experiencia, al otro, eso tiene mucho valor, porque, a ver, van a contar lo que tienen todos los kilómetros.
Llevarla a ella donde la quiera.
Sí. Dale, buen punto, Tomás.
No sale. Bueno, ahí estamos hablando.
No sale.
Tenga buen viaje.
Hasta luego.
Sale el idioma.
Ese NordVPN para mí es bueno. Y es mejor hacer el VPN, no usar gateways o hay servicios DNS. Yo he probado, porque yo lo hago así. Y ponete a veces tenés algunos DNS, pero el problema es que de repente encuentran el servidor, te botan uno, entonces te tienes que configurar para conectarse con otra. Ya no. ¿Qué les pareció?
Gracias por todo.
Estaba pidiendo para no ser charco, sí. No lo sabemos todavía, pero
bueno, señores, ha sido un gusto que me hayan visto y haberlo conocido. Ah, sí.
Gracias por venir, Carlos.
Gracias por venir. Cuídense.
De vuelta.
Gracias.
Quiero.
Cuídense.
Buenas
tardes.
Mano,
muy querido.
Gracias por venir.
A ti por todo.
Gracias. Me vas a preguntar por él.
Bueno, Rafa, muchas gracias. Gracias por todo.
Basura y para afuera.
Muchísimas gracias
por venir, ¿ok?
Vernos otra vez.
Seguro que sí. Hay que hacer un viaje al tango, perdón, a Costa Rica.
No es la primera vez, ¿verdad?
Sí. ¿Tú sabes lo que me pasó a mí? Cuando yo estaba soltero, yo fui al tango India. Y pasaron los años, pasaron 20 años. Y yo pensé que lo había soñado. Porque el sitio es temático. El avión, la pirámide. Y yo me fueron Alfredo y Juan Pablo. Y una de las noches, el día después,
Y es realmente el mismo tema, si quieres una pantalla y la
existe. Sí. Hasta lloré, yo dije, no me lo imaginé.
No, sí, nosotros llegaron con los matemáticos allá, teníamos una plaza de llegaron allá y estaban, es que fuéramos a cenar, fuimos a cenar normal ahí, alitas, ya empezaron, tomaron unas cervezas y todo, y ya se
empezaron, ¿dónde están los puteros?
Y de una vez, y ya venían informados en el hotel esa vez en Chile, se volvieron locos, nosotros nos fuimos que quedaron como 4 horas más.
Me imagino. Bueno, Pedro, ¿la conoce bien? Muy bien. Fueron días largos, pero está bien. Bueno. Establece esto lo que vamos a hacer. Sí, esa Ya me lo voy a hacer. Ya.
Ya te voy a llevar los delitos que tengo de esta.
Ya hablamos de llave.
Por supuesto. Amigo, sí, lo único que es comparar una con la otra. No me digas que te Juan Gabriel.
No. La verdad es que la única lista que tengo de Chicago. Como referencia, no es la mejor, no tiene pero por ejemplo,
sí, ese está en el plan. Hay varias cosas que queremos hacer en el nuevo sitio. Yo creo que ustedes tienen, si mismo de ofender y decirte lo que tienen que hacer, pero yo creo que ustedes tienen una oportunidad de hacer cosas más sencillas que pueden disfrutar a 3 años. Porque eso, aunque la lana es buena, sube recursos. Y el mundo de hi-fi te da ese, das un palo y te ganas $40,000.
El tema de hi-fi, decía yo a Rafa, que necesitamos encontrar la meta del mundo.
Sí, por supuesto.
Someone just go in?
Sí, claro, porque
eso es muy bueno.
It's
accessory, yep. Sí, ya le enseñé esta foto para ver, ¿no? Para presumirle.
No, pero por ejemplo, nos hace falta hacer un caso de éxito.
¿Hay viejas?
No,
¿Qué? ¿De las fotos? ¿What?
Se sana de una
Creo que las tomamos mal.
seguro sí, pero no me hagan.
Exacto.
Ay, yo dejé mis papeles por ahí.
Wow. Ya, mandame esta foto, si hacemos un case.
¿Y ese qué foto de qué luminaria fue? No, ahí no alcanzó paso bajo.
Sí, pero tiene zona. Tiene lea.
Claro. Lea tiene sabana. Bueno, que sabana está ahí.
Todavía un que no canta. Pero coño, esto no es.
No, la pinche rama que estamos chingando.
Sí, agarra. Si te quieren llevar folletos de Lutron.
No, es que estaban mis.
Bienvenido. Bueno, mándame fotos. Sí.
Yo todo esto, pero no lo tengo ya. Yo no llevo vendiendo por 20 años.
Es un pedo.
¿Qué es eso? ¿Y es dinámico? Wow. ¿Qué necesitas? ¿Qué lineal?
Sí, esa parte del cerebro tiene eso. Es una entrada de bambú abajo.
Sí,
No, porque con Pablo se chinga una cervecita.
Está bien, vamos a cargar silla porque imagínate.
Es que tiene ciática el viejito, cara. Está crudo y tiene ciática, no mames. ¿Cuántos años tienes, cabrón?
Are you on?
El hotel está fascinado con eso.
All right.
De la cadena.
cuando llegó, ¿cómo se llamaba el ingeniero McKinnon? Había sido el ingeniero de Four Seasons. De Four Seasons 20 años. Dijo, yo me pongo 80 Four Seasons. 80 Four Seasons. Yo,
Con 80 hoteles en Estados Unidos. No solo, no Four Seasons. Fue de otra cadena también enorme. Ahorita es el director de la unidad de
me fue, a ver, enséñame enséñame 3 cuartos. A ver, ¿cómo dime? ¿Cuáles son los problemas? Ahora, prende el audio de la puerta, prende el audio del restaurante. Vamos a ver cuánto largo tuvo. Tenemos una agenda de 3 horas.
Se tardó.
A los 20 minutos me dijo, oye, vamos a cenar. Dije, pero yo no.
Tengo las cosas ahí por todo.
Nos falta mucho. No era buena idea, güey.
Ya, es sencilla.
Si quieres, ¿sabes qué? Porque a mí me estaba pasando.
Y el audio le gustó el audio y todo.
El audio me dijo, o sea, no, ya se incluso se iba a
Así de plano.
Oye, esto ya lo paro, ¿no, Rafa?
Ah, sí, por
Oigan, esto es lo que normalmente no ven, cabrón.